Wait, how do you identify?
What?
Well, are you gay, bi, non-binary, ace?
I'm a lesbian, but I just wanted to let off confetti cannon. Also, this video is sponsored by Tails.com, so I'm totally putting this as a business expense.
Well, you know, it's just that you should really only be celebrating Pride if you're part of the LGBTQ+ umbrella, you know.
Ugh, really? You're one of those?
Excuse me? One of those?
I just mean, isn't that pretty exclusionary?
I'm just helping to make sure that there are safe spaces for people who need them.
Sure, but a lot of people fall into the grey areas there. They just might not know where they stand right now, or they move from one point to another during their lifetimes. Or hey, maybe they just want to be supportive of someone that they love, or the community in general. It's good to have allies, isn't it?
Well, if they're the voices being heard and ours aren't.
Well, yeah, okay, good point. But I'm just really not going to go around giving everyone a rainbow purity test. Firstly, it sounds a bit gross, and secondly, confusing. I don't think many people would know how to answer that one.
Oh, purple, orange, magenta.
Oh, good for you. You're right though, being an ally can be tricky. We all know someone who isn't quite hitting the mark. I mean, Taylor Swift, your mum. So let's talk about what it actually means to be a good ally.
Boom. I'm in the studio. Firstly, I should probably warn you that I only got back from Cornwall 2 days ago, and it was a 7.5 hour trip on the way back, and I spent the entire time car sick beyond belief. So I feel like drunk right now, but I'm actually suffering from extreme exhaustion, and I can see 3 cameras. Quite sure there aren't 3 cameras, because even though my wife does love cameras, I did not okay her buying more. Also the side 2 are like translucent. So, babe, you don't get to claim allyship. Hot take, start with a bang. You don't get to absolve yourself of guilt or claim to be a great person by saying you're an ally. You can't like go around misgendering people but then claim it's okay because you're an ally to the trans community. Are you? In what way? Says who? Did you fill out the form? There is no form. I'm not saying that there should be a form. There probably shouldn't be a form. We probably shouldn't put ourselves down on forms. But what I am saying is that this is an application type of basis. And then we decide if we want you. You don't get to declare that you're an ally for a certain community. You just show up and do the work. Stand up for their rights, speak back to people in positions of power who want to do harm, be consistently educating yourself, be aware of the gaps in your knowledge, and platform those whose voices often aren't heard. Sure. We can say, I want to be an ally, or I hope I'm a good ally. It's something you can aspire to be, and it's something you can work towards, but it's an ongoing thing that the community you're allying for decides upon and can change their opinion on. And it's certainly never something you can use in defense of your poor actions. I can't be homophobic. I have a gay son and I'm an ally. Barbs, rein it in. Sure, but what's actionable? Great question. Very good question. Easiest thing you can do, love on some queers and let them shine. It could be famous people. It could be some people you know. It could be Great Uncle Neil, who lives with his best friend Robert and has the entire time you've been alive, and you've never really questioned it because it's always been that way. But they're super lovely and they still always put £5 in your birthday card. Maybe Uncle Neil and Robert could do with a visit. Or a sweet letter to say you're thinking of them. Find out their story. Correct family members who call Robert Neil's friend, even though they clearly know. Robert is his partner. They've been together for over 30 years. And just don't let the two of them be disrespected. The next time someone's planning a family event, you can make sure they've got a proper bedroom. Not the twin room near all the teens and kids, but a double near the other couples. Dignity. Don't out them. Make their lives uncomfortable, but just show up for them. If you found an amazing new queer artist, make an Instagram post about them. Watch the shows that Netflix marks as LGBTQ+, bring up those ratings, and champion the good ones. We know how to talk about the bad ones. We don't need to talk about them, it's fine. Promote the idea that queer media can speak to everyone, that there's a market for it, and that huge companies should put their money behind it. Yeah, I know you're gonna come for me here. Come for me here? Or you're gonna come for me here, purists? You're coming for me. And you're going to say that queer things should be for queer people, but we need the money, okay? The straights have got the money. The point is to let queerness shine without centering yourself. And also the money. Make sure it gets money.
And speaking of being an ally to the most important person in your life, have you heard of Tails.com?
Tails.com are a leading dog food brand in the UK who take pride in creating food tailored to each dog's individual needs. Tailor-made for your dog, unlike this bandana, which is for American dogs. Because every dog is as unique and individual as we are and should be celebrated. Tails.com makes their food 100% tailored to your dog, depending on their age, breed, lifestyle, and even taste buds. Because we all know our dogs can be terribly fussy. Unless, of course, they're a Labrador. I had a Labrador who ate a shoe once. Created by you, alongside vets, nutritionists, and the Tails.com algorithm, you can be sure to serve up the most nutritious meal for your dog that will get them dancing for their dinner every time. Click the link in the description to get 1 month of free dry food and 50% off wet food and treats from Tails.com now.
Sometimes you're going to feel queer. As an ally, you'll occasionally receive prying questions and outright homophobic attack. For one thing, if you're talking about and posting about queer media, your friends might be confused. But, that's part of being an ally. Being an ally means moving from a place of comfort and into the line of fire. These lights are hurting. Homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, and all the other phobias that trickle down from there are still very much a thing. And we are still a marginalised group, even as we become more visible. In fact, probably as we become more visible, it's obviously easier to spot us and thus wish to attack us. But you have to understand that. You have to understand and then stand against the homophobes. It's a huge part of being an ally, and the part that we're most grateful for. Thanks about that. Because whilst yes, those big meanies might be yelling about your kid or your sibling or your partner, they aren't actually yelling at you about an intrinsic part of yourself that makes you you, and you know, it's not really good for your mental health. Secondary to that is that you will occasionally get lumped in with the rest of us, and you're going to need to be completely and totally fine with that. We're all working together to normalise queerness as a social concept. Obviously it is itself completely normal. Even some animals have homosexual behaviours. I wrote my dissertation about that. Anyway, we're all normalising queerness, and you're on board with that, so you're going to be totally cool when someone asks you if you are. You are not the queer police. Yeah, we're all in this together, but also like, you don't get to define the words, you can't say who can and who can't come to pride, you don't get to tell someone that they're dressed incorrectly, not even I get to do that. Obviously, step in if you see some gay being transphobic. It's not okay, they don't get a pass because they're gay. But otherwise, you're going to need to just listen to queer people, even when it doesn't quite feel like what you would want to do or to say. You're going to need to step back sometimes. Maybe have a look at some things you said in the past. Apologise. Make sure you're accountable. We all have to do with each other too, and it can be a minefield. But as long as we're bringing our best intentions and a willingness to listen, we'll make it through. Yes, I know. The bar for allyship is just so much higher now than just, I don't think gay people should burn in hell. But it's not the 90s anymore. But just remembering pronouns and to say wife when you came to our wedding and that's how we refer to each other is not that hard. Side note, why do people correct me with partner when I say wife? My wife is just running a bit late, but she said I can order for her. Okay, do you know what your partner wants to drink? I literally just said wife. And it's people I talk to frequently as well, not just like random one-off. Do they think they're being polite and inclusive? Because I just gave them the correct terminology, and the fact that they're not using it makes me feel like they don't believe a woman can be my wife, or I can have a wife because I'm a woman. Everyone, everywhere, all the time. Being an ally means supporting the entire LGBTQ+ community, not just in Pride Month, or later in the year if you're British and your town's Pride Parade is in the summer holidays, generally because it's still raining in June, or when a big piece of legislation is about to pass and it's in the news. And it doesn't just mean supporting the good-looking muscly gays or the socially acceptable lesbians with babies. It means supporting everyone, including the bisexuals in relationships that look straight from the outside. Haha, did you forget about them? Well, you shouldn't. It means standing up for things that you don't fully understand yourself because you've never experienced it, but you totally respect someone's right to their life, and you will champion them to the end of the earth, even when your friends and your family are being really quite rude about it. Disclaimer, stay safe. Please never put yourself in extreme danger, including physical, mental, emotional, and financial, because a YouTube video told you to. That's not a great idea. If you're learning how to be an ally, then consider oxygen masks on a plane. Make sure yours is securely fastened onto your face so that you can help other people. Thank you.
Click the link in the description to get 1 month of free dry food and 50% off wet food and treats from Tails.com now.
Good luck, my friends. Go out and make the world a better place.
Don't get close, you're gonna hate me. 'Cause once you know what's lying underneath, judgment shows I'm not deceiving. And you chose how you want to see me. And this sweater I'm wearing, you asked the row, I don't know, but these are 501 jeans. Wash out the hue, might make it better. They'll look cool on anyone but nothing's gonna change the fact that you can wear it better. You were better than I could ever. Nothing's gonna change the fact that you can wear it better. Shoes, I bought them 'cause of you. I got it right. Nothing's gonna change the fact that you can wear it better. Nothing's gonna change the fact that you. Nothing's gonna change the fact that you. Nothing's gonna change the fact that you can wear it better.
Hello? Hey, hi, hello. My mic just wasn't on. That's weird. Anyway, hey, hi, hello, what's up, internet? I hope you're doing well and good. I'm doing pretty well. I'm just a real sleepy hoe. I slept like 14 hours last night, and I just I could have slept all day. I don't know what's wrong with me. Sometimes the chronic fatigue, it catches up with me, and I just need to be a bear in hibernation. So, you know, that sucks, but we're out here, we're trying our best and all that. Okay, so tonight's gonna be a little bit different of a stream. It's a lot to feel that though, being midweek, and my kids are gone sometimes. Yeah, you just gotta recoup, rejuvenate, gather yourself. Holy bench, yeah. Yeah, definitely. If I don't do the sleep that I need, then I'll just be manic and not well. Depression, yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's definitely partly depression and partly chronic fatigue. It's both in my body and my mind, just completely fucking depleted. It's yeah, it's some bullshit, but definitely take care of yourselves out there. You know, it's not a bad thing if you have to sleep for more than is normal, you know, it's okay. The manic thing, yeah. Sometimes I don't realize and it catches up for sure. Yeah, definitely. And, like, the thing about mania is that, like, it will fuel you in a way that, like, it seems sustainable, but it absolutely is not. And the crash will come. Inevitably. So, yeah, I'm trying to, like, get better at, like, identifying when I'm, like entering a manic state and just, like, I got some, like, Z-Quil for when I don't have weed and can't sleep. And that's pretty good. It's, like, non-habit forming, allegedly. It's just like Benadryl, basically. So, you know, sleep is good. It's good for you, and you should do it. And also, like, because I've been streaming, like, overnight because my AC is broken in here, and it's too goddamn hot during the day. I tried one day, and I damn near had a heat stroke. It was, like, 90 degrees in here, or more, and that's not good. But I might be able to get a new AC soon. Hopefully. I'm gonna be looking into that tomorrow. So yeah, like, streaming overnight has definitely fucked up my sleep schedule, and that, like, feeds into the mania. When you, like, don't have good sleep hygiene, it's, like, a recipe for fucking disaster. But, I don't know. Trying to, like, be mindful and, like, keep, tabs on myself, you know? Gotta check in. It's not the worst time to stream if you can work out your schedule. Yeah, I got a tofu raid, and that was fucking awesome. That was, like, it definitely made my week. I love her. Normal shit person, yeah. Like, I barely even have, like, normal people shit to do, but, it is, like, bad for my mental to, like, wake up at, like, 3 p.m. and then have, like, 2 hours of daylight, and then I'm like, here we go again. At the very least, like, I need more vitamin D. Yeah, definitely isolating. For sure. Yeah. We're all doing our best, though. And, you know, that's all we can do. I mean, arguably we could do more, but then you're, like, overextending yourself. It's been worse, to feel like. Yeah. I'll be here, normally up all night anyway, yeah. Appreciate you, Zed. Yeah, so tonight's gonna be a little bit of a different stream. I got fixated on Just Stop Oil, and I am deep in the weeds here. I've got Brett Cooper on deck, okay? I've got the Daily Mail on deck. I am here in the weeds of, is this a PsyOp? I've also got .mil pages pulled up, like, literally studies from the military about PsyOps. I'm like, I'm into it. I'm invested. Oh my god. Okay, so the reason the conspiracy theory about Just Stop Oil came, yo, I am coming. I am
hard.
Coming hard. Thank you for the sub, Christina. What's up? Thank you for the 5 months. Holy. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So the reason the conspiracy theory around Just Stop Oil started is because of the Climate Emergency Fund. It was funded by AILEEN Getty, who is an oil heiress, and RFK's daughter, I forgot her name. she's kind of irrelevant here. I mean, we could look into that too. We can definitely get into that, but I have not yet looked into her. That's like a whole different story because, you know, RFK, you know, there's conspiracy theories, the brain rot, the brain worms. I don't even want to touch that. Okay, so the Climate Emergency Fund is the primary donator to Just Stop Oil, right? And that is like, that's the basis for the entire conspiracy theory. Yeah, we're in the rabbit hole. We are. That's the only basis that people have. It started with a TikTok. People started thinking this because of a TikTok. That's the source. That's it. The TikTok isn't even up anymore. I can't watch it. It's gone. Yeah, the Climate Emergency Fund is just, it's just like an NGO for climate change activism. We can start there, actually. All right. So this is directly from their page. Only mass organized people power can wake up the public and force governments to act on the climate crisis. I agree. I don't see a problem here at all right? I haven't found a problem with any of this. Interesting, I wonder how much guillotines we could fund with it. We'll get into that. World leaders have known about the threat of climate breakdown for decades. Fossil fuel extraction continues because the fossil fuel industry uses its incredible power to ensure that government policies protect profits at all costs. Again, true. History has shown over and over again that organized people power gets results. Protest movements create change by building narrative power, pressuring political leaders, generating public support, and fundamentally changing political conditions. Climate Emergency Fund grantees have proven the effectiveness of people power, notching incredible victories. Disruption is critically important. Interrupting business as usual forces politicians and the media to pay attention and forces a member of the public to choose a side. Multiple studies have found that disruptive protest benefits the entire movement, whereas movement without a disruptive component are all too easily ignored. Where have we seen this before? Disruptive climate protests remains shockingly underfunded. That part. Climate Emergency Funds plays a critical role in funding disruptive climate movements. We fund the bold, non-violent, disruptive climate groups, building people power and changing the world. Climate Emergency Fund relies on donations to provide much-needed financial support to disrupt climate movement. To the disruptive climate movement, sorry. Please consider making a donation. Great. So, AILEEN Getty only gave $1 million. One single $1 million to this fund. Okay? So just as a basis, if I'm trying to create a astroturfed PsyOp, I'm going to invest more than $1 million. You know what I mean? I think it's going to take more than one single million in angel investment to get this, like, kicked off, right? Now, who is AILEEN Getty? Okay? Where Yes, this. Her estimated net worth is only $10 million. She is not a billionaire. Yes, it is the same as Getty Images. Yeah, I think it was her brother that founded it or something. Someone else in the family. A small loan of $1 million. Yeah. So her entire net worth is only $10 million. So when you're calling her...
You're iconic.
Icon
Girl
Girl.
boss.
I was gonna say icon again.
Icon.
Yukon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the gifty. That's so nice. Okay. So when you call her an oil heiress, you know, like maybe we should look into what she actually inherited. As of yet, it's nothing, because the Getty family has men in it. Whoa! Imagine that she didn't inherit the entire Getty fortune when the Getty Oil Company dissolved in like 2006. The only sus thing I found is that she has real estate investments, but like, what fucking millionaire doesn't? That in itself does not mean to me that she is like an oil baron. I don't know, like, what the fuck? Like, I dug into this, like, a lot. I did. And she's just doing, like, a shit ton of activism. Oh, also, as a side note, she did marry Elizabeth Taylor's son, Christopher Wilding, and their divorce may have, in fact, affected her wealth, which, I don't know, did Elizabeth Taylor's son need the money? Some questions there, you know? This is just one of the, like, random, like, net worth reporting websites where they just, like, collate whatever information is available, right? So I can't guarantee the accuracy of anything here, but, like, yeah, like, she had some family money, and then she turned around and did philanthropy. Like, that's pretty much all she's done. She's an artist, and she did philanthropy. She has never worked in the oil industry. Literally never. Okay? So, I don't think it's impossible that she wanted to undo her family's legacy, right? Finish a lurk. If I didn't have to get up, I'd keep lurking. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Anyway, I have a good sleep. So, I wanted to start with this interview with her. Yes. This is it. AILEEN Getty comes clean. Shouldn't one of America's wealthiest PWAs have it all? Maybe having it all was part of the problem. This is from 1996. She hugs me hard and she smells like heaven. AILEEN Getty has just scurried down the stairs of her Hollywood hillside home to greet me, even though I've only dropped by to pick up a videotape of her Dateline NBC appearance and hadn't expected to see her. But here she is, fresh off a 3-day hospital stay, and she hugs me, an utter stranger, with an earnest abandon that's often missing in the arms of one's closest friends. She's a wisp of a thing, dressed in a white gauze blouse and a sarong-like skirt, the color of Caribbean water. In her sense of style, there's a lifetime of money and a veneer of confidence. But in her demeanor, there is an unnerving lack of guile, a kind of uncertainty that comes from doing time in the depths of loneliness. I am fascinated by her, and thus I am flustered. Do you want some iced tea, she asks, furrowing her brow and scratching her forehead a little nervously. Some water? No, I say, I'm fine. I have to get back to the office. With that, I flee down the stone steps of the long, steep driveway to the verdigris grate. I don't think I thanked her. It would be nice to write about Eileen Getty without identifying her as first as an heiress, as the granddaughter of the late oil baron J. Paul Getty, as the sister of Paul, who lost an ear to the Italian gangsters at 16 and his lucidity to a stroke at 25. Eileen would probably appreciate the description of herself so separate from her legacy, distant as she seems from it, damaged as she has been by the side effects of privilege. Okay. Alright. Now this article is like, oh, like, poor Eileen, like, she's damaged by her legacy. But, like, just wait, okay? This woman, she lives with HIV and has done advocacy for people living with AIDS the entire time. I don't think she's an evil piece of shit. I just don't. Like, and again, she is not the heir to the Getty fortune. The heir was a man, as it always has been. Okay. But such an independently wealthy identity will never be hers to enjoy, in her lifetime or after, so let's get it over with. Eileen Getty is the 36-year-old daughter of Jean Paul Getty Jr. by his first wife, Gail. She should be partial heir to her family's $750 million share of the J. Paul Getty fortune. So, even if she did get the share, which she was entitled to, which she did not, it would not even make her a billionaire, okay? Like, let's be so for real. Who has more power? Current oil barons or the female should-be heir to a former oil fortune? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It seems like such steep misogyny to be like, oh, she's doing PsyOps for the climate, when she's simply, like, trying to reverse her family's legacy. Okay. Which only means that when Eileen was showing off her art at the gallery, the critics get more pissed off than usual if they don't like her art. It also means that now, deep in the throes of her 11-year-long battle with AIDS, she doesn't have to worry so much about how to pay her medical bills. Fair point, I guess, you know? Like, the worst thing about her is that she has access to medical care. Oh no. God forbid. What she does worry about is being misunderstood for all that she believes and represents. Eileen Getty is full of metaphors and imagery, and lists of pronouncements about life, death, and being a Getty. And she has paid dearly for her frankness. Her recent interview with Jane Pauley of Dateline stands as a cautionary example of what can happen to someone this young, beautiful, famous, and sick with AIDS. You must muster the will to speak up about your illness and get rewarded with shame. The Dateline footage is painful to watch, as Eileen struggles through a medicated pace to explain her complicated life lessons in sound bites suitable for broadcast. Pauley, well-coiffed and smug, poses for a camera that's far more sympathetic to her networked-over persona than it is to her subject. "I'm happy I have AIDS," says Eileen, in all her unstudied candor. Pauley frowns and tilts her head quizzically to one side. Can you explain that to me? Can you explain that to me? What do you mean by that? Oh, Eileen backtracks. You must think I'm a total idiot. In fact, Pauley does seem to consider Eileen some degree of idiot. And later in the broadcast, she does her best to convince her viewers of the same. It only helps Pauley's mission that Eileen was admittedly using and not clear at the time of the interview. It also helps that Eileen made this confession in a letter to her father, which he promptly and considerately faxed to Pauley. Cringe. Like, this interview was taking advantage of an AIDS survivor who, like, was candid enough to come on camera and talk about her experience. And they're still, like, calling her, like, a user. Which, like, of drugs is what they mean. They mean she's on drugs. Like I said, it would be nice to write about AILEEN and not dwell on the peculiarities of the Getty family. It seems far more worthwhile at this point to dwell instead on what it means when AILEEN says, not like a total idiot, but as a woman who's taken the hard, long road to truth, that AIDS, in her word, is a phenomenal gift. If it hadn't been for HIV, I would still be a victim, AILEEN says. Victimized by my parents, by my legacy, by my life. I'd been in 7 institutions. I'd had 12 shock treatments. I'd had 7 miscarriages. I was anorexic, a self-mutilator. I'd been there and back. In the most simplistic terms, it sounds like she was making one desperate bid for attention one after another. Right, AILEEN says. And the ultimate attention comes from death. And now I've got AIDS. I think it's probably been a lifetime of trying to die in order to be loved. I find it so hard not to empathize with this woman. Even though she is a millionaire, she, had these very real struggles of anorexia, self-harm, AIDS, drug use. It's not like she's your, typical billionaire. I don't know. And aside from this interview on Dateline, there's very little available about her. She's lived a relatively private life. If this version of AILEEN Getty, the one I sit down with 2 days after our first brief meeting, has little in common with the feckless child on the Dateline videotape, she has just as little in common with the composed, preppy-looking woman smiling out from her publicity photos. When she welcomes me into her house, this time with somewhat, but not a whole lot, more reserve, I wonder not how the girl who had everything got so messed up, but how the woman whose father faxed her personal correspondence to Jane Pauley remains so unguarded, so dangerously honest, in the presence of a journalist. Yeah, her father, remember, faxed a letter to a reporter to expose her. I don't have a choice, she explains when I asked her why she'd ever consent to another interview. I feel a responsibility to be public, although it's not my nature to be public. I'm not always familiar with the things I've said, because before I speak or do any interview, I always pray, says AILEEN, who believes in Jesus, but not necessarily in church. I'm terrified of the public because I'm terrified of interviews, and I'm terrified of cameras, and I always pray to be a vehicle for something larger than myself. I always pray to not be myself, so I don't really relate to anything outside of the situation right here. But when you're public domain, you feel like, what are they called? Those Motel 8s or whatever. I feel industrialized. Fortunately, I don't suffer from it. I don't take it to bed with me. I live a very simple life, a very unglamorous life, a very real good life. A real good life. I love my life. It is early March. One of those stunning days in Southern California when the air is suddenly full of jasmine and the breeze is warm, but as of yet, smog-free. Oh, 97, the days. The kind of day that makes it hard to think about leaving this world. The sun is beating down on AILEEN's brutally sunny patio, but she is soaking it in, draped in a black dress over black suede Doc Marten boots. Her long silky hair, brushed back over one side of her face. Her 12-year-old German Shepherd puppy, Texas, scrambles around her feet and tugs at AILEEN's sleeves, much to the dismay of AILEEN's manager, Steve Grissom, who is doing his best to control a situation that will forever be out of anyone's control. In his friend and client's own best interest, Steve would really prefer that Eileen avoid talking too much about drugs and out-of-body experiences. But Eileen, ever the rebel, is adamant. Don't avoid the drug issue, she advises in a voice made husky and nasal by cigarettes and tuberculosis, and in an accent that betrays her multilingual childhood. It's not something I want to avoid. I think it's very important to deal with drugs and HIV. It's very prevalent. There's two separate diseases, both lethal. But just because you've got HIV doesn't automatically put alcoholism into remission. In fact, Eileen attests, AIDS too often exacerbates addiction. Drugs are about control over fear, she says. And when you have AIDS, your lack of control is all that much more evident. I tried to make up for that lack of being control with a lot of cocaine. That definitely is not the way to do it. It had been nearly 3 months since Eileen nearly died of toxicity and weakness in her doctor's office, and nearly 3 months since she made a commitment to get sober. I was clinically dead, she said. I went through the whole out-of-body experience and everything. It was probably my clearest memory I've ever had. And there was a moment where I chose whether to come back or not, and I didn't know if I wanted to live. I have a lot of shame about that, she confesses. Life is given to one with so much love. It broke my heart when I realized I turned my back on it. On the lip of life, as she puts it, Eileen chose life. She learned to walk its circumference instead of fucking it down the middle. I love her. I kind of love her. You know what I mean? Like, this is so real and, like, so much more, honest than you're gonna get from any, other, like capitalist air. I don't know. Maybe I have a soft spot and I can't see the PsyOp because, like, this is a very real human, that I relate to. And, like, I don't know. This author is definitely, like, glazing her up a little, but, like, it seems a little just after the way she was treated by Dateline NBC. Oh. She learned to walk its circumference instead of fucking it down the middle. I love that. Always wary of near-death stories, but I almost believe her. Yeah. She finally understood that she didn't want either disease to kill her. It's a hell of an achievement, she boasts, to get sober with HIV. And it is. Eileen has known since 1985 that she was HIV positive, and shortly after she was diagnosed with AIDS. But it wasn't until 1991, after Magic Johnson disclosed his condition to the media, that Eileen went public too, via Kevin Sessoms in Vanity Fair, because HIV was something that required a woman to stand up and speak the truth. Eileen's truth came in increments at first. She initially claimed that she'd been infected through a blood transfusion, but within a year, as her support increased and shame diminished, she admitted that she had contracted HIV from unprotected sex with an extramarital affair, a disclosure that, at the time, led to the dissolution of her 8-year marriage to Christopher Wilding, Elizabeth Taylor's son by Michael Wilding. Eileen is now engaged to be remarried to a 40-year-old documentary filmmaker, Jay Brown, but Taylor has remained the woman Eileen calls mom. And her former daughter-in-law's illness has added to Taylor's ongoing fundraising efforts for AIDS research and treatment. In the past 4 years, Eileen has become an activist too. Around the same time that her story hit the media, Homestead Hospice, a Los Angeles-based network of shelters and for people with AIDS, approached her about sponsoring a home for women with the disease, and her energy helped establish a house in the South Bay city of Lawndale called the Dallas House, named for a boy Eileen mothered for 5 years. Eileen helps to open a second hospice in Hollywood, calling it the Eileen Getty House. It's a wish, she says, but money is hard to come by, and fundraising is very political. People expect commendation and notoriety for their generosity. Obviously, it's a lot more inviting to give to the Elizabeth Taylor AIDS Foundation than it is to give to the Homestead Hospice. Yeah, blood transfusions. How innocent people contract HIV, right? Yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm glad she came clean because, like, that was such a cop-out, you know, not that she had to, and it's such a private thing, but, I think it does a lot for awareness, to be honest, about that kind of thing. Part of the startup money for the Dallas House came from a benefit performance called The Seagull at LA's Fountain Theater, which Eileen's best friend Bud Cort staged in her honor. On the night of the performance, Eileen was hospitalized with tuberculosis, and to the delight of theatergoers, Elizabeth Taylor showed up in her place. The Dallas House also received proceeds from the sales of LA Eyeworks Luck glasses, which Eileen models in a pensive chiaroscuro magazine ad. The money helps sustain the house's $165,000 annual operating budget. It helps keep our girls in bed and fed, Eileen says. It's a meager budget, says the house manager, Joan Crawford, who relies heavily on volunteers from the community, and this time of year finds herself making frequent visits to the food shelves. It's pinched, she says. I'm operating on a shoestring. Okay, so is this apparent oil billionaire heiress operating her AIDS charity on a shoestring because she wanted to? I think she didn't have the money. I think the money is not hers. It's her family's. And we should be careful to separate those things. Like, just because, like, oh, your daddy was rich doesn't mean that she's rich. It doesn't mean that. And clearly, her father wanted to expose her to Dateline NBC. It's not like they had a close relationship. Ugh. God. Of course she adds cheerfully, around the holidays our cupboards are overflowing. Dallas died of AIDS 3 years ago, at the age of 11. A smiling, handsome portrait of him in a football jersey hangs on Eileen's living room wall. But there's more to Dallas than the Dallas House, Eileen announces, taking off her right boot and rolling down her sweat sock to reveal an elaborate tattoo. The tattoo bears the names of 2 sons she had with Wilding, Caleb, now 12, and Andrew, 11. Their names joined in a rosary with Dallas. Andrew! Andrew! Dove stare! Eileen is marching around the house, feigning authority as her housekeeper, Sandra, stands in the kitchen, pretending to be bewildered. He's hiding, Sandra whispers, putting a finger to her lips. He's hiding. Eileen continues stomping about, whimsically demanding to know her son's whereabouts at once. Suddenly, Andrew springs up behind a chair in the corner of the kitchen, laughing raucously. We all act terribly surprised. Andrew's brother, Caleb, is out for the day with friends, and Andrew himself has spent most of the morning upstairs playing Myst on the Macintosh. The Macintosh! He's a stout, happy-looking kid, old enough to know that men in this culture shake hands in professional situations, but not jaded enough to be committed to the ritual. Nice to meet you, he says, perfunctorily and matter-of-fact, and shakes my hand for that necessary instant before running off to continue his activities. As he walks away, I notice he was wearing a cowboy's cap. Across the back, it reads Dallas. They're both wonderful, wonderful children, and my very best friends, says AILEEN. Working out custody with Wilding hasn't been a battle, she says, so much as a series of negotiations. Things work out very well for the most part. I'm looking forward to 6 months of sobriety so that during the weekends they can spend the night here, because as of now, they can only stay during the evening and then they go back to their father. I drug test in a few more months, and I'll have the time and the required amount of tests to be able to have them sleep here. Like, she's dealing with the same stigmatization that anybody else would, and like her wealth did not shield her from it. Not from her dad, not from the media, not from her partner, not from the courts. Nothing. Like, I don't know. I'm HIV positive. Destigmatization is such an important and often difficult endeavor. I have the utmost respect for her and her openness about it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's so valuable, especially for someone of such a high profile, to like come forward when she has the money for treatment and housing and such, and she is like also advocating for other people and like doing philanthropy to house them, even on a shoestring budget, like still trying to help other people. And yeah, thank you for sharing, Frank and Fanny. It sounds like that future should be an incentive to secure her sobriety, but according to AILEEN, alcoholism doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, it's such a cunning, evil disease that there's really no such thing as incentive. There's only a change of will. Yeah, like, oh, if you wanted your kids back, wouldn't you just stop drinking? Like, that's so fucking, like, just, like, diminishing the entire problem of alcoholism. It's that, like, it takes everything from you. Caleb and Andrew know everything about their mother's life, AILEEN says. About both her addiction and her HIV status. Honesty has been really, really important in their upbringing, and while there are many people who would take issue with that strategy, AILEEN's defense of it hints at the deprivation she suffered in her own childhood. I feel so strongly that if you deal with things in the present as they're happening, you have a far better chance of being able to cope with life, of being able to balance joy and grief, as opposed to trying to rehabilitate memories, she says. Memories are not based in truth, and therefore they can't be treated symptomatically, appropriately. Everyone has a right to participate in one's life and one's death. I think I would rob my children of something they have a right to if I were not to tell them that I was supposedly going to die, or that I'm an alcoholic. They have the right to confront those challenges now, rather than later. And I think that oftentimes what we call grief after death is not grief, but guilt. Regret that we have not fully participated in the life of a loved one. There's more guilt to grief than sadness. Like, from what I can tell, this is like a person who has done real work to self-actualize and like make the world better around them. I don't know. Usually people who have less are the ones that help each other. Absolutely. Guilt is not an emotion AILEEN Getty has much interest in these days, unless she's working on eradicating it from her life, and to hear her talk from everyone else's. Her contention that AIDS has improved her life is loaded and controversial, implying, as it does, that everyone who suffers a tragedy does so for a preordained or at least a meaningful reason. I admit to her that when I recently broke my finger, a trivial incident to be sure, there was a part of me that wanted it to happen. Well, not wanted. I started to modify that statement, but Eileen stops me. No, say it. Really, it's okay. I'm proud of you for admitting that. That's so cool. But it's radical, I remind her. People get angry when you talk about it. Then they think you're saying they caused their own troubles. It's only radical, she corrects, because we're dishonest. There are no mistakes and no one's guilty of anything. I don't have bad parents. I haven't been a bad child. Everything that's been given to me and I've given has been exactly what's been needed. And what's been given to me has sustained my life to this day. And this day is perfect. Therefore, what's been given to me is perfect. It's so wholesome, you know? Like, she's really, like, taking account of her life, like, positive and negative, and, like, using it to, like, improve herself. You know what I mean? Fortunate enough to live somewhere I don't pay, for, related healthcare and meds. That's awesome. Yeah. It's lucky, and I'm glad for you. So many people don't have that, for sure. You can tell she's worked on some sort of program or therapy and religious practice, too. Yeah, 100%. The view from Eileen's patio today is perfect indeed. Hollywood lies at her feet in a sprawl of low-lying buildings, and when the sun is in the right place, neither too low on the horizon nor too bright and high, you can see the Pacific Ocean sparkling for miles away. Although she had her third encounter with Stalker, the gate at the bottom of the driveway remains open to the world, a defiant gesture to the obese fear of ghosts Eileen has been beating down for most of her life. Looking out onto this vista, I wonder if she believes in her heart everything she's saying, and how long she'll believe it. How long she'll be able to sustain her strained soul on the love she says AIDS left her with, after it stripped everything else away. The one thing she had never handed down to her on that proverbial silver spoon. Right. Like, this, like, revolutionary hope was not given to her by privilege. It was given to her by, like, the adversity. She tells me that AIDS is a phenomenal episode in history. It's the greatest war we've ever fought, and the most cunning of all, because all we've got are weapons. We're about artillery as opposed to love. And it's love that will heal this ailment. Eileen says, now she's dedicating her life to eliminating the public's fear of AIDS and people who have it, so that people can learn to share this virus with us. She's working on a book and public service announcement for NBC. She'd like to do HIV-related comedy show, something MTV-ish, according to Grissom. My whole purpose, she concludes, is to welcome people inside the burning house. And how, I wonder, you could do that? By loving them. And knowing I can put out the fire. I don't know. Maybe this is part of the PsyOp, right? Maybe we're supposed to be, like, seeing her through this humanized lens, and therefore we don't look into, like, her shady family's past, and all that. But, like, it seems really genuine to me. And yeah, she is not a billionaire. She is not our enemy. Like, I think leftists get real confused about, like, oh, she has money, like, she must be the enemy, TM. But, like, look at what she's done with her life. It's all philanthropy. It's all, like, activism and awareness about HIV/AIDS. Why would she suddenly go into astroturfing a climate movement? It just doesn't make sense. Okay. This is one of the only like public photo shoots I could find of AILEEN Getty, and it was for her sister's like jewelry collection. It's so wholesome. I can't find anything I don't like about this woman, man. It's just an indie jewelry designer that she modeled for. And in the photo, she's rocking her HIV tattoo. This is a tattoo that's associated with, like, HIV/AIDS awareness. People wear this tattoo, like, for people who were, like, afraid or, like, pressured into not disclosing their status because of all of the stigma. Like, yeah, no, I didn't know about that either. I was like wondering what this meant, so I like looked into it. And yeah, like that's the whole thing. So I don't know. Maybe I'm like doing a disservice by like complicating this narrative and like lending empathy to someone who comes from wealth, but like, you know, like if you look far enough back in my family, like we owned like half of the state. Am I wealthy? Like, no. Like, not the fuck at all. Not even a little bit. I assumed it was the band Biohazard. I mean, maybe, but I think it's probably the AIDS thing. I don't know. Like, do I have a certain amount of privilege from my family's previous wealth? Yes. Definitely. Of course, I do. But, like, it doesn't mean that I can astroturf a climate movement. You know? Like, even if she wanted to, she does not have the institutional power. And, like, yeah, like, who has more power to do PsyOps? Is it AILEEN Getty as an individual? Or is it all of the oil companies who still have billions of dollars? You know? Alright. So this one's a little bit less favorable. From Le Monde. AILEEN Getty, billionaire proud to finance environmental activists' dramatic actions. The granddaughter of oil tycoon J. Paul Getty is publicly showing her support for the attention-grabbing protests carried out by the Just Stop Oil activists in museums. I don't know. I feel like France has, like, a little bit of a fascism problem, ATM, so I don't know about Le Monde specifically, but I think it's like their New York Times, if I recall correctly. The climate emergency is AILEEN Getty's new battleground. In an op-ed published by The Guardian, the 60-year-old granddaughter of American oil tycoon J. Paul Getty applauded activists like those of the Just Stop Oil Collective, whose dramatic actions targeting famous works like Van Gogh's Sunflowers and the wax statue of Charles III in London, or Vermeer's The Girl with a Pearl Earring in The Hague, Netherlands, are on the rise. This type of action was meant to disrupt the status quo, said the woman who said she was proud of the Climate Emergency Fund. I don't see a problem here. You know, like, I don't have a problem with civil disobedience. I think it's actually a very effective form of protest. So, I don't necessarily think in terms of, is she the enemy or a saint? People aren't that simple. Absolutely. Like, my aim today is not to be like, yes, it's a PsyOp, or no, it's not a PsyOp. I'm trying to simply, like, complicate the narrative, ask you to, like, look a little deeper into these things before saying, yeah, it's definitely a PsyOp. Looks like a PsyOp to me, therefore it is. Because nobody has presented me with evidence that it is, in fact, a PsyOp. If you have that, please link it. This organization, which she founded in 2019, has distributed over $4 million to a variety of movements, including Extinction Rebellion and Just Stop Oil. Aware that her ties to the oil industry may be questionable, she said in 2019, "I'm trying to figure it out all myself. I want to do what's right and fair." Like, she knows she has a complex relationship to the oil industry, and that's exactly why she wants to do the philanthropy. I think that's understandable, you know? Like, if I had the means, I would be doing the same shit to undo my family's legacy. Like, I don't think that's impossible, man. The wealthy heiress. Her grandfather, the founder of Getty Oil Company, was described as the richest man in the world in the 1960s. Married 5 times and the father of 5 children, the industrialist was the founder of the Getty Museum in Los Angeles, to which he bequeathed much of his estate upon his death in 1976. His children also inherited a large amount of money. 8 years after the death of the patriarch, they turned a page in the family history by selling Getty Oil. According to Forbes magazine, their wealth stood at $5.4 billion in 2015. At the time, this made them the 56th wealthiest American family. Now, that sounds like a lot of money, and it sounds like a lot to be like the 56th wealthiest family. But again, AILEEN Getty did not single-handedly get this $5 billion. That money has probably decreased since then, since they don't own oil anymore. And if you think about the 55 wealthiest families, they own a shit ton more. Like, by a lot. Oh, it's like such a non-issue to me. Like, what about the other 50th wealthiest? Like, we're just not looking into those guys at all? Alright. The unknown sister. AILEEN Getty has long lived in the shadow of the men in her family. While her youngest brother, Mark, is known for having co-founded the Getty Images photography agency, her elder brother, John Paul Getty III, is the one who made headlines in 1973 when he was kidnapped at the age of 16 by the Calabrian Mafia. Their grandfather, who is known to be tight-fisted, refused to pay the €17 million ransom. Sorry, 17 million euro ransom. The ransom was finally paid after the kidnappers scaled back their ambitions, and an Italian newspaper received one of the teenagers' ears. In 2017, Ridley Scott drew the material for a film, All the Money in the World, from this news story. The committed survivor. In Growing Up Getty, which focuses on this dynasty, James Reginato describes Eileen's childhood in Italy, the posh boarding school she attended in Britain, and the rebellious adolescence that led to alcohol and drugs. In 1981, she married Christopher Wilding, son of Elizabeth Taylor, with whom she had 2 children, and from whom she eventually divorced. At that time, she was diagnosed with HIV. If it hadn't been for HIV, I would still be the victim, she explained in 1996. Victims of my parents, of my heritage, of my life. Remaining close to her former mother-in-law, she became involved with AIDS patients and the homeless, while struggling to overcome her addictions, before launching herself into the fight to save the planet. You know, like, maybe I'm optimistic. Maybe I, like, want to believe the good in people too much. But it does not seem to me to be a PsyOp. And yeah, like, the fact that you can't, like, pin her as a demon, without mentioning, like, her family, like, I don't know, like, what has she actually done? Because from what I can see, it's funding a homeless shelter, and, like, advocacy, like, I don't know, man. Coming from wealth isn't something you could choose, either. I'm not into discrediting someone for how they came into the world. Right. Yeah, like, she didn't choose this. And in fact, it seems like she would have chose otherwise, if she could. Alright. This is from the Art newspaper. Getty oil fortune heiress helped fund climate activists who have targeted artworks and museums. An American oil heiress founded the group that funded the recent series of climate activism demonstrations across the UK. Details of which emerged after a protest at the National Gallery in London on 14 October, where 2 activists from the Just Stop Oil campaign threw tomato soup on Vincent van Gogh's Sunflowers from 1888. Eileen Getty, the granddaughter of J. Paul Getty, the oil tycoon and founder of the Getty Museum in Los Angeles, co-founded the nonprofit Climate Emergency Fund in 2019 and has reportedly donated $1 million of personal wealth to be used to support environmental activist groups, including Just Stop Oil and Extinction Rebellion. Yeah. It's $1 million! It's just $1 million! How much, like, astroturfed activism do you think you're funding with $1 million? Like, let's be honest. Like, what actions do you think you're funding, and for how long? Their group's connection to an oil heiress has inadvertently heightened criticism around the nature of the protests, which have, on occasion, involved vandalism of artworks, and sometimes targeted institutions with no ties to funders involved in the fossil fuel industry. For example, the National Portrait Gallery announced in February that it would cease receiving funding from British Petroleum, BP, after their contract expires in December this year. Wait. Wait, so the National Portrait Gallery announced that they would stop receiving BP funding after the protest? You mean after the protest, they decided to stop taking BP funding? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah. New bonky mode. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to honor the Cal Poly students who actually inspired all of the bonky emotes by just having them in it. So, Shout out Cal Poly, you know? Fucking ACAP. Anyway, like, this article is just saying that the protests were effective. I don't know what you're trying to say. Just Stop Oil has staged various high-profile demonstrations in public spaces and particularly museums. Before the tomato soup stunt, activists had glued themselves to the frames of prized paintings such as Constable's The Hay Wain at the National Gallery, Horatio McCulloch's My Heart in the Highlands, 1860, at Calgrove Art and Museum, J.M.W. Turner's Thompson's AILEEN Harp at Manchester Art Gallery, and others. Not the art. Anything but the art! Like, look, I'm an art historian, and I'm not mad about the art, because I know that conservators have tools to remove things like tomato soup. Often, these works are encased in glass, so it's literally just wiping off glass. The paintings are varnished. Even if there wasn't glass, they're going to be fine. Ellen Getty has not personally worked in the oil industry and has poured much of her fortune into philanthropic ventures related to the climate crisis. Getty Oil sold its reserves to Texaco in 1984. The Eileen Getty Foundation supports organizations and individuals around the world committed to responding to the climate emergency and treating our planet and its inhabitants with kindness and respect, according to the Foundation's website. In a statement to the art newspaper, the CEF emphasizes that its goal is to support movements that demand governments and its institutions step up to protect humanity and all life on our planet. That part, that's really important. The CEF is targeting governments and institutions. Now, that might seem like unlikely because, like, there has been a large public outcry against these events. Like, there was the protest where, like, a random civilian, punched a protester. You know, people attack these protesters all the time because they disrupt daily life, but that's the entire point of a protest, is to call attention to an issue. And, like, the disruption of public life is, like, part and parcel of, like, civil disobedience. It's not to be, like, nice and out of the way and convenient. Like, I don't know what you want out of a climate movement other than demanding governments and institutions step up. Like, what would you recommend in place of that? What about that is a PsyOp? What PsyOp is asking governments to step up? You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. CEF adds, the first step, which must be taken immediately by all governments, is to stop the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure. CEF supports non-violent, legal, disruptive activism, which we believe is the fastest way to spur transformative change. Through recruitment, training, and capacity building, we make strategic investments in emerging organizations like Just Stop Oil that are working to keep our climate at the forefront of the conversation and put pressure on governments to treat the climate emergency with urgency. The argument that you should only protest in a way that doesn't cause a fuss makes no fucking sense. Thank you! Thank you! It's like, that's not a protest. It's not a protest if you're not, like, gaining awareness. If people aren't talking about the protest, it wasn't a good protest. You know what I mean? The fact that everyone is talking about the Stonehenge protest is good, actually. Like, I don't think that means it's a PsyOp. I think that means it was an effective protest. Oh. CEF has announced that October 22 is a month of sustained disruptive protest in 11 countries. The organization accepts donations and has received significant funding from various donors, including a $4 million pledge from the American filmmaker Adam McKay, best known for the climate disaster metaphor film Don't Look Up, who joined the board of directors for the fund in September. Yeah, everyone clowns on Don't Look Up, but I actually really liked it. I think Don't Look Up makes people uncomfortable because it's so accurate. It's on the nose on purpose. It's supposed to make you cringe because that's happening now. You're living in Don't Look Up. You're living in it. That's why you don't like it. Ugh. The CEF published a statement on social media last week in response to various conspiracy theories that emerged after it was widely reported that its founder is an oil heiress. Seeing a lot of hate for our co-founders, AILEEN Getty. First of all, AILEEN was never in the fossil fuel industry. That's her family. But she is wealthy. So ask yourself, if you were in her shoes, how would you use your money for good? AILEEN's answer has been to become a philanthropic leader who co-founded CEF and has donated $1 million to brave climate activists. We don't tell them what to do. We support them. Yeah, like, just because AILEEN Getty funded this does not mean she has any say in what Just Stop Oil does. Especially because it's done through a separate fund. Like, the Climate Emergency Fund has its own, financial board that directs where the funds go. She's not part of it. She's just the philanthropist. So, this is, on the AILEEN Getty Foundation website, just talking about, her and her co-founder. AILEEN has been an active philanthropist throughout her adult life with a focus on improving the quality of life of individuals and communities in the US and around the world. She has supported a number of causes, including homelessness, HIV/AIDS research and treatment, the greening of urban spaces, the arts, community building in Africa, meditation in schools, and peace building in the Middle East. Over the past decade, she has dedicated the bulk of her time and philanthropic resources to addressing the climate emergency. In 2005, AILEEN also founded Get Love, a nonprofit organization created to acknowledge, house, and sustain houses for numerous homeless individuals who are part of the Los Angeles community. In 2021, Get Love joined forces with the Center in Hollywood. AILEEN serves on several nonprofit boards. She is founding donor and board member of the Climate Emergency Fund, a trustee for AMFAR, and a foundation the Foundation for AIDS Research, an ambassador to the Elizabeth Taylor AIDS Foundation, and a board member of the Center in Hollywood. She's just doing good shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I don't think a PsyOp is just, coming out of someone who's just, doing advocacy for homeless people and people with AIDS and, what? What do we think this is? Okay, so this is Sarah Ezzy, the vice president. Sarah has a deep background in philanthropy, previously serving as the director at Global Philanthropy Group, a strategic philanthropy consulting firm. In that capacity, she advised dozens of high net worth individuals and corporations on their philanthropic strategies across a variety of issues, including climate change, global poverty alleviation, global health, girls' education, conflict resolution, education, and sustainable agriculture. She previously worked as a strategy consultant at Booz Allen Hamilton and consultant to companies, governments, and international institutions around the world, including Africa, Asia, and the Balkans, and the Middle East. She serves on the board of the Climate Emergency Fund and the Carais Foundation. She also co-funded Sadiq, a non-profit organization created to support Iraqi refugees in the Middle East. Sarah holds a master's degree from Harvard Kennedy School of Government and a bachelor from Dartmouth. Kindness, collective action, and sustainability. PsyOp, oh, you care about kindness? It's totally a PsyOp? Wait, what are we talking about? We are talking about Just Stop Oil and the Climate Emergency Fund by proxy, because that's their main funder. We're looking into people who created the Climate Emergency Fund, which is like primarily AILEEN Getty, who is, you know, allegedly an oil heiress, but has not inherited the wealth of the oil barons in her family. So I'm just like looking to disambiguate. I don't know. I think on the left we should be very, very wary of conspiracy theories. And this is a conspiracy theory. There is no basis. I've been looking for like 24 hours straight at this. It's not a fucking conspiracy. Alright, this is from the New York Times. These groups want to disrupt disruptive climate protests. Oil heirs are funding them. Beneficiaries of two American oil fortunes are supporting groups trying to block fossil fuel projects. One donor said he felt a moral obligation. They've taken hammers to gas pumps and glued themselves to museum masterpieces and busy roadways. They've chained themselves to banks, rushed down to a Grand Prix racetrack, and tethered themselves to goalposts at tens of thousands of British soccer field. Tethered themselves to goalposts as tens of thousands of British soccer fans jeered. The activists who undertook these worldwide acts of disruption during the last year said they were desperate to convey the urgency of the climate crisis, and that the most effective way to do so was in public, blockading oil terminals and upsetting normal activities. They also share a surprising financial lifeline, heirs to two American families that became fabulously rich from oil. Two relatively new non-profit organizations, which the Oil Zions helped found, are funding dozens of protest groups dedicated to interrupting business as usual through civil disobedience, mostly in the US, Canada, and Europe. While volunteers established environmental groups like Greenpeace International have long used disruptive tactics to call attention to ecological threats, the new organizations are funding grassroots activists. The California-based Climate Emergency Fund was founded in 2019 on the ethos that civil disobedience is integral to achieving the rapid, widespread social and political changes needed to tackle the climate crisis. Ugh. Tongue-tied. Hi, Loki! Yeah, exactly. Kids don't necessarily support their parents, and we were reading earlier how AILEEN GETTY is surviving with HIV/AIDS, and when she did an interview with Dateline NBC, she was saying like, oh, like, yeah, I got AIDS through blood transfusions, and then she was outed by her father, who shared like a private letter with the journalist, who then published it, at which point she got divorced from her husband because he didn't know that she had an affair in which she contracted HIV. It's a complex story. Margaret Klein-Salomon, the fund's executive director, pointed to social movements of the past, suffragists, civil rights, and gay activists, that achieved success after protesters took non-violent demonstrations to the streets. Action moves public opinion and what the media covers, and moves the realm of what's potentially possible. What's politically possible, Ms. Salomon said. The normal systems have failed. It's time for every person to realize that we need to take this on. Yeah. When normal, like, peaceful protest fails, civil disobedience is the next step. It is the next logical step, which is what's happening. So far, the fund has given away just over $7 million with the goal of pushing society into emergency mode, she said. Even though the United States is on the cusp of enacting historic climate legislation, well, the bill allows more oil and gas expansion. Wow. You don't say. Which scientists say needs to stop immediately to avert planetary catastrophe. Wow, it's almost like the government isn't doing enough and we need to demand them to do more. Sharing these goals with the Climate Emergency Fund is the Equation campaign. Founded in 2020, it provides financial support and legal defense to people living near pipelines and refineries who are trying to stop fossil fuel expansion through methods including civil disobedience. Strikingly, both organizations are backed by oil fortune families whose descendants feel a responsibility to reverse the harms done by fossil fuels. They feel a responsibility to reverse the harms done by fossil fuels. Is that a PsyOp? Is that a PsyOp when you want to undo damage? Fuck's sake. AILEEN GETTY, whose grandfather created Getty Oil, helped found the Climate Emergency Fund and has given it $1 million so far. The Equation campaign started in 2020 with a $30 million pledge to be distributed over 10 years from two members of the Rockefeller family, Rebecca Rockefeller Lambert and Peter Gill Case John D. Rockefeller. What? I think those are different. Peter Gill Case. John D. Rockefeller founded Standard Oil in 1870 and became the country's first billionaire. Now the Rockefeller thing might be something else. I don't know. I don't know about that. I haven't researched that yet. Wait, straight people can get AIDS? I didn't know. They can. They can indeed. Yeah, she was addicted to cocaine, which I think is how that happened. I don't know. It's time to put the genie back in the bottle, Mr. Case wrote in an email. I feel a moral obligation to do my part. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Belief in the transformative power of extreme civil disobedience is not universal, and some actions by the groups, particularly
it might never come. It might come and you weren't ready for it. You got to be ready for the come. And
Hi, Amy. Thank you for joining me. I hope you had a great stream. I'm Lainey, she, they pronouns, and we're doing a deep dive into Just Stop Oil. I am so far on the side that it is not a PsyOp. That's where I'm at currently. But, you know, stay tuned. We might come to other conclusions. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the follows. Yeah, so TLDR, AILEEN Getty is one of the co-founders of the Climate Emergency Fund, which is the main funder of Just Stop Oil. And that's why people think it's a PsyOp, because it has somebody who allegedly has money, even though she did not, in fact, inherit all of the money from Getty Oil. There are men in the family. Shocker. And also, it seems like she's been kind of excommunicated from the family because she lives with HIV. And when she came out and did an interview with Dateline NBC, her father outed her and like released private communiques, which led to her divorce. And outed her marital affair, which gave her HIV. So, yeah, like, AILEEN Getty is just a philanthropist and an artist, and, you know, like, she's a millionaire, don't get me wrong, but, yeah, like, yeah, no, she's been straight up excommunicated. Like, she's not, like, one of the Gettys, like, officially, like, she's just kind of doing her own philanthropy thing, and people think that's a PsyOp. And, yeah, like, when she founded the Climate Emergency Fund, she only gave $1 million. One single $1 million. Her net worth is $10 million. I just don't think that's, like, the makings of a PsyOp. IMO. Anyway, we're in this New York Times article, just trying to get more history on the things. She's not like a huge millionaire. Yeah. Right? Like, yeah, it's too small beans for it to be an actual PsyOp. Like, if you want a PsyOp that makes climate activists look insane, you're gonna have to spend more than $1 million. Like, she's poor in the rich world. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, 10 million is a lot to me, but, like, it's not a lot to the oil barons of today that still exist. And by the way, Getty Oil does not exist anymore. They sold their reserves in 1985. So, I don't know. Chump change compared to the billions of dollars of an oil baron. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anyway, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the follows. I guess I'll roll it back a little bit. So, this is talking about the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers also started something called the Equation Campaign in 2020 with a $30 million pledge. I'll have to look into that more. I don't know much about that campaign, but what Mr. Case said, the descendant of the Rockefellers, he said, "It's time to put the genie back in the bottle. I feel a moral obligation to do my part, wouldn't you?" I think that's reasonable. Belief in the transformative power of extreme civil disobedience is not universal, but some actions by the groups, particularly those backed by the Climate Emergency Fund, have irritated the public. Which is the point. Protest is meant to be disruptive. Protesters have been screamed at, threatened, labeled eco-zealots, and dragged off by angry commuters. Research from the University of Toronto and Stanford University also found that while more disruptive protests attracted publicity, they could undermine a movement's credibility and alienate potential support. I hate this, because, like, extreme civil disobedience is gonna have some people who disagree. You know, like 62% of people disagreed with MLK's protests. And I think we can widely agree that those were good, actually. You know? But Ms. Solomon and activists backed by the Climate Emergency Fund said pushback was inevitable. They pointed to the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. Oh, it's right here. Who, according to a Gallup poll, had 63% disapproval rating in the years leading up to his death. 63% disapproval. Feather ruffling is kind of the point. Exactly. We're not trying to be popular, said Zane Ha, a co-founder of the Canadian group Save Old Growth, which blocks roads to thwart the logging of ancient forests in British Columbia, and received $170,000 from the Climate Emergency Fund. Civil disobedience, historically, is about changing a way of life. There is some evidence that newer climate protest groups have gotten traction. Research that the Extinction Rebellion and Sunrise Movement has played an outsized role in increasing awareness and driving climate policy. In terms of cost effectiveness, the protest groups often bested traditional big green, nonprofit, or environmental groups in helping drive down greenhouse gases, according to the findings. Yeah. Like, disruptive protest is more important. Forgot about the Nazis, they don't agree. Yeah, Nazis hate disruptive protest. That's true. We can make more paintings if we decide to save the planet. Right, yeah, like if we still have a planet for which people can live on, then guess what? We get more art and more museums. Just Stop Oil hasn't even done anything that crazy. They just spray paint on stuff. Literally nothing compared to the climate destruction that happens daily. Exactly! Exactly! And, like, it's almost like Fed jacketing the movement in a way, you know? It's like, oh, you want to do extreme civil disobedience? You must be feds. Based on vibes. For the Equation campaign, stopping further oil and gas expansion has a quantifiable impact. The cancellation of an extension of the Keystone XL oil pipeline, following years of resistance from tribes, farmers, and local ranchers, prevented the release of as much as 180 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions each year, by one estimate. That's incredible. I haven't read that estimate before. Like, that's a shit ton. That's incredible. Feds love to Fed jacket. True. The Equation campaign is funding campaigns across a host of other fossil fuel projects and helps activists who are often targeted with what the group's executive director, Katie Redford, described as exaggerated charges and false arrests. Yeah, we've seen, like, so many climate protesters get arrested on false charges, held without false charges, convicted on false charges. For the climate, and literally for humanity to win, we need to win. We need them to win. And to stop the industry from building more stuff that puts greenhouse gases into the environment, Ms. Redford said. It's so simple. Fuck. Climate activists receive far less funding than major environmental groups, particularly from philanthropic interests, which give just a fraction of their spending for climate issues worldwide. According to the Climate Works Foundation, less than 2% of global philanthropy funds in 2020 went to mitigating climate change, though its share is growing, a sliver of which was dedicated to grassroots activity and movement building. Yeah. Like, not all of the Climate Emergency Fund is going to, fund on-the-ground efforts. That's not, like, the only thing they fund. Both Ms. Rutherford and Ms. Selman said their groups had financed only legal activities, such as training, education, travel, and printing and recruitment costs. Grant recipients must confirm that the money has not been spent on activities prohibited by law. I think that's like mainly like a bureaucratic thing. You can't like directly overtly fund illegal shit, right? Or else, you know, you get investigated by the IRS and all that. They also contested any suggestion that paying activists made their actions less authentic, noting that recipients had already been working around the clock as volunteers, often draining their bank accounts in the process. This is their passion, Ms. Solomon said. It's not fair to ask Indigenous people, Black, brown, and poor people who live on the front lines to do this work for free, simply because they've been doing it in their spare time. This part is the most important to me. As soon as activists get a little bit of funding, they're fed jacketed. Like $1 million, $1 million, and suddenly you're feds. Oh, you're ups. Oh, it's a PsyOp. When the people doing the actual activism are Black and brown people, Indigenous people on the front lines trying to keep the expansion from happening in their own neighborhood. It's like, it's such a white thing to be like, oh, it's a PsyOp, oh, you don't actually care, when the people who are actually protesting have a stake in the matter. Fuck. Experts on the receiving end described the money as a godsend. Some had dropped out of classes to devote themselves to a full-time climate activism, driven by a sense of urgency and moral duty. Others juggled several jobs to pay the bills. Miranda Wellahan of the British group Just Stop Oil said members had been overworked and stressed until the Climate Emergency Fund gave them close to $1 million and helped cover salaries for 40 organizers and activists. 40 organizers! Again, if you're doing a PsyOp, do you think you're funding 40 organizers and activists? Do you think that's how you're gonna go about it? Wait, Black and brown people get a W once in a while? What? Yeah. You know, like, if you're trying to do an honest PsyOp, it's gonna come from the government. First of all, it would be from the military, not some random, like, philanthropist artist. And also, you're gonna be funding much more than 40 people. Obviously, you can only do so much as volunteers, Mrs. Wellahan said. Huge oil companies have millions, if not billions. Over and over, the activists said that they didn't want to engage in civil disobedience, but that more traditional efforts had yet to stave off widespread climate disaster. People have been protesting for a very long time. Like, forever, you know? We've tried everything else, said Louis McKechnie, a Just Stop Oil member who has been arrested about 20 times. I love this image. Winona LaDuke attended a prayer circle during protests against the Line 3 pipeline project in Minnesota last year. We put our bodies on the line because we had no other legal recourse. We had nothing. Winona LaDuke, the executive director of the Native environmental nonprofit group Honor the Earth, said her organization had spent 7 years fighting the Line 3 pipeline in Minnesota, attending every regulatory meeting and hearing, and for naught. She said she had been arrested and charged with trespassing, despite being on public property, and was endlessly grateful that the Equation Campaign, which has given her group more than $400,000, had held for a minute's support. We put our bodies on the line because we had no other legal recourse. We had nothing. We knew we were going to get arrested. For some activists, civil disobedience has proved to be unexpectedly gratifying. Peter Kalmus, a climate scientist who works for NASA, said he had spent 16 years trying to compel corporate executives, government leaders, and the public to act on the climate emergency. Ultimately, he concluded that he and the environmental movement were losing badly. In April, Dr. Kalmus was one of roughly 1,000 scientists in 25 countries who blocked traffic and chained themselves to, among other targets, the gates of the White House and the doors of bank branches as part of the scientists' rebellion. The participants weren't paid, but the group received $100,000 from the Climate Emergency Fund for organizer and consultant wages, space rental, and travel costs. Yeah, like, we're not, like, paying people to show up to the protest. Like, that's not how this works. Like, they might help people travel there, at most. But it takes time and energy to organize and, like, consult about these things. Yeah, and, like, renting space to meet and stuff like that. Thank you. That would be a good band name. Still waiting for my George Soros check. Same. Same. Afterward, Dr. Kalmus, who noted he was not speaking for NASA, said feedback had poured in from around the world saying that he had made a difference and left people inspired. I get messages every day from people who say that it had given them hope. It seems to communicate that urgency far more than anything else. Also, side note, Spooner. He's kind of a cutie. For others, protesting has come at a personal cost. Mr. McKechnie said that he had been kicked out of Bournemouth University because of his climate activism. In March, he embarked on perhaps his most public action yet, using a zip tie threaded with metal to tether himself to a goalpost during a Premier League football match. He said he had felt hate and the hate and menace of everyone in the crowd, and had been kicked and lunged at as he was being escorted out. Mr. McKechnie was arrested, and he said that he had received so many death threats that he deleted his social media accounts. But he was unmoved in his resolve. Even if 1% of the crowd looked up who and what we were doing, who we are and what we're doing, it would have been a massive win, he said. Yeah, like, it's supposed to be disruptive, and, like, even if a small fraction of the people actually look into the org and why you're protesting, it's still a W. Not long afterward, Mr. McKechnie was at a Just Stop Oil meeting, where everyone in attendance was asked what had brought them there. One fellow raised his hand, Mr. McKechnie said, and he said, "Well, I was at a football game, and a wanker locked himself to the pitch." I hate having to do any of this, Mr. McKechnie continued, but the only way to get them to listen, and to protect the future of my own generation, is to make an annoyance so loud that even with their heads buried in the sound, it will drown it out. Yeah, you know? You have to be loud enough to reach their ears when it's shoved all the way up their asshole. Incredible. Sports fans are generally terrible people, but they're passionate, and we should try to reach them. True. Damn wankers. Mr. Case said that it was too early to tell whether the equation campaign had achieved its aims, but that he and Mrs. Lambert were committed to spending at a high rate until 2030. The next few years are crucial. Climate scientists say nations must cut greenhouse gas emissions by about 50% by the end of this decade to avoid the most severe effects of a warming planet. In an email, Ms. Getty said her belief in the effectiveness of activism was unshaken, especially with time running out. Civil disobedience was meant to serve as an alarm, she said, and discomfort caused by disruptive protest paled in comparison to what might well lie in store. Yeah. Oh, you think you're uncomfortable now? Oh. Oh, you don't like seeing a little bit of orange? Cornstarch? Wait, you're gonna be a lot more fucking uncomfortable when, it's just 100 degrees all the time. Let's not forget that we're talking about extinction, Miss Getty wrote in an email. Don't we have a responsibility to take every means of trying to protect life on Earth? Don't we? I just want to watch my football game without thinking about this. Please jail the activists. Yeah. I just want to watch my footy. Oh, my footy. God. Alright. So that's the background on Eileen Getty. Now we get into the military documents. I just want people to understand the scale and nature of United States PsyOps, and that if this was a PsyOp, you would be able to fucking tell, okay? Like, it would not just be a handful of activists, like, gluing their hands to the road. Like, that would not be all that's happening. Okay, so this was a study by the military, an overview of psychological operations, from 1989, okay? This is like the height of the Cold War PsyOps. We're talking about Soviet PsyOps, US PsyOps, okay? Okay. I just want to jump to the US part because that's what we're interested in today, okay? Just gonna zoom in here a little bit. In the age of communications, all nations must find ways to explain themselves to the races of the world and to their domestic populations. The more international obligations the nation has, the more vital is the process of sending messages that create desirable psychological responses in their recipients. As described in the previous section, the United States faces a sustained multi-level Soviet PsyOp campaign. The campaign aims to discredit the United States and its allies in the view of the world and of their own populations. Oh, this is a lot funnier than I thought it would be. Oh, man. Since mass communications became a PsyOp tool, the United States has been involved in several wars requiring domestic and international justification of its position versus adversaries such as the Germans, the Japanese, the Korean, and the Chinese, and the Viet Cong. Oh, it's like aggressively American. Okay. In each conflict, large-scale tactical PsyOp machinery also went into motion. Generally, such efforts have been a response to an initiative of the opponent. Neither strategic nor tactical PsyOps apparatus has been at adequate strength before the threat appeared. Wait, they're just admitting, like, our PsyOps were not up to snuff when we needed to use them. They were not ready. I think that's what that's saying. Goddamn America, dude. And since World War II, moral and bureaucratic questions have interfered with the coordination of PsyOp programs. As the definition of the word war becomes less clear, domestic perceptions of military and political goals become more vulnerable to psychological targeting by adversaries. This was seen most drastically in Vietnam, but also applies to currently low-intensity conflict situations. Does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? Does anybody know? Does anybody know what I'm referring to? The media is Hamas. The UN is Hamas. It's all a PsyOp. It's all a PsyOp when it discredits the US. Ugh. In World War II, a very effective PsyOp weapon of the United States was the charismatic leadership of Franklin Roosevelt, whose inspirational radio broadcasts were admired by Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's propaganda chief. I didn't make it up. It's real. It's a real military document. That's really something. Hitler's propaganda chief, Joseph Goebbels, however the fuck you say his name, admired Franklin Roosevelt's radio broadcasts. Okay? I need you to remember that. The United States created two major agencies for PsyOp activities in the war. The Office of War Information, OWI, and the Office for Strategic Services, OSS. The OWI consolidated a number of information agencies that existed before the war. Wartime urgency did not prevent friction between the two agencies, congressional interference, and diffusion of PsyOp, and propaganda decision-making among theater commanders of the Army and Navy, factors that hindered PsyOp missions in many cases. So, yeah, like, circa 89, they were really, like, streamlining the PsyOp, the psychological operations, you know? But the propaganda of the OWI was marked by careful evaluation of target psychology, appropriate messages, and effective delivery. For example, the OWI aimed surrender appeals at the psychological vulnerabilities of fanatical Japanese soldiers, inducing large numbers to surrender, in spite of a military code that seemingly precluded such behavior. That's interesting. I didn't know that there were, like, PsyOps in, like, all the way back then. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Although the United States PsyOp effort in World War II was somewhat cumbersome and disorganized, there were enough instances of such astute targeting to overcome the head start that the Axis powers had gained in propaganda. PsyOp's going way back, for real. And, like, it just, like, shows that we did not need to nuke Japan. Like, we already had, like, entrenched PsyOps. That's really something. After the war, the word propaganda was associated with the United States. Oh, sorry. I misread that. After the word propaganda was associated in the United States with fascism and communism, the systems that had reinvented the device for their ideological advancement. Right. Surely it wasn't anything the United States did that made that association happen. Kind of feel. We're doing a deep dive on PsyOps. The American public did not consider propaganda an activity to be pursued in peacetime by the leader of the free world. That didn't stop you though, did it? Oh yeah, everyone follow Nabil. Definitely do that. Shoutouts still broken. Oh, no, that was a DM. There it is. Okay. There followed a period of an indecision about the role of PsyOp in peacetime, and most wartime PsyOp unions were disbanded shortly after the war ended. I don't believe you! I do not believe you! By the way, this is like a literal, like a military document. Like a military study of PsyOps. When the Korean War began, only one operational psychological warfare troop unit existed. As in the previous war, a strong PsyOp effort was eventually mounted in Korea, offering mainly radio, loudspeaker, and leaflet support of conventional ground troops. But complaints of weak support often came from the PsyOps unit at the front. The Korean War was the stimulus for the formation of in 1951 of the Office of the Chief of Psychological Warfare, the first centralized agency for PsyOps, and the Psychological Warfare Center at Fort Bragg in 1952. The former no longer exists, but the latter is now the center of PsyOp training and research for all of the armed forces. In 1953, the United States Information Agency, USIA, was created for international dissemination of information. In general, withdrawal from PsyOp activity after World War II was slowed by the realization that the Soviet Union was now a formidable enemy in the Cold War. This realization was based on two ideas: that the world does not automatically understand or approve of the United States, and that the you just don't understand us. Oh, sorry. It's funny. And that the Soviet Union is ready and able to exploit doubts about the morality and motives of the United States in numerous overt and covert ways. An initial reaction to the situation was creation of the Central Intelligence Agency in 1946. And we know about the CIA, don't we, chap? We all know that the CIA is very above board and never did anything wrong or bad, ever. Oh my god. Concerned about the morality and motives of the US too, same. Literally same. Oh. Oh yeah. The CIA had authority over covert psychological and political activities. The size and scope of this organization grew very fast during the Korean War. You don't say. Beginning about 1960, communist expansion doctrine had sought to exploit the wars of liberation and insurgencies in areas previously under European colonial control. Huh. Soviet propaganda has portrayed the Soviet Union as defender of oppressed peoples, and the United States as an exploiting imperialist. Yeah, they just portrayed the US that way, right? Like, oh, they just made it seem like you're an imperialist. Oh no. How could the Soviet Union do this? Oh my god. CIA guy sucks. Yeah. To meet this potent psychological gambit of guerrilla warfare, US PsyOp applications in influencing the Third World and conducting unconventional warfare have become increasingly important in recent years. Unconventional, you say. How successful has the United States been in meeting post-war PsyOp challenges? The record has been mixed. A number of systemic differences prevented the United States PsyOp from ever being the all-pervasive centralized extension of foreign policy that it is for the Soviet Union. We couldn't do PsyOps as good as the Soviet Union. Why? Why can't we? The Soviet Union being suggested were not based? Yeah, I mean, this is a U.S. military document, so I think they are suggesting that. Yeah. In the United States, all information cannot be officially controlled. Secrecy is difficult even in the most critical cases. And decision-making always involves a number of conflicting views. The Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs is mobilized for propaganda activities that the United States State Department could never undertake. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What did the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs do that the United States State Department could never do? Only a tanky, yeah. Yeah, no, same. Likewise, no American institution has the control exercised by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. I don't believe you. Yet again, I simply don't. The Vietnam War was the most recent large-scale PsyOp campaign in the US. As in Korea, the main tactical devices were loudspeakers, leaflets, and radio. The Chin Hoi Open Arms Amnesty program stressed the strength of the South Vietnamese army and the hopelessness of the Viet Cong position. In many respects, this massive effort fell short on both strategic and tactical levels. The first, when domestic and international doubts about legitimacy were not met by the United States official information. The second, when PsyOp and military operations failed to complement each other, and the enemy was able to exploit the psychological vulnerabilities of both the United States troops and the indigenous population of Vietnam. Wait, so you tried to PsyOp Vietnam and they reverse Uno carded you and PsyOp US troops? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, that's funny as fuck. Oh, that's good. US intervention is like the sole cause of almost every modern global issue. 100%. 100%. This is so funny. God, the copium in this fucking study. Oh my god. Domestic and international doubts about legitimacy. Like, everyone doubted us and they were right because we couldn't win. And then we got PsyOp'd ourselves. Oh my god. However, a number of post-Korea United States psychological operations have been successful. In 1965, American troops invaded the Dominican Republic to quell what was believed to be the first stage of the Castro-type revolution. During the American presence, liaison between military and civilian PsyOp groups was quite successful in supporting the military and political aims. Hey, what were those aims? Hey, what were the military and political aims of invading the Dominican Republic? Just real quick. I'm curious. According to verbal reports of participants, leaflets became such a valuable source of information that they were eagerly purchased in the capital city of Santo Domingo. In the Vietnam War, the civilian operations and revolutionary development support centralized and focused counterinsurgency targeting and indigenous populations in some areas. Civilian operations and revolutionary development support. Interesting. The Joint U.S. Public Affairs Office, JUSPAO, founded to integrate public information and PsyOp functions in Vietnam, achieved a number of successes. Counter-PsyOps activity in Europe in the early 1980s ensured timely installation of intermediate-range missiles, despite an intensive Soviet psychological campaign to exploit European peace and anti-nuclear groups. What do you mean? Do you see the difference here? America's doing PsyOps in the Dominican Republic to support their military aims, whereas the Soviet PsyOp was to exploit peace and anti-nuclear groups? These things are not the same. You know what I mean? Hi, Adrian. Welcome in. We're doing a PsyOp deep dive. And in the Grenada invasion of 1983, U.S. amnesty messages and rewards substantially reduced the opposing force. After Vietnam, overall budgetary support for PsyOp declined. Army PsyOp units in Okinawa, Panama, and Germany were disbanded. I do not believe you! Still fucking lying, dude. This left the 4th Psychological Operations Group, consisting of 4 battalions in 1988, at Fort Bragg, as the only active duty unit in the United States Armed Forces with an exclusively PsyOp mission. Exclusively PsyOp. Okay. A National Guard unit remained in the Air Force, and support units remained in the Navy, but Fort Bragg became the source of PsyOp support for all types of military operations. And it still is, I think, as far as I know. If medium and high-intensity conflict should break out, support would come from a reserve PsyOp unit trained at Fort Bragg. In peacetime, the active... Peacetime. What fucking peacetime, bitch? The active duty unit builds the research base for future readiness. And it has the mission of PsyOp support for low-intensity conflicts and peacetime overt activities. Low-intensity conflicts. Alright? So you're just doing whatever, whenever, is what you mean to say. We see little liars, dude, for real. Oh yeah, everyone also go follow Adrian. They're the best. I love them, and I'm there all the time. Yes. Oh god. Oh god. I did a raid. Oh god. I always mix up my commands. Fuck. Don't raid. Please stop. Go live. Go live now. I'm kidding. I stopped it. Okay. Follow Adrian. Where was I? Because the latter type of support has growing potential for application. A number of leading PsyOp authorities have agreed that the United States capability needs to be expanded, and that PsyOp expertise should be integrated into standard U.S. military training. Interesting. This group includes Alfred Paddock, formerly commander of the 4th Psychological Operations Group and director of Psychological Operations in the Pentagon. Melvin Creasel and Michael Schwatten, former commanders of the 4th Psychological Operations Group, and Sam Sarkeesian. Gamergate? Wait a minute. I'm sure there's no relation, but I am curious. We're just gonna look him up real quick. I don't think there's any relation. Oh, it's spelled different. Okay. We're fine. It's good. It's a different Sarkeesian. Okay? Sam Sarkeesian, a professor of political science and former chairman of the Inter-University Seminar on Armed Forces and Society. Since the Reagan administration put additional emphasis on fucking Reagan, dude. It always goes back to fucking Reagan. No relation, yeah. Since the Reagan administration put additional emphasis on information as one of the elements of national power, overt psychological operations in peacetime have been increased. Shocker. Wow, you don't say. And here's the thing. Like, a Reagan-level PsyOp would not look like just stop oil. It wouldn't look like that. It wouldn't look like a bunch of individuals asking governments and institutions to step up to the climate crisis. Because what would the government or even like an individual have to gain from that? Especially an individual whose family has an oil fortune. Like what would be the end game? For what? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem like, oh, to make them look crazy, but then, like, wouldn't it be, like, on a much larger scale? And, like, honestly, yeah, like, we are kind of crazy. We're, like, facing down our own extinction. That kind of makes you act a little wild. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, I'm surprised people aren't doing a more extreme form of protest. Like, all of Just Stop Oil is, like, explicitly non-violent. Civil disobedience. It's not like... They're not, like bombing the energy grid or shutting down oil barracks or something. I don't know. It just seems like such... It's such a small-scale thing. Like, one wealthy person, and, like, yeah, she's not independently wealthy. She does have oil money, you know? Some oil money. Some $10 million of oil money. But she also has been, like, spending her whole life trying to get away from her family's legacy. Maybe we should be doing that in Minecraft, of course. Yeah, like, I wouldn't be mad, theoretically. Hypothetically, you know, I'm not advocating for that. I would never say that you should do a crime, of course. But, I don't know. If I was going to craft a PsyOp, it would not just be orange paint, okay? If I'm trying to make these people look like extremists, then you gotta do some extreme things. You know what I mean? These psychological operations have included training and advice to indigenous forces allied with the US. Indigenous forces? I don't know what they mean by that. Surveys and assessments leading to actual operations, miscellaneous support to host nation PsyOp programs, and the other PsyOp projects. Wait, so they're just like working with... They're working with the nations that they're PsyOping to do PsyOps better? Is that what they're saying? This writer is, like, not very clear. Typical of PsyOp support to host nation programs is the long-term program created for El Salvador. One trainer is assigned to the U.S. military group in the capital, San Salvador, to coordinate all U.S. PsyOp programs in the country. Over the years, the U.S. PsyOp contribution has resulted in a significant change not only in the PsyOp practices in the El Salvadoran armed forces, but also in their general approach to insurgency, including an increased respect for human rights. An increased respect for human rights. Again, I do not fucking believe you. Still fucking lying. Yes. American foreign PsyOps operations known for increasing respect for human rights. Classically. Jesus Christ. Programs similar to the El Salvadoran project exist worldwide, as established by the DoD Directive, S-3321. This directive requires every united and specified commander-in-chief to conduct overt psychological operations in peacetime as opposed to the military mission. As appropriate to the military mission. Requires every commander-in-chief to conduct overt psychological operations in peacetime? I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry, what? You have to do PsyOps. You must. Oh my god. No killings based on PsyOps, yep. Typically. Yo. Why is this the worst fucking scan of all time? Overt psychological... Oh no. I turned the page. I did not mean to. Overt psychological operations conducted by the military in peacetime and contingencies short of declared war. Purpose. In conjunction with references A through J, this directive establishes policy, provides procedures, and assigns responsibilities for the planning, development, programming, direction, execution, and control of overt psychological operations conducted by the Department of Defense in peacetime and in contingencies short of declared war. Psychological operations are special activities that may be conducted or supported by a DoD component only when specifically directed by the president. What? So all peacetime... Oh, okay. All peacetime PsyOps are explicitly directed by the president. Interesting. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to read that. That's really something. Okay. Overt psychological operations are coordinated with the State Department and require country team approval for each operation. The operations are coordinated with the United States Information Agency, USIA, to prevent dissemination of conflicting information. DoD operations attempt to fill the informational niches not filled by other agencies, dealing with subjects and areas of primary DoD concern, but of secondary importance to other information agencies. Okay, so that's like levels of command thing. At the strategic level, covert psychological operations are centralized in the CIA. The latitude of whose operations has varied with the degree of oversight exercised by Congress. That seems kind of sus. Hey, it seems like the CIA should actually, be, I don't know, working with Congress? I don't know. Okay, they admitted that. What the fuck kind of bullshit did they redact? I know. This is just published. Like, yeah. Meanwhile, overt propaganda is less centralized. And it is isolated from covert activity. In the 1980s, the United States has sought to bolster programs of cultural relations and positive image-making abroad. Public diplomacy has been used much more aggressively to correct the record about the United States' intentions and in counterattacking Soviet and Cuban propaganda. See, that's the thing. If this was a true PsyOp, they would be calling Just Stop Oil Russian, or anti-American, or communist. You know what I mean? In 1983, a special planning group was formed, including representatives from government agencies having propaganda functions. The goal of this group was to centralize the public diplomacy effort and put forth a coherent, positive international image. Lol. Lamau. Good try. The USIA has been instrumental in several specific improvements, coordinating United States explanations of Central American policy, ensuring the INF installation in Europe, and increasing the budget for cultural relations and propaganda. Improvements. All right. Yeah. Like, the USIA, wasn't that the precursor for, Border Patrol? Here we are. Abolition and restructuring. Voice of America? Wait, what? Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia, Radio Liberty were consolidated as an independent entity under the Broadcasting Board of Governors. This continues to operate independently from the State Department. Right. Right. I guess the USIA just, like, consolidated into the CIA and the FBI. I think that was the thing. An interagency committee for public diplomacy, first to use in the INF European campaign, continues low-key, behind-the-scenes coordination of policy statements and explanations. But policy agencies still lack coordination with public diplomacy efforts. Agency roles in PsyOp are not well defined, and the United States has often found itself in a reactive position in international situations requiring PsyOp applications. Oh, you mean it's reactionary? Interesting. Curious that you would just say that. How fucking insecure do you have to be to literally send ops and spies into other countries to justify your existence? Yeah. Literally. Just like, truly like a complex. It should be studied. Because of agency compartmentalization, messages often lack the crucial element of credibility because they are contradictory. And in the words of Army intelligence officer and scholar John Oseth, there is an American suspicion of the tools of psychological manipulation. Huh, I wonder why. It couldn't have been, you know, like the crack epidemic and CIA involvement, or, you know, the fact that the CIA dosed each other with acid for fun. Any of that. There's an American suspicion of the tools of psychological manipulation, which insulates American institutions from association with such activities. On the military side, this takes the form of suspicion towards peacetime support of elite special purpose groups, such as those that would be given exclusively PsyOp missions. Yeah, if you have, like, an elite special purpose PsyOp group, then I'm suspicious. Duh. Why wouldn't I be? For peacetime. No less. A number of separate United States agencies now disseminate propaganda worldwide. The United States Information Agency runs The Voice of America and various cultural and informational programs abroad. I didn't know that Voice of America was literally a PsyOp org. The more you know. The Board of International Broadcasting runs Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, which broadcasts into the Soviet bloc. And the Central Intelligence Agency continues its administration of covert PsyOp and counter-PsyOp activities abroad. DoD peacetime overt PsyOp activities have joined these groups in disseminating international information. Like the USIA, DoD disseminates international information only to foreign groups overseas. Right. Yeah, I'm sure the DoD does no domestic PsyOps. Copium. Fucking copium, dude. As a result of governmental recognition of PsyOp deficiencies, in 1985, the Secretary of Defense promulgated a master plan to revitalize PsyOp. The plan reviewed the considerable inadequacies of PsyOp at that time and recommended remedies for each item. Responsibility for DoD policy was given to the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, which in turn created a Directorate for Psychological Operations assigned to the Deputy Undersecretary for Policy. This directorate was to be responsible for PsyOp activity and monitor response to the master plan. The master plan! The active duty PsyOp group was fully manned for the first time in years. And modernized equipment of all types replaced the Korean War vintage radios, presses, and loudspeakers of PsyOp units. PsyOp education and training were greatly improved, with a new Army functional area code assigned for PsyOp officers, and an enlisted military specialty was created. New awareness and staff training courses were created to provide officers and enlisted personnel to meet a new demand for competent staff personnel. Super literal rules, yeah. Master plan is similar to Mein Kampf, right? Yeah, basically. Yeah, it sounds kind of fucking ominous. PsyOp staffs at all levels were created and strengthened, and they were moved out from under control of special operations staffs. The PsyOp World Watch program was created and as a new proactive body at the joint staff level, monitoring daily intelligence and open source traffic for situations in which PsyOp input is appropriate. Similar bodies were created at the Unified and Specified Commands, adding a new element of proactive PsyOp to replace the traditional US reactive posture. So it's not like individual PsyOp groups reacting to a certain conflict or like country they want to control. It's now centralized in like a unified command where they like give specific delegations. The Secretary of Defense assigned PsyOp forces to the newly created United States Special Operations Command, giving a 4-star proponent for PsyOp and establishing a new support structure for the Unified and Specified Command psychological operations across the spectrum of conflict. Heightened preparedness for wartime, contingency situations, low-intensity conflict, and peacetime operations resulted from the changes in the master plan. So now they have, like, specific game plans for every level of war, from peacetime to, like, active wartime. By 1989, the response to the master plan had so changed the PsyOp environment that a new plan was needed to accommodate the progress made since 1985. Because the nature of PsyOp, these peacetime programs provided the most realistic training for PsyOp personnel. The overall effect of the PsyOp renaissance has not yet been calculated, but many successes in peacetime and low-intensity conflict have already been ascribed to it. Yeah. Like, the PsyOp that just happened in the Philippines to discredit the Chinese vaccines. It was widely successful, and it even boomeranged back to America. So, you know, they know what they're doing. That's true. I just don't think Just Stop Oil is one of them. It just doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't seem that damaging that it's like completely discrediting the movement. It's just drawing more media attention to the issue. In conclusion, the United States has practiced psychological operations in the 20th century when such measures were a military or diplomatic necessity. There's been a great reluctance to organize and maintain units with PsyOp capability during peacetime. I don't believe you. Just lying through their teeth. When the rules of the game changed after World War II, awareness of the value of PsyOp gradually increased, and a number of organizations were given distinct functions, such as covert activities and a distribution of cultural information. Yeah, cultural information like the Chinese vaccines are bad, and have pork glycerin. I don't know. At one point, I would have supported getting off oil and gas, but not anymore. It would be very harmful. Do you not think it's very harmful to barrel towards climate collapse? You think that's good? Cultural tradition. No overall permanent coordination structure has appeared to maximize PsyOp potential of each organization as needed, either on a tactical military or strategic international level. On a tactical level, United States military PsyOp staffing has been low, and military personnel are not widely trained in the goals and methods of psychological operations. Writers commenting on the situation have pointed out that the potential requirement of United States PsyOp aid to counterinsurgency in the Third World seems to be increasing without appropriate improvement in readiness. Counterinsurgency. Interesting. Although efforts were made periodically toward the comprehensive U.S. tactical PsyOp doctrine, the policy has been to approach each case individually after it arises, with no overall philosophical context. Again, reactionary. You're reactionary. The most recent of those efforts, the DoD Master Plan, has focused greater attention and resources on the subject. The time-honored, so this is the conclusion. The time-honored principles of PsyOp retain exactly the same basic value as they always had, as a force multiplier that complements military operations by lessening the determination of the target to resist. That's important. When the military is doing a PsyOp, they want to have the effect of lessening resistance, not fueling resistance. Just Stop Oil has the explicit purpose of radicalizing people, gaining awareness, and challenging countries and institutions. Do you think that it would be good if we couldn't produce steel, concrete, power hospitals 24/7, or grow consistent crop yields? No, I don't think that. That's fucking stupid. But we can do these things sustainably. We have been able to do these things sustainably for decades. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. You talk about PsyOps one time, and I've got a fucking... got a fucking government agent in my chat. Nuclear power. Good. Yeah, we can actually recycle nuclear waste, so there's no actual waste. Do that. Yes, do that. That's better. But since the days of Genghis Khan, the definition of PsyOp has come to include a much broader range of activities and methods. From organized campaigns using leaflets and speakers in conventional tactical combat, to official statements by national leaders aimed at an international audience, to everyday interaction of non-specialized military personnel with a host population. Non-specialized military personnel. In spite of expanded application, the basic principles still apply. The message must be credible, meaning that it must be based in truth. Lol. Must be chosen and shaped to create a positive impression on the target audience. And it must be integrated into the overall military or political program of which it is part. The message must be credible is so funny to me. Like, sure. Let's get serious about nuclear fusion like they are in China. I agree. I agree. And it can be a clean source of energy. I don't think we disagree at all. Contemporary PsyOp is practiced by many countries and agencies in many circumstances for a variety of goals. For the Soviet Union, it is a standard part of foreign policy, an accepted method of achieving national goals. I just don't think that's true, but okay. For the US, it retains a negative connotation, both in political and military usage, although its utility has been proven in many situations. It's good when we do it, but when they do it, it's bad, because they're bad. Consistency and coordination have been missing, even in US wartime PsyOp. For other nations involved in low-intensity, unconventional warfare as sponsors or participants, PsyOp has become an invaluable tool in gaining the support of segments of a population. Yeah, and again, what would be the military goal of Just Stop Oil? Are they trying to gain support for? Like, I just don't get it. I don't even get the argument that people are trying to make. I guess, like, they could be trying to manufacture consent for continuing fossil fuels, but it's like, people aren't mad at Just Stop Oil because they're protesting oil. They're mad because they're in the way of their commute or whatever. You know? It's not like they turn around and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna fund some oil execs today because I saw a protester. You know? For this reason, U.S. PsyOp support of allied nations and effective PsyOp approaches to neutral nations has become a vital part of the U.S. program of protecting or influencing those countries. Okay? All of this occurs in a world where the chief potential military opponent has a dynamic, sophisticated, multi-level PsyOp apparatus. Conventional military operations are increasingly costly, while PsyOp remains relatively inexpensive. Yo, they said war is expensive, but PsyOps are cheap. Oh, that's so funny. In the shadow of nuclear war, puts most world conflicts into vague, quasi-military forms. Under these conditions, the psychology of conflict assumes a primary role, one that must be understood by every military commander. Yeah. So, if you guys want to read the rest of this report, at the risk of, you know, having a .mil site in your history, there it is. I think it's interesting. It doesn't add up with any of the history of PsyOps that we've done, and, like, any of America's goals. Like, yes, does America have a vested interest in continuing fossil fuels? Yes, of course they do. Do they need a PsyOp to make climate activists look crazy? No, not really. Like, the capital is already concentrated at the top. OPEC already controls the world government. They don't have to discredit us because they already hold all of the power. Lose what's left of my mind, I know. Yeah, same. Okay, I have another one, but I need to take a quick break. Oh, man. Let's out those bonk emotes.
Jake Angel on the track.
Ooh, baby, that was bomb detonation. B-O and K with an exclamation. Man, I love it when the kids go and get creative. Got me roasting up pig like I'm making bacon. Ooh, not today, saying, not today, saying. Especially when guys that take time for escalation. Man, I watched the clip and it was fascination. Student and the faculty against the fascination. Oh yeah, and I know that we gon' win, bro. Pays a holy water jug, it's a symbol. It's very versatile if you know how to use it first. You bonk up a cop and then you go and fucking quench your thirst. Stay dangerous. It's okay to take a risk. Give a fuck about the police. Grab a water jug and come with. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then give me some dash. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then yell at cat. Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, then hit that dance now. Hit that bonk dance, baby. Bonk, bonk, that's how you should treat the cup. Make them take more than 5 L's, that's how you beat the cup. Bonk, bonk, do you want this juggernaut? Comrade, go hard with the jug, I call him juggernaut. Cal Poly going too off with big old plastic jugs just like a boob job. They wanna know what I think when I watch first. Thought that popped into my head is this is bunker. Bong 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 bong, what the students say. From Columbia Uni all the way to LA. Let us unify and rise in the coolest way. Motherfuck 12, free Palestine to the grave. Not a single cut, there's a lot of love. What you got with a Rayco on the water jug? It's not a clip, only bitch, it's a life lesson. If you're resourceful, anything can be the right way. Cops like me, then give me some dash. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then yell at cat. Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, then hit that dance now. Hit that bonk dance, baby.
I love when she take control.
She beat my meat whack-a-mole.
I arch my back, curl my toes.
Submissive and breedable.
Call me Big Daddy Bezos, cause I'm all about the business. What's your Amazon wish list? Spending all my money on a quick pick. I'm broke, gotta make a quick lick. Driving to the crib like Guy Fieri. She's sponging on my bob until I'm ready. She picks up my ass and kicks open the dirt. Are you ready for sex?
Sure. I love when she take control.
She beat my meat whack-a-mole.
I arch my back, curl my toes.
Submissive and breedable. Submissive and breedable. We some little guys that we easily pleasable. Ooh la la. Submissive and breedable.
She asked me, what's your favorite position? It's the one where I lay back and you do the mission. Divide my legs like a mathematician. Getting boned all night, got me malnutrition. She tame me like a doggy, call me her Weimerheimer. She make me bust atomic, I call her Sloppenheimer.
I love when she take control.
She beat my meat whack-a-mole.
I arch my back, curl my toes.
Submissive and breedable. Submissive and breedable. We some little guys that we easily pleasable. Ooh la la. Submissive and breedable. I'm a simp bitch, dick in her box, Merry Christmas. Casual and my queen on a search for the clitoris. Can't find it, she said get behind it. Paying me the printout right now, I'm trying to sign it. Synced up, big loads, can we wanna dine it? Tucking on my tip, first name like Linus. Fair boy Friday, she the line. Nice guys finish last, baby I'm the kindest. Submissive and breedable. We some little guys that we easily pleasable. Ooh la la. Submissive and breedable. Ooh la la.
Hey fellow Sims, if you want to see bloopers from this video and this...
Hey fellow simps. Oh, I love that song. Oh, it's so good. Oh. Sorry, I just need to give my brain a little bit more of a break right now.
connection to land and earth identity. Never feel like where I belong is a mystery. Not a ragtag, plastic personality. Built upon everything we grew up on TV. Isolated in the suburbs from community. The power's unprecedented in unity. And oh, I know someday we won't beg and play for us to be set free from this society. There's another reality where the world ain't hurting and niggas like me ain't just surviving. We vibing, living life and children ain't crying or dying from a broken nation. Families torn apart, incarceration. Trade a hoodie for hits, straight gentrification and assimilated to a world alienation. Evil with the evil empire reigning, and plus every single system working against us. We still trendsetters, go getters. With nothing we make a world better. Could you imagine if we never got robbed and our land and our labor was stolen by the bourgeois? If we weren't targeted by the law, but we coming out on top whether you like it or not. Dystopia is where the system thrives, but our violence screams. But the people gonna wake up and break up because it's not a dream. We're gonna eat the rich, we're gonna feed the kids when there's nothing left to eat. And y'all been warned about your greed, exploiting for your salary. And so I know someday we won't beg and play for us to be set free from this society.
Let's go. Decolonize your mind. Welcome in, non-tofu. I'm glad you figured out the internet stuff. It's funny. It's always like the simplest thing, right? Never said anything about the wrong password until today. That's weird. Yeah. Wild. And just be like that sometimes, you know? Okay. The next one is another military document about identifying influencers for PsyOps. It's a good one. From the Naval Postgraduate School. Social media has become one of the primary modes of communication throughout the world, especially in developed countries. Nearly every user of social media in its various forms or applications has an audience he or she can influence, in a set of influencers from which he or she receives information. U.S. psychological operations, PsyOp personnel, focus on influencing foreign target audiences in their audience's own language, but have been slow to adapt to the use of social media as a means of influence. Drawing from principles used in influencer marketing, we ask, how can US PsyOp forces and their partners best identify social media influencers with whom they can partner in their effort to change the behavior of foreign target audiences? Yeah, no, I feel the same way a lot of the time. Like, I had to troubleshoot my browser issues, and it was just Chrome. It was just using Chrome that was the issues. That was it. So, you know, don't be too hard on yourself. These people are fucking ghouls, seriously. Like, actual monsters. Through the study, we identified the main factors for influence on social marketing using both quantitative and qualitative analysis, and it developed a decision-making tool to identify key communicators, in particular social media influencers, who can elicit the desired behavioral change in a target audience. It's so explicit, you know? The 7-category influencer scorecard we created provides a low-tech, situationally adaptable method for identifying influencers with whom US PsyOp can partner to execute a PsyOp series. So, I mainly wanted to get to the scorecard they created, because I think it's applicable for our uses here. Wait. I forgot what page it was on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Scorecard. 83. Okay. Let me just change this so you can see it. I guess it's still pretty small, but so there's like a value here. 1 through 5, okay? And then a various like qualitative assessments, right? First one, alignment with desired behavior. Followers, potential reach, engagement rate, times shared, mentions, post frequency. And then you will get you'll get a total at the end of that, right? And it's just like, which influencers from Just Stop Oil do you think PsyOps have targeted? Be specific. Tell me, which ones? I can't think of a single fucking one. Besides, like, Greta Thunberg, who could even possibly be a target. And, like, yeah, she's engaging in civil disobedience, which is like, you know, I don't know. I feel like she probably wouldn't be arrested if she was a PsyOp agent. Like, the alignment with desired behavior is interesting. 5 is recent posts supporting desired behavior. 4, likely to support desired behavior. 3, neutral to desired behavior. 2, likely to oppose desired behavior, or 1, opposed to desired behavior hostile to the U.S. or the TA. Wait. What is the TA? I don't know. Yeah, and then they just give you one to fill out. So, I don't know. Like, this isn't, it's not new, and it's not like they would have just been developing these ops, and yeah, Just Stop Oil is just like a collection of individuals. Desired behavior bullshit. I thought we lived in a free country. Yeah. You would think. But it's, yeah, both domestic and foreign in peacetime, as directed by the president. Alright. Now, I don't know. I was looking into, if there was, like, some sort of a guide on, how to identify a PsyOp, and that just led me directly to OSINT, which, like, you know, critical support OSINT guides do some good research, but they also get a little in the weeds sometimes. Clearly for them, not for us. Yep. Yeah. But I do think this guide is useful. In today's digital age, influence operations, also known as psychological operations, PsyOp, have become increasingly common. An influence operation is an effort to influence, disrupt. Sorry, I just want to fix this for you. Oh, it's still so small. Oh well. Okay. Well. An influence operation is an effort to influence, disrupt, or manipulate the perceptions, behaviors, and decisions of a target audience through the use of propaganda, disinformation, and other psychological tactics. These operations can be conducted by state actors, non-state actors, or even individuals. Therefore, it is important to be able to spot signs of an influence operation to protect yourself from manipulation. In this blog post, we will discuss some of the ways to spot the signs of an influence operation. 1. Identifying the source of information. One of the first things to consider when assessing the credibility of information is the source. Is the source reputable, or is it known to have a bias? Is the source known for spreading false or misleading information? If the source is unfamiliar or questionable, then it is important to dig deeper and verify the information before accepting it as fact. Yeah, so, Just Stop Oil has a lot of scientists working with them, like the NASA guy we read about earlier, and they're also like backed by all of climate research that support their claims. It's also backed by historical evidence of the effectiveness of civil disobedience. You know, like, they're not making any outlandish claims that require extraordinary evidence. The evidence is already there. Two, assessing the tone and language used. Influence operations often employ specific tones and language to evoke emotions and manipulate the target audience. For example, an operation may use fear-mongering to create panic or emotional language to sway opinions. Cautious of language that is overtly dramatic or sensational, as well as information that seems to be designed to trigger a strong emotional response. Now this, it's a little dubious, right? Because it is meant to induce a strong emotional response. Just Stop Oil specializes in inducing a strong emotional response. But so does most civil disobedience. I don't think that in itself is a sign that it's a PsyOp. We can check out, let's look. I'm looking for one of the protests in particular.
Security!
Security!
What is worth more, art or life? Is it worth more than food? Worth more than justice? Are you more concerned about the protection of a painting or the protection of our planet and people? The cost of living crisis is part of the cost of oil crisis. Fuel is unaffordable to millions of cold, hungry families. They can't even afford to heat a tin of soup.
Thanks, we're talking to the room,
Meanwhile,
please.
crops
Tim,
are
fuck everyone out.
failing. Millions of people are dying in monsoons, wildfires, and severe drought. We cannot afford new oil and gas. It is going to take everything we know and love.
No, man. Like, that's just true. It's all true. Yes, we should have a strong emotional response to this because it's fucking real. It's not manufacturing consent for stopping oil. It's just saying we should stop it. Right? It's not like fear-mongering, because the fear is legitimate. Okay. 3, analyzing the timing of the information. The timing of information can be an indication of an influence operation. These operations often coincide with significant events or crises to take advantage of heightened emotions and confusion. If information suddenly appears during a crisis, be very wary of its credibility. Again, this isn't like a time-limited thing. It is an ongoing crisis, right? It's not, I don't know, you could probably go back and say oh, this protest happened on this date when this other thing happened, and they're just trying to draw attention away. But I would have to do a huge analysis of that. Four, monitoring the spread of information. Influence operations rely on the spread of information to reach their target audience. Be aware of the spread of information through social media, online forums, and other digital platforms. If the same message or information is being shared widely and rapidly, it may be a sign of influence operation. That's the thing, it's Just Stop Oil's message kind of starts and ends with them, people talk about it, but it's not there's a ton of other individuals and orgs saying the same shit. Other than other climate activists, which care about the climate. Five, recognizing disinformation and misinformation. Misinformation is the false spread of information that is, Misinformation is false information that is spread without the intent to harm, while disinformation is false information that is spread with the intent to harm or deceive. Be aware of the difference between the two and take the necessary precautions when faced with either. Check the sources of information and look for independent verification before accepting any information as fact. Again, they're not doing like mass information campaigns at all. Like, that speech is just like, they were just saying like basic, like, true things that we all know, right?
More, art or life? Is it worth more than food? Worth more than justice? Are you more concerned about the protection of a painting or the protection of our planet and people? The cost of living crisis is part of the cost of oil crisis. Fuel is unaffordable to millions of...
Yeah, like, fuel is unaffordable. Like, that is a basic, provable fact. Like, people can't afford to heat a tin of soup. Again, true. People, like, especially in England at this time, like, could not afford to heat their homes. At all. Conclusion. Influence operations can be insidious and difficult to detect, but by being more aware of the signs and taking a critical approach to information, you can protect yourself from manipulation. Remember to consider the source of information, assess the tone and language used, analyze the timing of information, monitor the spread of information, and recognize disinformation and misinformation. By being vigilant and aware, you can make informed decisions and avoid being swayed by influence operations. I'm not that strong. I don't have the balls to do something like that. Yeah, honestly, like, same. Like, these protesters are incredibly based. I don't, like... Let's say it started as a PsyOp. Like, I think there are enough concerned people that it, like, became, like, a genuine movement. And I don't think this, like, overall discredits the climate movement. I just don't think it does. Because, like, yeah, the people who care about capital, like, paintings or banks or roadways, like, they were never going to listen anyway. And so, like, if a fraction of them do, I don't know, it seems like a fucking W to me.
Let's talk about the Just Stop Oil protest at Stonehenge, and I bet you were furious to see this. So maybe you'll say no, it's for the planet. Let's take a proper look at what happened here. So they walk up towards these precious stones, and they
precious stones
say they've targeted Stonehenge because today is the summer solstice, which celebrates the natural world, but governments aren't doing anything to protect it. Orange is their sort of colour. Yeah, it is the summer solstice, so it's the longest day today. And the protesters caused a bit of reaction. Let's just have a look up here. So we've got some tweets and whatnot. This is obviously election. Rishi Sunak, Just Stop Oil are a disgrace. 7 million views.
Oh no, Rishi Sunak is mad, guys. Better shut it all down. Again. If it was a PsyOp, Rishi Sunak would support that shit. He'd be like, they're so brave.
Starmer, the damage done to Stonehenge is outrageous. Just Stop Oil are pathetic. Those responsible must face the full force of the law. He gets nearly 10 million views. So Liam Gallagher there, not sure which party he's leading. Don't mess with the Stones, man. They have mystical powers. Hope they all wake up to Moz as orange toads. We're going to speak to a Just Stop Oil spray. Isn't it great when you get a sudden involvement in politics from someone in the pop world.
And whenever it's Liam Gallagher, it's always especially sort of
robust.
Firm.
I remember the Spice Girls.
And a lot of imagery.
Do you remember when the Spice Girls came out against joining the Euro? That was brilliant, about 30 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, and they said that Thatcher, going back to her, was the first Spice Girl.
That's it.
Mel C was furious when that
really?
was
Was she?
said.
Yeah.
From Liverpool.
Yeah, 'cause
But
she's from
getting
Liverpool.
more pop involvement in elections, I think we need, probably. Okay, first though, has Just Stop Oil gone too far with the Stonehenge protest, and should they just get lost?
What? Getting more pop involvement in the elections. I think we need that probably. Sir, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay.
We're asking this after 2 Just Stop Oil supporters did this. They go with this sort of orange painty spray powdery thing and they put it on the stones and they say, well, don't worry, it'll be washed off in the rain. But people have gone absolutely crazy about it. So let's talk to this now with one
It's literally just cornstarch.
of the spokespeople for Just Stop Oil, Ben Larsen. What did Stonehenge ever do to you?
Oh, hi Jeremy, thanks for having us on. The question you're asking here is just totally way off the mark. So you're saying, should Just Stop Oil just bog off? Should they go away?
I didn't say bog off, but we're going to use bog off if you like.
Okay, we can say what we like. But when's the last time you got a fossil fuel executive in here on this lovely panel show and asked them, should they just be in jail?
I'm asking about Stonehenge. So why damage Stonehenge?
I know you're asking about Stonehenge, but it just shows how off your priorities are. You're talking about dust on an old rock instead of continued extraction of oil and gas that is literally headed to the collapse of British society.
Well, you could justify any action at all with that argument. You could say this is so serious we can do anything.
The actions that need to be justified are continued extraction and burning of North Sea oil.
But where do you draw the line? Would you burn down Buckingham Palace?
Well, we haven't. I mean, we've.
But is there a line
Well, we haven't. Not yet.
in anywhere?
So let's look at what was actually done here. So a bit of orange dust is sprayed on a rock that has weathered 5,000 years of British weather. All we have to do is just wait for a bit of wind and rain, take it off. We've had the wettest 18 months on record.
So it's not, because initially we
long.
thought it was maybe gloss or something. It wasn't, clearly. I mean, there is that, Christo, isn't there? That it's apparently will wash off in the rain.
I mean, I have a special depth of feeling for Just Stop Oil. I absolutely hate them, and I'm really sorry. I mean, you seem like a lovely fellow, but I think that you are completely counterproductive in what you do because I don't think that you garner support. I think what you did there, it signifies something greater than just dust.
Yeah. They said explicitly, we're not here to be popular. You know? MLK had a 63% disapproval rating leading up to his death. It's not about popularity.
On a rock, it signifies.
What's your plan?
Hang on,
What's your plan?
Can I finish?
Don't change the subject.
What it signifies is that it's acceptable to either spray paint something as precious to people as Stonehenge or works of art or something like that, so that kind of direct action is okay, which I think people get frustrated by. And also, I don't think you're honest about your objectives, about what you want from people with your desire for us to Just Stop Oil. And also, I loathe your playbook of we're going to make as much.
I don't think you're honest about your objectives. Based on what? You know? What source? That's
noise and attention as possible, so we're invited onto television shows, and then when we are, we're going to complain that you're asking us these questions when that's precisely what you want. You then deflect everything and say, well, hang on, where are the oil executives? Well, they're not spraying paint.
I am sure that the oil and gas industry, which is making a profit of $2 billion per day, whilst gouging energy prices for everyday people, committing atrocities against human beings and nature all throughout the world, I'm sure they are thrilled that we are sitting here painting protesters and a box of corn flour as the villains of the climate change story.
Do you support them? This protest is okay?
I don't know. As far as I have seen, none of the actions that Just Stop Oil have taken are cause irreversible damage.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not the fucking villains here. Like, no one is bringing on oil execs and asking them, so do you want to burn down the entire planet? Oh, so, we've had the hottest 18 months on record. What do you have to say about that?
What it does cause irreversible damage is the impact of fossil fuel extraction on the natural world and on human beings' lives and livelihoods.
All right. So you've got to support it here. I'll show you. There was another thing that happened yesterday, which was an attempt to spray Taylor Swift's jet, apparently. So I'm not sure whether that is Taylor's private. Oh, that one probably is there. Yeah. Well, I don't know, but they go up to it. You get a lot of publicity for this. Did you know about this in advance, Ben?
I saw this when I woke up this morning.
So you didn't know, you didn't put a bet on it or anything?
No, it's a tight crew, much tighter than the Conservative
Party. Okay, so the people who decide to do this just do it off their own bat?
No, Just
Stop. Have a central command or something?
Just Stop Oil's, I think the thing that makes it special, to be honest, is how well organised it is. So if anyone wants to spray up Stonehenge, if they want to spray up Taylor Swift's private jet, they can go to juststopoil.org. They can sign up there. We'll be in touch. We'll put you in a team.
Organised.
It's incredibly well organised. It's so well organised that this summer there's going to be teams across Western Europe, in Canada, in Australia, taking action pretty similar to what we saw this morning here, and it's coordinated internationally.
Do you not? I mean, you've already got a criminal record, I understand, for being among 6 protesters found guilty of disrupting traffic near the Natural History Museum, and those traffic protests drove people bananas. Don't regret that at all.
Like, if anything is the PsyOp here, it's the response to what Just Stop Oil does. It's so, like, universally, like, oh, you're so disruptive. Oh, you bad kids. You don't know what you're doing. Like, oh, that's not having the effect you want it to have. Oh, aren't you just pissing off normal people? Aren't you listening to anything they said?
Well, no, I don't regret it at all.
Because it won't have necessarily thought, oh, I'm stuck in traffic, therefore I'm going to live a greener life.
Well, Jeremy, I think here we're stuck on the tactics. So we've heard from Christo's brilliant explanation of why the tactics are so objectionable. But the real thing to be talking about here is why people are driven to this. And this is because ordinary people can see that the British society is facing collapse. So just to give you an example, last week, pilgrims on the Hajj in Mecca, 550 pilgrims collapsed from heat exhaustion.
Mecca is not in Britain.
It's not in Britain, but it's not...
What the fuck? I know! You don't say. Mecca isn't in Britain? News to me. You see what I mean? Like, it's the discrediting of Just Stop Oil that seems like a PsyOp to me. Like,
this is a global problem. It's not going to just be limited.
British society's facing collapse. I'm thinking we had 100,000 people turn up here yesterday in boats. They're coming for a reason.
1 in 4 people are at risk of flooding, and many of those people do live in Britain, and the infrastructure is not up to scratch to deal with that.
All right,
not to mention food insecurity, which is
you've got
obviously a global problem.
balance here. You've got an ally here. Hang on 1 second. Let's just go for Jane in Portsmouth. What do you think about Ben Larsen's tactics here with Stonehenge?
Appalling. I'm appalled. I can't. I'm just listening to it now.
Holy!
Can I just ask one question? How did all the protesters get to Stonehenge yesterday?
Cycle?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I wasn't there, unfortunately.
How did they get there? On cars, probably. Like, that's a whole problem. That's the entire problem. Oh my god. Oh my god. How would you suggest they get there? Walking?
No, I'm asking you. I'm not asking them. I'm asking you.
Jane, your guess is as good as mine. What the important thing is these people were brave enough individuals to take action that they saw was necessary.
Listen to Jane.
No, don't deflect me. There's only one way they can get to Stonehenge, is either on foot or by car or vehicle of some description, because it's right out in the middle of Salisbury Plain and there is no transport there. So they must have used transport to get there.
Okay, and?
Well, it could have been on a coach, I guess.
It takes still transport.
I'll tell you what they didn't do. They didn't take Taylor Swift's private jet.
It doesn't matter. They didn't go on foot. They didn't go by horseback, and they walked, and they either walked or they had to go in a vehicle.
Is that Jane? Is that oil. Maybe that's a detail, Jane? Because some of them will use.
It's a systemic issue. It's not about like every individual's use of a fossil fuel burning car. That's not the fucking issue. Oh my god.
Cars sometimes, but they're doing it to make us talk about the planet, which we are now doing.
We're facing existential threat in this country, and your conversation that you're inviting viewers on to have is, should we be walking everywhere? That's your level of political action that you're thinking is appropriate.
We're talking about should you be spray painting Stonehenge?
I don't have any political actions at all. What I am is an average human being who is very distressed over the fact that your people went and sprayed whatever they sprayed on a Stonehenge, which is just amazing. Which is also somebody's church. It's somebody's place of worship. The Druids worship there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jane. Let's go to Jane. Another Jane in Manchester. Jane, hello.
Hello there, Jeremy. How are you?
I'm well. Now, do you think it's justified? Ben has told us about the planet.
Oh, dear, Ben. You've really gone off the mark this time. As the previous Jane spoke about, Stonehenge is so important.
They're both Jane.
To many people. I'm a Wiccan/pagan.
Okay.
And it's our religious monument. The day before our biggest religious event, you go and do this act.
If you're a Wiccan, then you should give a fuck about the planet dying. Does that not affect you? Does that not affect your religious practice? You're a fucking fake Wiccan. I'm sorry. You don't give a shit.
It's a bit.
Can I respond, Jane?
Well, yeah, please do.
Okay, well, so I totally agree. Stonehenge is a beautiful, incredible monument. It stood for 5,000 years, and the people who built this monument centered an understanding of environmental awareness at the whole heart of their worldview.
Yeah.
They've left us, Stonehenge, 5,000 years later. Jane, what are we as a society leaving our, not our ancestors, descendants 5,000 years later, what are we leaving our kids? What are we leaving our grandkids? At the moment, the state of British nature...
If you ask a question, you've got to let her answer.
Okay.
Go on, Jane.
Stonehenge is way off the mark, Ben. Seriously, it's our church, it's our cathedral.
You didn't answer.
You've gone across the line with this.
Hey, Zach, they sure are. They sure are. We also did a real big deep dive into Just Stop Oil. I've come to the conclusion that it was funded not by an oil baroness, but someone living with HIV who just does philanthropy and art, who is not a beneficiary, in fact, of her family's oil fortune, but has been excommunicated by her family. So that's where we're at.
This one. I was a huge supporter of Just Stop Oil. I get the arguments you're making. Mm-hmm. With this act, you've put so many people against you. Mm. I don't want to use the word sacrilege because that's a hugely emotive word. But this is my church. This is my cathedral. You've gone to the day before we made our pilgrimage there.
Did you realise what you'd done there?
I think
think about it.
A lot of people in Just Stop Oil do share pagan belief systems, and
not the ones who did the spraying.
I don't think you can say that for sure without having them on.
I bet they don't. Well, Jane wouldn't spray it.
Okay, well that's your bet.
Yeah.
Now we've spoken previously at the Mecca when people are doing Hajj. That's Islam's holiest site. 550 people collapsed from heat exhaustion.
You wouldn't go and spray that, would you?
Yeah, or what about a mosque?
Yeah.
Or a cathedral?
This is an
not going to spray that.
We need to actually, because the funny thing about this is that the Conservatives were just 5 minutes ago trying to delist Stonehenge so that they could build a motorway basically pretty much through it. And did we hear much? It's very easy.
Listen, I know that road. They're trying to put a tunnel.
It's very easy to go after protesters. It takes a lot more bravery and boldness to go after people who actually have power, who actually have interest in continuing an industry that is not only going to harm us, but is harming millions of people right now.
Stay with us, Ben, if you can. Before the break, we asked what was England's first capital city, gave you Canterbury. By King Alfred the Great, he was pretty great, old Alfred, yeah. He was the first one, really. He was the Was he the one who baked the burnt the cakes?
Great, huh?
Are you good in your history?
No, I've just realised that's the answer to a crossword clue I tried to
so you're interested in the future but not the past. Am I right?
No, I have big respect for what happened in the past, especially social movements that won't change in this country.
Listen, I don't know much about kings and queens either, so there's no disrespect, man. Dahlia, Christo, Ben are here. Ben is from Just Stop Oil. Ben has been talking about the justification, if there is one, for painting Stonehenge. Later we're talking about nuclear weapons. Let's get some more calls.
If there is one. Yeah, you're really giving him a space to talk here.
You don't mind taking the calls, Ben?
I love it.
All right, you love it? Okay. So, Jeremy and Devon, what would you like to ask Ben?
It's not so much ask him as just agree with his sort of sentiments, really. I mean, the idea we're still seeing on the news, this idea that somehow the stones had paint thrown all over them yesterday, and just no one accepting the idea this was essentially orange powder. You might as well have gone and put a banner up there, knowing that the banner can be taken down the next day, just as this cornflower, this orange cornflower.
Hell yeah, thank you.
Can. Now, anyone of my age.
Yeah, I hear you.
Sorry,
and also, I was going to say that whenever they throw tomato soup at a painting, my first question is, was there glass on the painting every time? Now, you've only ever done it when there's glass on the painting.
Sure.
I guess, I wonder, let me ask Ben, is the next step to do it on a painting where there isn't glass?
Well, listen, the next step is to organise in communities and create a strong enough demand, strong enough voice to get politicians to...
What the fuck is that question? What's next? Are you gonna do a painting without glass in front of it? Well, why? I never. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Even if they did, paintings have varnish, which is meant to protect them. Shocking, I know.
Stop burning oil and gas by 2030.
Answer my questions. Just one.
Listen,
is the next step to throw tomato soup at a painting where there isn't glass?
We can't say where this will stop or where it will end until the politicians get serious about dealing with climate change.
Also, the point is that the consequence of that question is not life or death in the way that the consequence of asking about what are we going to do about climate breakdown, why are there oil and gas lobbyists standing as Labour MPs, why is the oil and gas industry donating to the Conservative Party? The answer to that is a life or death question.
Yo, who is this? I like her.
The answer to, are you going to get some tomato soup on a painting?
It's a lack of accountability. So it's a complete lack of accountability then. It's every single time your organisation carries out something like this, you don't want to be accountable to it.
That's not
question. To the oil and gas industry. In the Niger Delta, where Shell extracts oil, do you know what the life expectancy in the Niger Delta is?
The oil and gas industry aren't here.
41 years old is the life expectancy in Niger Delta. When have those companies been held
accountable? But the oil and gas industry aren't here. If Just Stop Oil carry out an...
Oil and gas industry aren't here? They aren't here? Are you saying that British petroleum doesn't exist? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god. The conversation about can damaging private property be political will never be addressed in the mainstream. They use nullifying words about the topic. Yeah. Only place to see people engage on the topic is books. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it is like... it's just like whataboutism. Like, what about my precious institutions? What about my precious bank? What about my precious Van Gogh? Like, whatever, man. Like, nothing is going to exist if we keep going. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Act. It's perfectly reasonable to ask them why they did that act, whether it is getting people on board, what their next act will be. That's perfectly reasonable. And to deflect that is a lack of accountability.
The financial and insurance infrastructure that sustains the fossil fuel industry is headquartered in London.
And by the way,
but you can justify that again. You're slightly swerving, aren't you? Because you're taking us into other territory when we're just talking about what's the next thing you're going to hit and where the line is.
Okay, so for every action,
a church, a cathedral, a mosque.
Every action Just Stop Oil does, they sit down.
They don't explicitly target religious structures. What the fuck are you talking about?
They wait to be arrested by the police. So, Christo, there absolutely is accountability. We have spokespeople who come on media shows.
And don't answer questions.
I've answered all your questions.
You've deflected many of them. You've
Okay,
not
let's
actually
just see if Steve has any...
Also, are people going to Are they going to Stonehenge daily to worship? Does that happen? Maybe I just don't know. I don't know my Britlandia things enough. But I think it's more or less just a fucking landmark, right?
More like, Steve, ask Ben a question. You might want to support him. I don't know.
Yeah, hi, Jeremy.
Hi, Steve.
Good to speak to you again. I just want to really ask one question of the Just Stop Oil gentleman. Why do they never demonstrate outside various embassies, like China, America, India, and spray those buildings with their orange flour? Just a question, really.
Why not, Ben?
It's a really good question. Thank you,
Just have some questions.
The reason we focus on UK institutions is because we're a UK-based group. So we believe the theory of political change is that you're most effective where you live, where you've got families, where you're in a community. We do work with groups across Europe, mostly in the Anglosphere, across Europe and America and Canada, Australia, these sorts of countries. And each one of those groups will target their government institutions, trying to pressure their government to change.
Okay,
but
so
I can try and
British-based protest. Thank you, Steve. Wendy in Newbury, what would you like to say?
Liberalism equals private property is God. We moved the divine rights goalpost onto them. Basically, Stonehenge is a tourism attraction that ties tourism industry property, which people invest in. Same with paintings being an investment. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
I'd like to know how those two people got to Stonehenge. Did they walk there or did they go in a car? Like, biggest percentage of these people.
Jane already asked this. Wendy, are you paying attention?
Tend to use transport.
Yes.
Oh, you're protesting climate, yet you live in a climate? Curious.
Okay, we've tried to get to that. We didn't manage to. They must have used a vehicle, I guess, because it's hard to hike it.
Well, listen, you can be in a society and still criticize aspects of that society. You know, just because people use a car or just because people don't wear hair shirts all day doesn't mean they can't object
Wendy,
to
is that
billions
okay?
of tons of oil being
No,
pumped out.
I hear you. I mean, they might not drive very much. Are you, Wendy? If they got a cab there or something, would that be a terrible thing?
Well, yeah, it's using what they're all complaining about, really. And being at home, I guarantee you that gentleman who sat there talking about it all and saying it's right, I guarantee you he is using something to do with oil. Something, or wearing something, that's collaborated with oil companies.
Do you want climate protesters to live in caves? I don't know, like, what's your point? Like,
you just don't know.
But he might be right about the big thing. It's just, I don't know whether the protest is right, but the idea that we are putting so much carbon into the air that we're heating up, and the heating up is causing serious damage to the planet. And you probably agree with that as a scientific thing.
I don't disagree with that. What I'm frustrated by is
put on a bra and somebody please rescue me? Brother, what? I'm sorry, huh? Look, I'm sorry. You want me to put on a bra? I'm at gunpoint? Call the cops. What? What the fuck is happening? Man, I haven't been told to put on a bra in quite some time. I don't think I will, actually.
Firstly, the lack of plan. So you want us to just stop oil, but there isn't actually the full technology in place yet for us to completely just stop oil. And so that's very sketchy. And also, like I say, you also, as part of your plan, want us to no longer take foreign holidays. You want us to no longer have...
Not true.
Yes, it is. I got it from your website. Would you like me to read it to you? It was the blog about how you see a future without oil. Whilst people are better off in a lot of ways, they don't fly abroad on holiday anymore. They share essential. Hang on, you asked me to read from your website. They share essential resources like vacuum cleaners, DIY tools, and camping kit. They rarely buy new, but find there's an abundance of choice in clothes, books, electronics, and furniture already in circulation.
Well, that's true,
I'd like my own vacuum cleaner, and I'd like to visit my family abroad. So if you're going to be not honest about your
Why are you so attached to the idea of having your own vacuum cleaner? I don't understand. If I had a vacuum cleaner that I could just like rent out, like from the community, like as I needed it, I would do that. Cause then we could just like pool money to like get it fixed. You know what I mean? Like why do we all individually have to have our own vacuum cleaners? It's such a silly thing.
goals, then obviously people are going to get frustrated.
Would you like to have a stable food supply?
Listen, third, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna give you an hour off so you can figure out your life.
Would you like to not be at risk of flooding?
So I should never visit my family abroad in order to. Those are my two choices.
That is not the two.
Well, then why is that what they're listing on their website?
Hang on, let me pause because I must get some more calls on. Kathy in West Yorkshire, hi.
Hi. As far as I'm concerned, the guy that sat there from whatever, Stop Oil, him and his cronies, every single one of them, should serve a 5-year life sentence, hard labour.
5-year life sentence, hard labour. What a fucking fascist, dude. It's powder. Oh. I've shared my vacuum cleaner, yeah. Like, what?
Been up, rocked, the size of Stonehenge, and you lot, I don't know where you work, but can I have a job there because you don't seem to do a day's work because you're too busy destroying property that belongs either to other
property. Yeah, Zach, you really nailed it on the head. Like, it's just a worship of private property.
People or to this country. And as for stopping oil, if you actually believed in that, you would be sat there naked because everything you have got on your body is made in a factory run by oil.
Let's just go to Ben on that, Kath. There's a lot.
If you really believed in climate change, then you would be there naked. Oh, it's so absurd. Oh, you criticize society and then get out. Well, they're not even letting them talk. Yeah, like, for real. It's typical fucking talk radio shit.
There, but you're living an oil-based life as well.
I think we'd have to come back after the watershed for Kathy's suggestions. But yeah, we live in an oil-based society, but we've got two choices here. Either we stop the fossil fuel economy, we stop this, because Kathy's right, that everything we wear, everything, how we get around, it is based on oil. That's what our economy is based on. Either we make a plan, the government makes a plan to transition away from that by 2030, which is what Just Stop Oil's demand is, or the fossil fuel economy ends us. Crop failure, drought, devastation.
Thank you.
It's pretty straightforward, you know? Let's see this.
How is all of this going to look in 50 years' time? You know, when the anger and the outrage has
Oh yeah, I actually pulled this up. That's funny.
died down about some cornstarch being put on Stonehenge, it will look very reasonable what we're asking. Either we end the fossil fuel era or the fossil fuel era is going to end us. My name's James Skeet. I'm a spokesperson for Just Stop Oil. I predominantly handle media for the campaign. I think that's probably the main reason I'm speaking to you today.
Certainly, yeah. And do you mind just running me through the action that took place today?
So we had two Just Stop Oil supporters go to Stonehenge. They attempted to put some orange cornstarch on the stones, created quite a big cloud of smoke, looked quite visually visually interesting, but I suppose the key thing to take away from this is that there's no permanent damage to the stones. It will wash off in the rain.
And so why did ye as a group pick Stonehenge for the action today?
Well, I think it's sort of important for us to be thinking about kind of, I think when we have these sorts of conversations, it's always worth us grounding ourselves in kind of like what the situation is right now. And though I think that the action has been like quite shocking to many people, I think we need to be considering, you know, what is it that's more shocking? Is it a bit of orange cornstarch on a treasured monument, or is it the fact that governments are, you know, committed to burning more oil, gas and coal when we're just coming off the back of 12 straight months of record temperatures that are leading to fires, floods, crop failures worldwide? It's going to lead to millions of people killed and displaced in the years to come. What's more shocking?
Yeah. Is it America approving more and more and more gas and oil permits? Or is it a little bit of orange cornstarch? I don't know.
Sure. But I'm just curious, with the previous actions that Just Stop Oil have had, there's been a subtext to it, right? Whether it's like spray painting Tufton Street, or whether it's spray painting or throwing paint or soup on paintings that are in museums that somehow benefit from continued exploitation of fossil fuels. I'm just curious where the link, if there is a subtext to Stonehenge, or if...
We all value our treasured monuments. I think it's important for us to get that feeling of shock and dismay when we see things that we love at risk, because that's the feeling that we need to be really be emotionally connecting with, given the situation that we see with the climate in its current form and where it looks like the...
Yeah, the fact that a group wants to elicit a strong emotional response in itself does not make it a PsyOp. You should have a strong emotional response to climate collapse. That should make you feel something, actually.
Trajectory of things are heading, right? So we are, as I said, 12 straight months of record temperatures. We have seen 17 months of record rainfall. We see crop failure worldwide. That is leading to, we're sort of heading to a situation now where we're looking at 2 billion people forced out of the conditions suitable to support human life, and 1 billion people on the move by 2030. That's 1 in 8 people. I think we need to be thinking about what is our world going to look like in the face of that.
Yeah, it shows it's working. And if, like, reactionary conservatives are gonna be, like, pissed off and pearl clutching, that they were already doing that. No matter what, you know? Wait, but I'm a nihilist. I don't have any strong responses. Oh no. Well, you know, carry on then.
And really start emotionally connecting with the gravity of the situation.
Sure. So is the end goal of actions like today to kind of impress upon the public rather than on politicians that there needs to be immediate action, and to kind of mobilize the public rather than pushing for political action from the top, make it a grassroots thing rather than from top down?
I mean, I think there's 2 strands to this. There's disruption and then there's dialogue. So as a result of the action that we've undertaken today, now we're having a conversation, and we've managed to get the issue of an international fossil fuel treaty to the top of the entire news agenda, where it wasn't before. I think there's a perception that when we take the actions that we do, it's like we don't like these things, and that couldn't be further from the truth. When we take action at sporting events or in art galleries or at monuments like this, we're doing so because we love these things and we want these things to continue, right? But we're in a situation where I think we've got to understand, and we've got to sort of like ask ourselves why it is that we're living in a society where oil and gas executives, for instance, aren't being, you know, dragged onto the media and then asked to justify their acts of criminal damage that are being imposed on all of us and are fundamentally going to result in the deaths of millions of people.
Do you think, from the answer you've just given there, do you think that the general public are going to take that message away from today's action? I mean, it's kind of the disconnect between action and then reception is, especially when we're seeing it on Twitter, or you're going to see it on whatever outlet you see it on, television, newspapers, tomorrow or tonight. And there will already be a spin put onto the story itself. So how do you believe that the actions themselves are actually having a cut through in the public, and having a
what's up with those people assaulting the protesters? Just fucking mob mentality, I guess. I don't know, dog. Like, our precious private property, you know, like, just pearl clutching.
Positive reaction when it comes to public perception of your organization.
So we're not seeking positive perception of Just Stop Oil, right? What we're seeking to do is force this issue up the news agenda into the forefront of the public consciousness, and we have been very effective at that. We're now entering into a situation where the next UK government is likely to enact Just Stop Oil's original demand of no new oil and gas into legislation, right? So we have been very effective. Now, I understand why it can be confusing to people, but you know.
Yeah, again, it's not about popularity. It's not. It's about the message. And like, some people might not like it, but like, they are hearing it nonetheless.
There's ample research on this that suggests that though people don't like Just Stop Oil, they tend to actually disassociate it from the issue itself. So generally people will be going, oh, I don't like these Just Stop Oil folks, but actually the issue of the climate crisis is really important and something needs to happen about it. And actually a lot of the time the research goes, well, I'm not going to support Just Stop Oil, but I might support Friends of the Earth. And this is called the radical flanker.
I won't support MLK Jr., but I will support civil rights movement.
Effect, it shifts the Overton window, it shifts the range of conversation that we are having in society. So now we're talking about oil and gas licenses and the need to enact an international legally binding treaty to end the extraction and burning of oil, gas and coal by 2030. That's at the top of the news agenda where it wasn't before. Now the cornstarch will wash off the off Stonehenge, you know, within a couple of days, but the damage that is being done to all of our communities by oil and gas executives and the politicians that they've bought is going to run on for many generations. And I think that we need to be having a discussion about what it is that we're prepared to do about that, given what's at stake.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the incoming government there. I just want to read you out Keir Starmer's response to the action today. He said on Twitter earlier on, the damage done to Stonehenge is outrageous. Just Stop Oil are pathetic. Those responsible must face the full...
Outrageous, pathetic, you have to face the full force of the law. Those are emotionally charged statements, you know?
Force of the law. What's your response to that?
Well, we are always accountable for our actions. We always sit and wait to be arrested, so we will face the full force of the law. What I would ask Keir Starmer is, when will the oil and gas executives responsible for the deaths of millions of people face the full force of the law?
You had mentioned that the incoming government have already accepted some of the original demands of Just Stop Oil from the earlier actions. Can you see a world where the actions that Just Stop Oil are taking now are going to be taken on by a Labour government in the next, between now and the 5 years down the line that they have?
I think that as civil unrest increases as a result of what's happening with the climate, there will be increasing political pressure to enact our demand. I think when we look back into the past, we look at Emily Davison throwing herself in front of the King's horse, for instance. I think many of us now accept that that was a necessary step in order to bring about rights for women. And I think many of us are glad that those people undertook the actions that they did. And I think that we need to be thinking about, how is all of this going to look in 50 years time? When the anger and the outrage has died down about some cornstarch being put on Stonehenge, and there will be time to actually look at the...
Yeah, like, suffragettes burned shit. You know what I mean? Like, Vietnam protesters, like, took the president of what was it, NYU hostage. Like, fuck. It's a protest. Protests are often illegal, but are mostly necessary. Yeah. Like, it's kind of irrelevant almost. Like, those criminal charges are not going to be the defining thing about this moment in history.
Reasons why we've done what we've done, and it will look very reasonable what we're asking given what's at stake.
Are you and your colleagues apprehensive to take the action that you take, keeping in mind the current political reception of the organization itself? Is there a nervousness about going out and doing actions like this, knowing full well that the highest offices in the land will come out and demand the toughest, not necessarily the toughest sentence possible, but a very heavy hand of the law to be put onto your shoulder after the actions?
Yes, it's absolutely terrifying. Yeah. But
yeah, like that lady that called in, like, give them life sentences, hard labor. Like, come the fuck on. Be so for real. Like, it's not that serious.
What's more terrifying is what's happening with the climate. Yeah. I think, you know, many of us kind of understand the climate crisis in sort of this intellectual kind of way, that it's this thing that's happening out there, rather than really kind of emotionally connecting with actually what it means for us. The fact that it's going to mean that we lose our family, it means that we lose our loved ones, it means that we lose everything in society that we care about, right? And we're at a point in history where we need to be asking, you know, what will our civilization leave behind? What is our legacy going to be? Because at this point, either we end the fossil fuel era, or the fossil fuel era is going to end us.
Yeah, I like that tagline. Like, we have to end it, or it is going to end us. It's just true. Okay. Where do we start? We start with Abby Shapiro. Oh yeah, I thought this was interesting. Fuck. Wait, I have to get water. So, all right, we're gonna.
So why would billionaires?
We're gonna go here.
Obscene. Oh no. Vermeer.
I'll be right back. I really need water.
Van Gogh and Monet. Recently, fine art has been the target of climate protests. Environmental groups gaining notoriety in recent weeks with a slew of provocative stunts.
What is worth more, art or life?
There are two main groups behind some of the recent acts: Just Stop Oil and Last Generation. They're using art galleries as their venue.
My generation has no other choice but to take this kind of action.
This new type of activism is gaining international attention, and with it, growing questions over who's backing them.
Change is coming, whether you like it or not.
Just Stop Oil is open about their funding, saying money comes from the Climate Emergency Fund, founded by AILEEN Getty, granddaughter of oil tycoon John Paul Getty. The Gettys are considered the 56th wealthiest family in America, with a net worth of $5.4 billion. So why would billionaires back art vandals? In a recent op-ed in The Guardian, Getty said, quote, "I proudly provide funding to the Climate Emergency Fund, which in turn makes grants to climate activists, including Just Stop Oil." Getty has donated a reported $1 million to CEF since she established the nonprofit back in 2019 with producer and activist Rory Kennedy, youngest child of Robert F. Kennedy. According to Mother Jones, Just Stop Oil is the biggest recipient of CEF funds this year, with $1.1 million out of a total of $4.5 million in grants dispersed to dozens of climate organizations across the world, including Last Generation and another environmentalist group known as Extinction Rebellion.
There's been significant changes in what we know about the horrors to come.
Roger Hallam is a co-founder of Extinction Rebellion. He says their message is clear.
You don't have a choice. You have to enter resistance and you have to go to prison. That's what you have to do.
According to the CEF website, their goal is to provide legal support and other assistance for climate activists engaged in non-violent protests. The Nonviolent Endowed Fund makes most of its money through fundraising, and they provide grants with 85% of that money. Grant size is determined by the funding needed, but they say most of the grants they dole out are between $30,000 and $80,000. Since CEF was founded in 2019, they have funded 94 organizations, trained more than 22,000 climate activists, and mobilized over 1 million. Getty says, as the daughter of a famous family who built their fortune on fossil fuels, she's dedicated to using her resources to protect life on Earth. And though she publicly applauded the splashing of Van Gogh's sunflower painting earlier this month, she said she has no control over how the activists she's funding choose to protest.
Are the police more on the side of Just Stop Oil than your ordinary working man and woman?
I think she has really upset police officers with that statement. If she gave them the tools, they'd be able to do the job properly. They've got no brief for Just Stop Oil. Problem they've got is, of course, is legislation. Supreme Court. They have decreed that a certain amount of disruption can be caused by protests because of human rights, Articles 11 and 12. And some people got acquitted for that reason. So that set a precedent. If you protest, you can cause a certain amount of disruption. And then, of course, with slow marching, the police specifically requested that that be brought into law, to become an Act of Parliament. The government tried it. You can't slow march or you'll be arrested. It's a specific offence, and it was thrown out by the House of Lords. So the police, to a certain extent, have got their hands tied. As for potentially preventing a motorist from assaulting a JSO protester, police have got every sympathy with their frustrations, but they can't stand by. If they stood by and something happened and somebody got hurt, that officer or officers will be facing disciplinary proceedings and could end up in court for misconduct in public office.
Yeah, it's a very tricky one. I have got a little clip now of something that was doing the rounds on social media earlier on. I'm just going to talk you through it, really. So it's man with van pulling up, confronted by a barrier of Just Stop Oil, rips the poster, the banner out of their hands and goes to dash it on the side of the road. He's still got it in his hand. Then one police officer, two police officers, they get in touch. They're basically saying, look, you need to stop this. He's saying, I've got to get to work. I've got to get to work. Please let me get to work. The police officers surrounding him. As this clip plays on as well, another couple of police officers get involved as well. And I've got to put it to you, Chris, that the ordinary person watching this now, I think, would have a lot of sympathy for the idea, that just the way that it looks, which is the police are going to do more about a man ripping a banner out of some annoying people's hands than they are about the annoying people.
Well, I've just explained the reasons why their hands are tied. And if they didn't intervene...
Good Lord. So the daughter of oil barons has a conscience? Why is this surprising? Kids often disagree with their parents. Exactly. That's my point. And, like, I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but, yeah, she's also a survivor of HIV, like, excommunicated from her family because of it, and has been doing philanthropy and art. You know, like, she seems like a real live human. She's a real boy.
There, and something had happened, and that...
Also, yeah, this is fucking hilarious. Oh no, the woke police! The woke police are stopping people from assaulting people instead of protesting. So woke.
That motorist perhaps got really upset and tried dragging somebody along the floor, and they got quite badly hurt, or their clothes got damaged. And the police did nothing. Those police officers... So what they're trying to do, I think they've got every police officer I talk to on these protests, and I go to quite a few of them, have been able to keep up with Just Stop Oil. I was out observing Extinction Rebellion over those 4 days. But every police officer can sympathise and empathise with the frustrations felt by motorists.
And their hands are tied, is what you're saying, and especially when people find out as well that, you know, legislation that probably would have stopped what we're currently seeing now, which is this slow walking, was actually knocked back by the House of Lords, and maybe people should take it up with them as opposed to the police. And I do feel very sorry for the police on this, because they are very much at the front line of it, and they're the visible face of public anger. I have incredible sympathy. I would be the same if I was in my car trying to get to work, or there was disruption to my day. I mean, good grief, work is the least of it. Can you imagine if you had a relative having a stroke in the back of your car or something, the worst case scenario stuff, your wife...
If you have someone in the back of your car having a stroke, why aren't they in an ambulance? Are y'all driving each other to the hospital in the UK too? Is the NHS that gutted? Fuck.
Labour or whatever, I would be absolutely livid with police for not doing anything about it. But there's not really a lot they can do. Let's change the law right here on this show. What laws do we need?
Well, you need basically, if there's going to be an offence of obstructing the highway.
This is why white nationalists will fall in their breeding program. Oh, fail. Even if they breed thousands of white babies, those babies won't necessarily be white nationalists. Yeah, absolutely. Like, often it's the opposite. Like, if you have, like, hardcore, fundy, like, white supremacist parents, like, the kids don't like that. You know, like they see through your bullshit. Like,
let's make it with some penalties, and let's take away the Human Rights Act, because as long as that Human Rights Act is there, and obviously that's controversial if you do remove it, Articles 10 and 11, then this is going to be the case. And of course, even if police make arrests, they've then got to get it past the Crown Prosecution Service. And that in itself could be problematic if they turn around and say, well, I'm sorry, Articles 10 and 11 trump what you've just tried to do, or what you've done in arresting that particular individual. So it is, but they have, having said that, previous Just Stop Oil protests, police have arrested more than 500 of those protesters. But now you've got this precedent's been set legally, which is what the Commissioner pointed out in his confrontation that he had yesterday. You know the law, our hands are tied. This morning, as I understand it, they have moved JSO protesters.
oh. God forbid people have the right to assembly and protest. That's a real problem, huh?
They've invoked a part of the Public Order Act that says if it's really serious disruption, we can act. And they've actually moved them, and JSO complied and got out of the road when they were threatened with arrest.
We're looking at the big stories of the day. The comedian, writer, broadcaster, Stephen Allen is with us, chewing the fat on these. I guess we should mention, Steve, that Stonehenge became the latest victim of the Just Stop Oil cool cats who went orange-bound with their powdered paint or whatever the heck it is. We're told it's not a tub of Dulux, that this stuff can be cleaned off. I think that's their kind of moral... selling point on these things, but they've just been arrested, two of them.
It's not a moral selling point. They just don't want to do permanent damage. If they wanted to do permanent damage, they could just do that. If they're being arrested anyway, why not? Hi, PGC.
They've just been arrested having decorated those stones. Historic area. We don't want to see this. Are they gaining anything? Does anybody sympathise with them over this?
Well, they're certainly gaining anything. Sympathise, I'm not sure, but it works, doesn't it? There's a problem. We're talking about it now. I mean, in this particular one, it's before the...
Exactly. You're talking about it now. That's the entire point. Yeah.
So this is when Stonehenge heads up to being a bit more on the news agenda. I feel sorry for the Druids. If ever there's a group of people who aren't using that much oil, all they want to do...
I feel sorry for the Druids. The Druids, if they actually gave a fuck about the earth, then they wouldn't have a problem, right? Because they want Stonehenge to continue to exist and not be flooded or something, presumably. Freaking people assaulting the protesters, I know. Fucking the vigilante citizens arrest over here.
Who is worship the pagan gods naked. Is that asking too much?
Well, that's a good point, actually.
And notice when they start assaulting them, the protester just sits down. He doesn't fight. He's just sitting down. Like...
much oil. All they want to do is worship the pagan gods naked. Is that asking too much?
Well, that's a good point, actually, isn't it? Yeah, you're going for the wrong target there, really.
But this is why it works, though, isn't it? These protests work because of the incongruity between the protest and the target. Because then it's so easy to do an hour of phone-in radio saying, oh, they've destroyed one of the paintings that we've heard of, or they've tried to attack something that's nothing to do with oil. And it raises the profile. Meanwhile, there are some genuine protesty people writing letters to the government. I can't even name them to give you an example of the people who are doing things the right way because they don't have the profile.
Yeah.
Exactly. If they're doing it the right way, then it's not disruptive and you don't know who they are or what they're even advocating for. Exactly.
What we should do, if you're really against them, is say a protest group attacked Stonehenge, not use their name like they used to do with terrorists.
So, no, that's a good point. If you, when you watch a football match, if somebody does something silly like runs across the pitch naked, they don't show that, of course. So the camera's cut away, unless they get it slightly wrong. I was at a match a couple of years ago. Somebody threw like a sort of a rucksack or something into the middle of the field. I remember the United player picking it up and taking it off and thinking, what was that all about? I'll watch Match of the Day tonight, then I'll be able to, see the bigger picture. And of course it wasn't on Match of the Day. You didn't see any of it. It's as if it never happened. It wasn't referred to, didn't need to be. Maybe we need to go more in that kind of space. Because I don't think these guys, I was saying this to Julia a little earlier, Steve, and you might disagree with this, but I think this and some of the, ban this company or ban this book festival because they've got connections to Israel, because somebody's brother's cousin once went to Tel Aviv for a weekend stag night, so therefore we mustn't allow a load of people to come.
That is not what BDS is about. You lying fuck. Wow, I hate you so much. Protesters are by and large non-violent and against any kind of harm to anyone, right? So if someone decides to kick your ass as a protester, likely you'll just sit down and take it. Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not getting into a fight with some fucking random that's so attached to Stonehenge that they're willing to assault me. Nah, probably not.
Congregate because it's by implication or by extension they are supporting the Israeli regime. I think all of these people are actually really just sort of arch anti-capitalists. That's what I sense is going.
Oh no! Hey, I think you're bordering on what might be considered edging on socialism. Uh-oh. Funny, people who say Stonehenge isn't a proper target would also throw a fit over a bank. Yep, like it's been said, when it's a bank, people just ignore it. It's got people talking. I'll give activists that. Absolutely. And the private property, it gets people really riled up because they're so fucking attached to the idea of private property. And I think this is different because it's public private property. It's in a gray area where it's a tourist destination, but also a historical site. Yeah.
Going on here. It's a form of political protest. They can't find it in the Labour Party. They can't really find it in the Green Party. And being angry and protesting against stuff is what it's all about.
They certainly get to have that cathartic, look what we're doing, aren't we so good? I mean, I suppose everyone thinks they're...
Aren't we so good? I don't think they think that, man. That's not the point of activism. It's not oh, well, I feel better, I can sleep tonight. They're still worried about the climate when they go to bed.
Ends justify the means, and they never do, really. If you want to do a good protest, don't have a means that breaks the law, because you're going to turn some people off. But within their group, within their demographic, I'm sure...
Yeah, if you don't break any laws, then you're not doing an effective protest. I'm sorry, if you're doing everything within the bounds of the law, just the cops want you to, then you're not really protesting, right?
They can easily pat themselves on the back saying, look how good we're being, trying to achieve our goal. I just think the way that
you're trying to get exactly these conversations.
We're allowing it to happen. I'm all in favour. People need the right to protest. I'm not in favour of what the government brought in with, if you've got 3 flyers, you can get locked up for a weekend. But that's when people should be sticking to the rules of protesting. We are given the ability to protest, not break the law. And that is the fine line.
Yeah. I don't know the compound of their powder.
You're free to do as you're told.
Orange stuff, but I'm assuming it would be So somebody told me it's legally checked, so they can't be accused of vandalism because you could just throw a bucket of water over it and it would come off. I'm not sure that fully sticks, because I've seen some pretty horrendous damage on buildings that took an awful...
Well, they did get arrested. I don't know if they actually got charged, but...
awful lot of effort to get it off, even if it was washable, if that makes sense.
There was one the other week when they were spraying some building, probably for some capitalist reason. I remember watching it thinking, they're getting good coverage. Like, I've got a garden fence that needs creosote.
The way they're trying to attack them on the grounds of being anti-capitalist, like, oh no, that's the worst thing you could call me, God forbid.
If ever they want to break out and make some side money, I would hire them to do that.
Yeah, I'll help you with your fence, Steve. I don't mind a bit. Well, the creosoting is a bit like jet washing, isn't it? It's a good idea for 5 minutes. You get to panel number 3 and you think, why did I start this job? But maybe the kids over there at Just Stop Oil are the people to help. And let's move on to this final story as well. I think this is a good reminder, really, of what we're talking about. The Prime Minister of the day, he was Boris Johnson, announcing this.
God.
I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home. Because the critical thing we must do to stop the disease spreading between households.
There it was.
What? I'm sorry, what? The fuck? Was this from today? Is this about COVID? I'm so confused.
Stay at home. Because the critical thing we must do to stop the disease spreading between households.
There it was. I mean, this was curious stuff. And we all remember, we all have our own story of, where we were or what our reaction was. I tell this often, Steve, being in the school gates, picking my little boy up and hearing some parents further down the line talking about how in France they'd locked down some schools. And is it likely to happen here? And I remember being quite infuriated, thinking, God, this is how, bad rumours start. People spreading conspiracy theories like this. What kind of halfwit actually thinks we're going to close our schools? They'll be on to the pubs next. And then, of course, fast forward about 10 days, that's exactly what they did. And there was the announcement. And it got worse, of course, because if you breached the regulations, you could get a fine. And that might have meant that you were questioned on your motivation for being outside. Were you doing your daily exercise or was it something else? It could be that you were caught. Well, I think one woman was caught with a cup of coffee, and the cup of coffee was deemed to be a picnic item rather than a walking item. If it was a walking item, it would be some water. There was all this kind of old guff. 29,383 people got a fine during that time.
Oh,
and the former Justice Secretary, Sir Robert Buckland, is suggesting the slate should be wiped clean and those convictions should be removed. That sounds fair enough, doesn't it?
I did not know about these fines. Is this real? Chat, is this real? Did this happen? What the actual fuck?
Absolutely. This should have happened before now. In fact, as soon as Partygate happened, the idea that we would be paying a fine for something that the Prime Minister, eventually it turns out...
Partygate! Seems like 2020, Lord. Yeah, no, this is about, fines that happened during lockdown in 2020. Yeah. Even though COVID is still here.
No, that's not the way this country should work. I'm not saying if ever a Prime Minister breaks a law, we should all get to break that law. Otherwise, we'd all be at war with Iraq. Am I right? But the idea that there would be rules that we were fined for, as soon as you find out that the people who were telling us to stick to those rules weren't sticking to them, that's it. The game's off. You can't actually run a country where you would do it that way around. Yeah, so, and repay the money, wipe it from everyone's records. We would have been moving on from this so much more quickly if it would have already happened by now.
Yeah. People in their 30s accounted for the largest amount of fines, 6.9 million. Although those aged 20 or below also paid 3.3 million. Half of the fines, 12.5 million, were raised by just 5 police forces. The Met in London, Greater Manchester, Merseyside, Lancashire and South Wales were all busy at it.
Damn, it seems like the cops were over policing certain areas. That's curious. Interesting. Huh, I don't know anything about English neighborhoods, but I would bet that it's not white people.
Fining you for walking at the wrong time or in the wrong place.
They had to do something to replace all of those fines that people were normally paying for speeding or entering a box junction. You know, there's maths to be done here, Ian. You can't have a black hole in the economy, can you?
That's what happened. Listen, Steve, great to gauge your views on the big issues of the day. He's Stephen Allen, the writer and comedian. Thank you to him.
Not surprised it happened in my city, too. Interesting. Yeah, we didn't have anything like that. It's news to me, man. All right, let's get into fucking Brett Cooper. Brett should be, though.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. Guys, I am very excited about what we're about to talk about because this is a bit of a throwback episode. I've not talked about this subject in ages, and I feel like I used to talk about it all the time. We have to do an update on Just Stop Oil.
We're back, baby!
And if you don't know what Just Stop Oil is, good for you. You probably have more brain cells and more kindness in your heart than the rest of us who have had to be subjected to their nonsense for the past 3 years. But back to the point, Just Stop Oil is a environmental...
Oh, yeah. Just Stop Oil is the reason you have no kindness in your heart. Yeah, keep thinking that. Sure.
Group who wants to stop big oil to save the planet. But they get their message across in the most absurd, counterproductive ways, like gluing themselves to the road and blocking normal people just trying to get to work, throwing cans of soup on historic art, trying to paint over the Mona Lisa, all in the name of just stopping.
Paint over.
Cans of soup on historic art, trying to paint.
You can see that it's behind 3-inch glass. Hello?
Over the Mona Lisa, all in the name of just stopping oil. And I hadn't seen them on social media for the past few months, had not heard about any of their shenanigans, and then bam, they made their return to social media in a big way this week. They went after Stonehenge and
they've been doing stuff this entire time.
Taylor Swift's jet. Before I get into it though, make sure that you subscribe to the channel if you've not already, leave us a like if you enjoy the episode, and then ring that notification bell so that you never miss one of our uploads. All right, so in classic
I like that she got a climate change blurb.
Just Stop Oil fashion, they all got together and tried to come up with the next best way to irritate normal people just trying to go on with their everyday lives, and the best way to harm very culturally significant pieces of history and works of art. And this time, they decided on Stonehenge. Just watch their
harm, right?
Video. This time it's like an old dude. Usually it's like 20
Oh my god, I hadn't heard the sound before. Stop him! No!
something-year-olds. I think this is just like a random lady who's there in a tourist group, but absolutely badass. Oh my god, the crisscross applesauce. Every single time they get caught, they're like,
I think she works there. She's probably like an attendant.
We don't move. We don't move. We've done this in the name of oil. Oh my god. The people are obnoxious. They are obnoxious little brats. And if you want to meet one of these offenders, you're in luck because one of them made a video.
My name's Neve, I'm 21 and I'm a student at the University of Oxford. Today I'm taking action with Just Stop Oil to demand that the UK government commits to signing the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. To refuse to do so is to warrant death, destruction and suffering on an absolutely immense and immeasurable scale.
Seems like a fun guy.
It must be a very sad existence to just walk around believing that the world is going to end in 2030. Al Gore has been saying the world was going to end for 40 years. And
that's not what they're saying, you dumb piece of shit. She's so dense. Like, I know that she's not even trying to understand, but that's not what people are saying. The effects of climate change need to be mitigated now. We've set climate goals as an entire world collectively, which we are not on track to meet. What are you not fucking understanding?
we're still here. AOC said that we were all going to be underwater by now. It hasn't happened. Move on.
Also, Al Gore isn't a climate scientist, right? We don't consult Al Gore on anything related to climate. Yeah, like, there was, like, one book he wrote, like, that I remember. I don't know, man. Since that, like, has he even said shit?
On with your life. Find some joy. Find another hobby. Because that is what it is. This is a hobby for you.
For Thousands of years, people have come to Stonehenge on the solstice to celebrate our natural world, to celebrate the beauty of our natural world.
So you're gonna go destroy it?
These stones have stood here for
It's not destroyed. It's orange powder.
5,000 years. What will the world look like in 5,000 years' time? What will our legacy be?
I know what yours is gonna be. An obnoxious little brat. An obnoxious little brat.
Projection. Pure fucking projection. You are the brattiest bitch that there is. Are you kidding me?
That painted Stonehenge. It's just so predictable at this point. It's
No doubt that kid is 20 times smarter than Brett Cooper. Yep.
the same talking points. It's the same outrage, the same fear. Move on with your life. And also, what an embarrassment for the University of Oxford. It used to be such an esteemed university. I used to want to go to the University of Oxford or Cambridge, like I would dream about that. And now these are the types of people that you are pumping out. I mean, Grand Canyon University could never. Grand Canyon University.
I'm sorry. That's funny as fuck. Dude, Grand Canyon University is like, what was that fucking, the scam university? Like, a polytechnic university or whatever? It's like that. It's like an online bullshit. It's barely accredited. I'm pretty sure that's where she went, too.
University is a private Christian university in the beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. GCU believes in equal opportunities and that the American dream starts with a purpose. And GCU equips you to serve others in ways that promote human flourishing and create a ripple effect of transformation for generations to come. A purpose that is not executed
I can't breathe.
with an oil-based spray paint can. GCU will equip you with the skills and values to change the world for good as you glorify God. Whether you're pursuing a bachelor's, a master's, or
glorify God.
Or a doctoral degree, GCU's online, on-campus, and hybrid learning environments are designed to help you achieve your unique academic, personal, and professional goals. They are truly here to make it work for you. With over 330 academic programs as of December 2023, GCU meets you where you are and provides a path to help you fulfill your dreams. So check them out today and start finding your purpose at Grand Canyon University. It's private, it's Christian, it's affordable. Visit gcu.edu. Again, that is gcu.edu.
It's private, it's Christian, it's affordable. Nothing compared to Oxford and Cambridge. Girl, wow.
You to learn more. And I promise you will not see any of this nonsense on their campuses. Somebody commented and said, I wonder if she realizes that her glasses are made from petroleum? No, they often forget that literally everything they touch is...
Oh yeah, how dare you need to wear glasses? And also protest climate change.
somehow derived from oil.
Didn't think of that, did you?
They don't really care about that. They just care about death, destruction.
No, they did. They did think about that. That's the fucking problem. You live in a society, therefore you can't change it. Hoggers.
Destruction in the planet. Oh my god. Somebody else on X said, their lives are miserable, so they try to ruin anything that people find interesting. Correct! Which is why people hate them so much. And on that note, somebody else commented and said, do they realize that they are the worst thing that has ever happened to environmentalism? Truly! Like when I was in elementary school, I had a Save the Earth club. I was super into saving the earth. I was like against climate change. My dad is a big fan of Al Gore. Now I'm like, oh my god, more oil. I hate you people. Like, bring it on.
What happened to you? Who hurt you?
More fossil fuels just because I am so irritated by everything you're doing. I don't want to feel that way. I love the planet because you are turning good people who actually care.
Yeah, do you? Do you actually care?
About the planet against your cause. It is.
Yeah, if you could be turned against the cause of climate change by a little bit of orange cornstarch, you never fucking cared. You never cared even a little bit. What the fuck?
Idiotic. Somebody else commented and said, attacking a heritage site made with zero fossil fuels to protest the use of fossil fuels. Yeah, and with paint and equipment that is made with oil and fossil fuels. Like you.
Yeah, because guess what? No one's gonna be going to Stonehenge if we all fucking die.
literally cannot make this stuff up. Somebody else commented and said, the people have spoken, and then he posted a screenshot of what was trending in the UK. Stonehenge and arseholes. Yeah, I am telling you, all they have done is turn people away from their issue, which some speculate could be the root reason why they're still pulling these stunts and being funded. And I actually did an episode.
No. People... I don't know. People are talking about it, that's for sure. I don't know, like... Are people pissed off? Maybe. But, like, that emotional response, it is the point. It is the whole point. Like, why would people feel so strongly to do something like this? I don't know. Maybe you should look into that.
About this a while ago, but one of the first big donors to Just Stop Oil was AILEEN Getty. She's the granddaughter of John Paul Getty and the heiress of the Getty oil fortune. So, the idea that they are
not the heiress,
actually funded by big oil as a way to turn people off from climate activism.
This might surprise you, but John Paul Getty had sons. Wow. The big reactionary in my office was talking about it the other day. She's a big Katie Hopkins fan. So you can imagine how that conversation went. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Isn't too far-fetched, but also AILEEN Getty is allegedly very in favor of their cause. She is an environmentalist, so who knows? Maybe this organization...
She's an environmentalist, also can't control what the activists do.
Really is that dumb. Interestingly though, they did finally do a protest that seemed relatively in line with their goals. Rather than throwing soup or paint on a harmless work of art and gluing themselves to the concrete with oil-based glue, they broke into an airport and they painted private jets, one that they thought was Taylor Swift's. It is shocking how easy it was for them to just get into an airfield. TSA what? Are you kidding me? So brave. Stunning and brave. If you're doing something illegal...
This is a private airplane hangar. I guess you're too poor to know that. Jesus Christ.
At least leave the scene. They're like, no, we're gonna crisscross applesauce. I'm telling you guys, crisscross applesauce. Every single time they are done, they just wait. Oh, we've just done the most amazing thing. We're gonna be arrested, but it's for a good cause. Oh, you idiots. It is so, so dumb. Now, even though they've been posting on social media saying that Taylor Swift's jet had just landed at this airport and that...
So, even when they're attacking things that do burn oil, then it's still bad and you still don't like it? Interesting.
They were painting hers. Community Notes immediately came in and said, no, it has been confirmed. Her plane was not even there, was not in the vicinity. So these were just some other random planes. Maybe they painted some other billionaires' jets. Who knows? Maybe Mark Cuban, the environmentalist who has like 15 private jets. Ironic and hypocritical, per usual. Anyway, back to the point, and I want to be clear about this. I am obviously not promoting painting or defacing private property. Everything that they did is completely illegal and they should be charged for that. After 3 years of shenanigans and nonsense, they finally figured out how to do a protest that is actually about their cause. Like, in this case, I can actually look at the protest and go, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. Private jets, carbon emissions.
Kind of makes sense, but it still pisses me off, and I'm mad for reasons.
A to Z, I see it. The Mona Lisa, throwing soup on the Mona Lisa? No sense. Are they seriously that dumb?
Nobody is going to see the Mona Lisa. Like, if we all can't live, if we're all, like, trying to, like, mitigate the harms of climate change, then a lot less people get to see the Mona Lisa. It's not that hard to understand, man.
That it took them 3 years of protests and public hatred to figure it out. And unsurprisingly, people responded much better to this than anything else they have done. Somebody commented and said, that I can't feel bad about. Leave the art and the history alone and bully the actual mega polluters. Go for Kim Kardashian's jet next and make sure to spray paint the inside as well. Still, you will need to face the consequences for Stonehenge. Yeah, they certainly do, and I hope that they will. Somebody else said,
oh my god, you cannot have KEKW. You cannot have it. Stop it. Stop it right now.
They certainly do, and I hope that they will.
We've got an op. We've got an op at the Daily Wire, okay? This is not okay. Stonehenge is protected by the Ancient Monuments Act, and it is a criminal offense to damage the stones. Okay, it's not damaged, though. There are also multiple rare, species growing on the stones that are also protected. Expect a prison sentence. Lichen species. Oh, yeah. All right. I mean, I feel like the lichen's probably fine. I don't know. A lot of museums and venues and shit are sponsored by BP and other companies like that. Yeah, like, there was one museum that divested from BP after the protest. I forget which one.
Somebody else said, I am now a Just Stop Oil fan. Another guy commented with, a private jet is a much better target than Stonehenge to get public support. If I were your PR guy, I would advise you to apologize for Stonehenge and stick to targets like this. That's not considering the criminal part of all of this, of course. And that really is the reality here. They are all...
I don't care. I don't care about the criminal part.
You gotta be ready for the cum, and
gotta be ready for the cum. Thank you, Zed. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. We're still on our PsyOp deep dive. Brett Cooper is the fucking worst. He used to work next to Tate Britain, and that was sponsored by BP during the time I worked next to it. Yeah. It adds up. Adds up. Fuck BP.
Still criminals. They are doing things that are illegal. They are destroying public and private property and infringing upon normal, innocent people's day-to-day lives. And on top of that, their cause is so laughable and absurd because, again, everything they use for these protests, from the paint, their clothes, the backpacks they wear, the cars they drive to get to these locations, are all made using oil and fossil.
In an unjust society, criminals are the ones that are right. Yeah, 100%. What part of demonstration and civil disobedience does she not understand with the teleprompter? Yeah, like, all of it? I think all of it. I think she doesn't understand very much at all.
Fossil fuels. We need oil. We literally cannot survive without it at this point in time. So maybe, if you actually want to help the planet, put your attention towards bettering the world as it is today. Teaching people about sustainability and regenerative farming, encouraging people to get outside and appreciate the parks and the natural landscape so that they get excited about caring for the earth, encouraging our local governments to actually clean up the cities around the world that are so disgusting. Like, I don't know, just something more productive than this. Well, guys, I hope you liked that video. Make sure that you like.
Clean up the cities. Hey, what do you mean by that? Hey, what cities? Hey, what parts of what cities? What are you talking about? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, God.
Okay, so climate activists are the bane of many motorists' lives, and they're blocking traffic, gluing themselves to roads, etc. These protests by the likes of Just Stop Oil and other groups have been on pause of late, but if they were to start up again, they would have quite a lot of lawyers on their side. It's a really important development, this. That's because more than 100 barristers...
She means get rid of the House people? Yeah, probably.
The solicitors, legal academics, they're planning to sign what's called a declaration of conscience, vowing not to represent fossil fuel companies, so they won't defend fossil fuel companies or prosecute climate change protesters. They're kind of both sides of the coin there, okay? So there we go. Well, I'm joined now.
Got arrested you for your war crimes. Oh, no. Caught.
Oh,
torturing me with GBNews. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look, listen, I'm here to walk you through all this.
Eddie, who is a spokesperson for Just Stop Oil. Thank you very much, Eddie, for joining us. I can't give your full name, can I?
My name's Edward Whittingham, but I go by Eddie. Thank you for having me.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, cool. That was easy. Good stuff, Eddie.
What, did you think that he was, like, in hiding? I'd like to get rid of the House people too, but my solution is giving them fucking homes. Right. Yep.
Well, look, what do you make of the idea now that around 120 legal boffins are saying that they wouldn't prosecute you if your case was brought before them?
Sure. Well, I think what we need to be talking about.
It's fucking awesome. Hell yeah. You know? Shout out to these lawyers. What?
Is what is it that they've identified that's made them come out, often at great risk to their own career?
Yeah, if he didn't want to reveal his name, then going, hey, you don't want to tell us your whole name, do you? Yeah, huge fucking dick move.
To say, we will not prosecute ordinary people taking peaceful action to avert the greatest crisis humanity has ever faced.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but do you think it's fair? Because they will continue, I would imagine, to defend people like paedophiles and rapists, etc., and they think, presumably, then that oil companies are worse than paedophiles, do they?
What?
Look, I think a little bit of context is needed here, Patrick. So 1.5 degrees of global warming is now locked in. If we go over 2 degrees, that will threaten the stability of
Criminal defense lawyers do criminal defense. Yeah, like that's their job. What the fuck?
global civilization. We could see north of 1 billion climate change refugees at 2 degrees of global warming. And according to the IPCC, any further delay in action on the climate crisis will mean missing a brief and rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable, sustainable future for all. So I think what these lawyers and other legal professionals have done is absolutely heroic. Okay, I think that history will thank them for it.
I get, obviously, there's two sides to this, which is that they're not going to, it would appear anyway, defend people like oil companies, which I do find remarkable, which is that they would quite possibly be willing to defend murderers, rapists, as I've said, paedophiles, etc. Absolute
do you know that that's what they're going to do?
Well, they do that in their legal profession, don't they? But
have they stated that?
Because it's their job. It's their job. If you... What the fuck? Pedophiles are obviously bad. That doesn't take away climate change being bad. Yeah, like, I don't know what the fuck the point is. Like, yeah, I don't know. Oil execs are basically doing mass murder. So, if you think murder is bad, then presumably you wouldn't want them to defend the mass murderers. Right? Like...
What are you talking about, sorry? So
Yeah. Okay, I'm not a legal expert, Patrick. I'm just a 25-year-old university student. Okay, so you would need to invite one of the signatories of this letter to be clear on what they're actually saying.
No, absolutely, but this
on
is a
its
key
own,
point.
This is absolutely essential, what they've done. This is an absolutely essential step that they've taken.
Okay, all right. So why do you think it's absolutely essential for them to potentially drive a coach and horses through the British legal system in the way of doing things? Because there is the cab rank rule.
They're upholding the rule of law.
Yeah, I stand by my previous statement that Just Stop Oil is not a PsyOp, but the response to Just Stop Oil might be a PsyOp, because this shit is like they're scrambling to delegitimize the movement. And that seems like it has a much more clear imperial goal than Just Stop Oil.
They're upholding the rule of law. Okay, these are their words. The climate breakdown represents, quote, a serious risk to the rule of law. Those are not my words. Those are the signatories' words. Now, why do you think they're saying that?
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, because that's the argument that people like yourself use, which you're perfectly entitled to, which is if the climate emergency does come to fruition and it does happen, then there will be the breakdown in law and order and there will be mass death, etc. And I get all of that. I get what you're saying, and you're perfectly entitled to your view. But in this country, lawyers...
Right, Frank and Pandy, like... The fucking false equivalency
is to have to abide by what's called the cab rank rule, which is when a case essentially comes across into their lap, they have to take it, which means that they don't discriminate against which person that they decide to defend or prosecute. And they're making an exception for you guys on this. Do you not think that maybe sets a dangerous precedent going forward for the British justice system?
Again, I don't have the qualifications to comment on.
No. No, I don't think it does. Yeah, if 100 lawyers came out and said, like, oh yeah, we're not going to represent black people, I think that would be a fucking issue for precedent. This isn't... I don't know, man. Talks about climate change like it's going to happen overnight and all of a sudden mass chaos. It's a slow burn, just like the oil. Yeah.
I can only speak for myself as someone taking action with Just Stop Oil.
All right, fair enough. When it comes to you not being prosecuted by some of this lot, obviously other people will continue, so how much of a material difference it actually goes to make is one thing. But one of the individuals who's fronting up this is a guy called Jolyon Morn, who did acknowledge...
Absolute hero.
Russia Today got taken off TV here, but GBNews is still allowed. Yeah. Shows that our TV regulator is selective in its regulation. Real.
Hero.
Yeah, he clubbed a fox to death in his own back garden whilst wearing his wife's kimono on Boxing Day, so it's not particularly eco-friendly.
Huh? I'm sorry, what?
A guy called Jolyon Morn, who did acknowledge...
Hero. Absolute hero.
Yeah, he clubbed a fox to death in his own back garden whilst wearing his wife's kimono on Boxing Day, so it's not particularly eco-friendly, is it?
Did he really? I didn't hear that. I'd have to fact check that.
Sorry. What the fuck? The details. Wow. Okay. Anglo got a fact check on this, or?
Well, he did it, yeah. Does that change your opinion of him at all as an eco-hero?
Well, at risk of getting drawn into petty details here, yeah. So I'm not sure I believe that personally. I would need to check that. But can I just bring it back to the main issue here, which is that
The wife's kimono don't have anything to do with anything. I know. It was just a colorful detail.
we're facing the greatest crisis humanity has ever faced, and finally, the legal professional is taking its responsibility. That's how I see it.
Okay, so is this going to make it more likely
Daily Mail headline type thing? Yeah, it sounds
for
like
you
it.
guys to go and do a load of stuff this summer? Have you got anything lined up? Will you be gluing yourself to anything?
Well, it's funny you should ask that, actually, because I would extend a warm invitation to all your viewers to come and join us on April the 24th in slow marches. So slow marches are entirely legal, and we're going to be doing a march day after day, week after week, until the government does the right thing and commit to ending all new fossil fuel licences in the UK.
Have you ever been arrested for anything that you've done?
Yeah, I've been arrested 6 times and I was in prison for a week on remand, yeah.
And did you find that was actually quite useful for you in terms of raising awareness? Because that was one interesting element to this that I wondered whether or not you guys were actually, although it sounds like you are, bang in favour of this. Because sometimes it can add to a cause, can't it, if people get sent to prison and people get prosecuted and dragged through the justice system. So if this meant that didn't happen, would it actually just weaken your cause?
What? So do you like getting arrested, actually?
That's a very interesting question. All that matters at the end of the day is that the government does the right thing. Well, I wouldn't be, on the streets getting arrested, going to prison if the government had done the right thing. I just want to make that absolutely clear,
Yeah, they're arresting the wrong people, Arrest the fucking oil execs.
I know this is the first time we've met, Patrick, but hopefully you can tell, from my demeanour, I'm not the kind of person that enjoys going out and making a nuisance of myself, right? All that I want is for the government to do the right thing, so that I've got a livable future, so that, all of humanity has a livable future, okay? And whether that comes through civil resistance, whether that comes through another means, whether that comes by the legal system itself, that's all that matters. We just need to see change, and we need to see it now.
If you engaging in civil
This guy's doing very well, shouts out. Like, he's unflappable.
disobedience, even a slow walk, for example, or something, I suppose, more illegal, really, because a slow walk's all right, from what I can gather, isn't it, under the current legal framework?
It's legal.
Yeah, so actually gluing yourself to something, and an ambulance pulls up behind you, can't get through, and someone dies in the back of that ambulance, do you think you should be prosecuted then?
Okay, so if you had to say the N-word to stop a nuclear apocalypse, would you do it? These fucking absurd hypotheticals. This is what they're referring to. Oh, The Guardian, thank you. Clubs Fox to death while wearing kimono. I love that everyone is really fixated on the kimono. His wife's satin kimono. And nursing a hangover. Oh my god. What the fuck? Killing the fox wasn't a great deal of fun. Okay. I got caught up in the protective netting around the chickens and I wasn't sure what else to do. Oh, he wasn't just killing it because it was on his property. It was caught in the netting. Like, it was already... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. It's so absurd, man.
Well, we have a blue light policy and Just Stop Oil, which is that we'll always move out of the way of any
but it
vehicles
didn't happen last
which
time,
have
did
blue
it?
lights on.
I get that, but if you're glued to something, you can't move out of the way, can you? And that is what happened last time, and there was footage of it as well, and ambulances didn't always find their way through. And also, when it came to things like on various different motorways, people were in massive traffic jams, and people were having strokes, people were going into labour, people missed chemotherapy appointments, etc. I mean, how does that make you feel, Eddie? Because you say that you don't enjoy doing this kind of stuff, and I know that legal professions, some of them are now getting behind you.
What, is there only one road in London or something? What's happening?
As it were, but as I've already said, I would question the moral compass of some of those people and whether or not they maybe are using you for a bit of their own clout and for their own fundraising, and I do think that's something you might want to consider when it comes to a couple of those people. But if real people are suffering in the back of cars and dying, do you not think you should be prosecuted for that?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, no one has died because of anything that we've done. Okay, but what we do know is that millions, if not billions, of people will die if the government does not do the right thing, right? So it's a question of proportionality, right? And let me just reiterate, as soon as the government does the right thing, our campaign will cease to exist.
Okay, all right. And what? Just clarify one final. What do you want the government to do that it's not doing now?
Maybe if we supported better climate policies and pedestrianization. Wow, that's a good word. Maybe there'd be less traffic, right?
So the government has over 100 new fossil fuel licenses in the pipeline. So this is in the context of the IPCC saying that, you know, any delay in action will destroy any chance of a livable future. We've got the International Energy Agency, which is sort of the world's leading authority on energy policy. They're saying that no new fossil fuel projects were needed as of about 2 years ago. So any state, any government, any corporation that's investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure is going against the recommendation of the world's leading authority on energy policy. So we just want the government to do what these bodies are saying that they should do.
Yeah, it's not necessary, but it is necessary for the expansion of capital, and, you know, they won't stop.
Okay, now, just very finally on this, one of the people who is bang up for this particular cause, one of the people who's going to sign this declaration to say they won't be prosecuting you is a chap called Paul Powsland.
I live in Outer London. The Chuds being against the expansion of the ULEZ, ultra-low emission zone, was a massive thing in the past London and mayoral assembly election in May. What is an ultra-low emission zone? Is that like more public transit? Biking. Bike lanes. I don't know. Sounds good, though.
And he was protesting after the Queen died. So people were mourning the Queen's death, okay? And he saw fit to use that opportunity to protest about the future of the British monarchy. Do you really want to be associated with these kind of people?
I don't really have a comment on it, okay? Like, you know, obviously within, you know, 120 legal professionals, there'll be differences in views. I'll share some things with them. I'll share, you know, other things I won't share with them. Okay, all that matters to me in this context is that they've come out and said this crucial thing, this absolutely crucial message that needs to be shared, which is that, you know, lawyers and other legal professionals should not be prosecuting people like me.
Oh, you gotta get a car which doesn't pump as much shit into the air. Okay, so like emissions testing. Yeah, my state still doesn't even have basic emissions testing. So if your car isn't eligible, you gotta pay a $12.50 daily charge if you drive in that zone. Okay, yeah, that seems like the bare minimum. You know, like, fuck.
You know, people who just want a livable future for humanity.
Okay, look, Eddie, thank you very much. I enjoyed our discussion. I don't think we've spoken before. I do hope that we speak again, though. And, yeah, I was going to say good luck.
Thank you, Patrick. All the very best.
All right, Eddie.
I was going to say good luck, but I don't mean that.
Who is spokesperson for Just Stop Oil?
This old man, he has a backpack, so you think he has criminal things? Oh, okay. The ULEZ. Yes. There was stuff put in place to help people get a ULEZ compliant car. Oh, cool. Yeah, like subsidies. Good stuff. Stuff could be better, but there's still stuff to help you get a compliant car. Yeah. yeah, that's really important. Like, if you're going to, like, implement this stuff, then you have to, like, help fund it, right? That most poor Londoners don't drive, and 90% of car owners in London were compliant anyway. So while ski-lets was going to have been, could have been implemented better, the chuds going mad about it aren't reasonable. Okay, yeah, that adds up. I mean, chuds are generally not reasonable, so I assumed. But yeah, that's like such a fucking non-issue. It's like the smallest amount of mitigation, and they're like, no, you can't take my car.
Can't do one without the other. People ask, why don't you write petitions? Why don't you go outside Parliament? We did. The thing is, you didn't hear about it because
They're cutting down ULET's cameras? Come on, man. Come fuck on. I'm still trying to figure out if there's like an equivalent group in America. I don't think there is. Like, there was this protest at a US bank where they spray painted no new oil. Climate criming? Citigroup. Yeah. Who? Climate Organizing Hub, Extinction Rebellion, Green Faith, Oil and Gas Network, and Stop the Money Pipeline. Yeah, it seems like there's like some smaller groups, you know? Just compare the north of the river and south of the river. Whoa. Can I? Oh god, I zoomed in. Oh god, I zoomed in again. Can I zoom out? Okay. The river, I'm guessing, is this? I don't know how to read this. I think I see what you mean, though. It's like way more dense up here. Yeah, that's wild. But hey, at least you have, man, yeah, American climate protests are like very disorganized. You know, like we've got Greenpeace still. It seems like that's kind of it. The Sunrise Movement, Extinction Rebellion seems to be expanding into the US a little bit. That's all. Well, it really is like such a simple, clear demand. So, you know what? Like, I'm on board. Like, I'm fully like on the Just Stop Oil is not a PsyOp train. I hope they escalate. In fact, I don't know. This is my hill to die on. You know? Gosh, you pro, we're gonna have electric trolleys. Back to the transport thing. The London Mayor and Assembly recently added the Superloop bus route to Outer London. Superloop. Wait, is this like a Hyperloop? Is it inspired by Elon? Makes connections in Outer London via bus. A little bit better, but then tram in London underground services would make that even easier. Yeah. Oh god. I'm sorry, what? The fuck? Alright. So you are a fascist. Okay. Okay. Alright. It's been a weird vibes tonight. What is it about not wearing a bra? Jesus Christ. Oh, he goes into Grams. Okay. Got you. Alright, that's all I had for the Just Stop Oil bit, but I do have more on PsyOps, okay? Look, listen. I know what you want. Chatters want one thing and it's disgusting. Reddit is a PsyOp?
Picture this. You're on Reddit and you see a thread asking about the history of Mount Rushmore. You click into the comments section, reasonably confident.
Wait! Oh my god, I think he came into my chat before. He said, like, oh, I never saw such a pretty, white anorexic girl. Please marry me and have my children, or some shit. Superloop bus map. Cool. No, that seems better than the Hyperloop. I'll be honest, this seems like an actual thing. But yeah, train's better, obviously.
In your guess that we made it sometime in the early 1900s, you're expecting to see someone post the exact year, but what you find is a whole thread full of people agreeing that it's a naturally occurring landmark, and it's quite frankly ridiculous to discuss otherwise. You see hundreds of posts, all in agreement that, yep, it occurred naturally. Nature can be complicated. So, you chime in, saying, huh, that's weird. I remember learning that it was man-made. Even if there was a mountain with faces on it, how the heck would they look exactly like 4 notable US presidents? Isn't that really unlikely? You know, all 4? You're immediately swamped with downvotes and swarmed with replies calling you an idiot and telling you to trust the geologists. Within a minute, you get a multi-paragraph, point-by-point teardown of your comment, with sources cited, referencing the naturally occurring rock face in New Hampshire, asking, how the hell we would even go about accomplishing something like that, pointing out
Yeah, truly, like, get better hobbies, yeah.
the enormous amount of money it would cost to do something so pointless, and saying that you're being bigoted towards the Lakota people by calling a natural landmark of their holy ground man-made. When you think about it, Mount Rushmore is kind of like if we carved statues of, like, the 4 most successful single-use plastics into the Great Barrier Reef. Then, your comment gets deleted by the mods, leaving only the replies talking about how much of an idiot you are. Now, for a lot of people, the response to something like that is to feel kind of embarrassed and think to yourself, like, damn, I guess I don't know shit about Mount Rushmore. However, if, like me, you have the Asperger's syndrome PsyOp debuff trait, you're probably more likely to be wondering why the hell ChatGPT is trying to tell you that bats can melt nails out of wooden fence posts. Now, let's wind the clock back to 2014. Don't worry, this is all leading somewhere.
I don't love the Asperger's reference, but I do like the PsyOp debuff.
In 2014, Reddit's year-end blog post had to be taken down and edited, after it turns out they didn't exactly vet the analytics data for accidentally including the truth. Now, this post has long since been deleted, presumably for totally legitimate and completely unrelated reasons, but thankfully we can find the original version on the Internet Archive. Well, until that gets shut down too, at least. Most Reddit-addicted city with over 100,000 visitors. Huh, Eglin Air Force Base. Well, I mean, that makes sense. It's an Air Force base. I'm sure they're, all on Reddit a lot. I'm adding this line because of the people who were treating this like a gotcha last time I tried to post a video on this topic. Anyways, hang on a second. How many people are there at Eglin? 2,448? And wait a second. Most Reddit-addicted city with more than how many visitors? 100,000? That's at least 97,000. Too many visitors! So, what kind of stuff goes on at Eglin?
Keep in mind, some people were diagnosed as Asperger's. That's true. GPs aren't changing the wording on people's medical records, at least here. They just don't diagnose people as Asperger's anymore. True. Those who were, that wording is still on their record. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Let's take a look at some of the organizations there. Eglin is home to the 688th Cyberspace Wing, the 690th Cyberspace Operations Group, and the 692nd Cyberspace Operations Squadron. Then, as part of the Air Force Test Center, 96th Test Wing, there is the 96th Cyberspace Test Group, including the 47th and 48th Cyberspace Test Squadrons. It's also home to the Air Force Research Laboratory. I'm going to read from Wikipedia here. The Air Force Research Laboratory is a scientific research and development detachment of the United States Air Force Materiel Command, dedicated to leading the discovery, development, and integration of direct energy weapons. Well, that explains the nails. Wait a second, the Air Force Research Laboratory, that sounds familiar. Where have I heard that name before? Oh, that's right, from this paper, Containment Control for a Social Network with State-Dependent Connectivity. That's state as in solid state, not as in police state. So let's take a look at the abstract. Social interactions influence our thoughts, opinions, and actions.
You hear me say it's because your burgers are ass.
In this paper, social interactions are studied within a group of individuals composed of influential social leaders and followers. Each person is assumed to maintain a social state, which can be an emotional state or an opinion. Followers update their social states based on states of local neighbors, while social leaders maintain a constant... Oh, good lord, shut up with the nerd shit. This is a paper studying the effectiveness of artificially encouraging political or social positions via social media, aka astroturfing. See, this is something called manufactured consensus. So if you don't know what manufactured consensus is, imagine you've just met a cool new group of friends. They're cool, they're successful, they seem to like you, you're really feeling hopeful about getting to know them better, all that sort of stuff. However, one day, you're hanging out with them and someone says, man, I thought I had to piss, but I can't. And so you go like, wait, were you trying to piss yourself? And your new friend goes, yeah, obviously, what do you mean? Do you piss in the toilet?
They called mine a developmental disorder. Interesting. Yeah. It's wild. My, when I went in to be assessed for ADHD, they said my IQ was too high, and that it must be an issue with my processing speed, related to my anxiety. Psychologists could do better.
Or something? That's for shit, bro. And everyone else joins in, like, yeah, pissing in the toilet's so fucking lame, dude. It's so much faster to just piss yourself if you're not a bitch about it. And so you're like, oh, no, yeah, pissing yourself is the way to go. Yeah. Manufactured consensus. You get something ridiculous beaten into you through quorum, repetition, and implied or explicit threat of social exclusion. And you know
Hi, 23, welcome
what happens when you piss yourself? Ah, he fucking did it! We got that idiot to piss himself! Ah, gotcha! So let's take a look at some of the stuff that's in this paper. Technological advances in social
Never actually bothered to look at the wording of my diagnosis. I think it's high-functioning autism, or low-needs autism, which is the preferred term, right? It's diagnosed when I was 4, so I don't remember it being diagnosed. Well, that's good. I'm glad you got an early diagnosis. IQ and ADHD, yeah. Were those people, like, off the charts IQ? Yeah. Yes. Yup. Yeah, I don't know. It was, like, in Iowa, so it was, like, outdated as fuck.
Media provide more rapid, convenient, and widespread communication among individuals, which leads to a more dynamic interaction and influence. For example, recent riots and ultimately revolution have been facilitated through social media technologies such as Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and BlackBerry messaging. The company Razorfish, for example, works with online peer influencers to transform them into brand advocates through the execution of social influence marketing, or SIM, strategy, which aims to influence marketing primarily through online, small groups, peer pressure, reciprocity, or flattery. This paper examines how such methods can be leveraged to manipulate a social network. This work specifically aims to investigate how peer pressure from social leaders affects consensus beliefs, e.g. opinions, emotional states, purchasing decisions, political affiliation, etc. This work aims to investigate how the social beliefs, e.g. emotional response, opinions, etc., of a group of individuals evolve under the influence of social leaders.
Wait, I wonder if this is the same study I was reading before.
The goal in this work is to develop a decentralized influence algorithm where individuals within a social group update their beliefs by considering beliefs from social peers, and the social group achieves a desired common belief. So how does this all fit together? Why is Eglin Air Force Base the most red-addicted city?
I was a very quiet child at the time. I could speak, but I had to be made to speak. So that was a sign for my mom, at least, yeah. My mom noticed the signs, but decided that I was coping well enough on my own, so she didn't have me evaluated. Love that for me. Oh, I was moving out across, I came across the letters and sessions, which I did get my diagnosis, but I didn't bother to read through it all and then threw it away. Oh man. Yeah, that would have been good to have. That's why a lot of girls don't get diagnosed. Yep, 100%. Mm-hmm. This video's a lot with the music, but I get what he's putting down. Yeah, his sound mixing's a little bit much, but I like his content.
Why does Reddit report a number of users that would require every single airman stationed there to have 40 phones each? How is it possible to fill up comment sections with hundreds of seemingly real people in lockstep agreement in defense of stuff that's obviously not true? How can you get a multi-paragraph argument with citations as a reply in under a minute? And where did the data in that paper actually come from? Well, there's only really one thing that seems to satisfactorily explain all the above. Let's see if ChatGPT was trained on Reddit user data. Write an AITA post about accidentally letting your neighbor's kid run away. Am I the asshole for accidentally letting my neighbor's kid run away? Hey Reddit, today I was watching my neighbor's child, and amidst a momentary distraction, the little one managed to slip away and run the neighborhood. Now the parents are upset.
I did well in school, but as an adult, I'm hyperfixated on something or switching odd interests every 2 to 6 weeks. No, same. Literally same. Yeah. Music session. Well, that's cool.
And I'm wondering if I'm in the wrong. AITA. Now, does this indisputably prove that ChatGPT, etc., are being used to make Reddit posts to manipulate sentiment? No. It just proves that it was trained on Reddit posts. But there's always a higher standard of proof you can demand of information that's inconvenient to acknowledge. But at the same time, like, man, come on. Look with your eyes. Use your noggin for 5 seconds. So, moral of the story, don't believe what you read on the internet just because a whole lot of strangers are telling you that you aren't allowed not to. Like and subscribe.
Yeah, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If someone is saying that, what the fucking, oh my god, my brain, the mountain, Mount Rushmore. If they're saying it's natural, then you're gonna need extraordinary evidence for that, like geological records or something, like carbon dating or something, you know, not just Reddit threads. Oh, yeah.
The CIA was seeking a new weapon aimed not at the body, but at the mind.
Those who control your words control your mind.
You say the president is using mind control, but how is that provable?
Your mind. You can calm it, lose it, change it, blow it, or even use it to follow the advice of 90s R&B groups. But your mind is also something that other people or forces are trying to control. And sure, your brain is an impenetrable fortress, and advertising doesn't work on you, and you've listened to enough true crime podcasts to recognize a cult when you see one. But
I'm immune to propaganda.
People hoping to influence your
My mind is controlling my body.
Your thoughts have countless ways to at least try. And it sure seems like they can get you to do some pretty weird stuff, at least if we're to believe everything we see on TV.
A shopkeeper has lost hundreds of pounds of cash after a thief used a trick that appears to leave the victim hypnotized.
Even we were surprised to hear of the latest tactic to sell a house, hypnosis.
Whether hypnosis can literally capture your mind has figuratively captured our minds for centuries, whether it was young Sigmund Freud, or the evil mom from Get Out, or just someone trying to figure out a new use for their old pocket watch.
Soon, we drop into a very deep, hypnotic sleep.
1, 2... and sleep. Hypnosis can put people into a state where they experience heightened focus and concentration, and a stronger than usual response to suggestion. It's sometimes used as part of therapy for helping to treat depression, lose weight, quit smoking, or cope with pain.
Yeah, Anglo, it would be good to have that just, like, you know, for future reference. Yeah. I usually don't say that I have autism to employers for obvious reasons. Yeah. If you don't know, ask. Yeah. No, I get it. But my current employer does know, because I had to reveal it. What? When they had a temp hire who also had autism, who triggered the fuck out of me. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that sometimes. Oh.
There are also more disturbing uses of hypnosis.
Thorough understanding of what seduction through hypnosis is
you will be able to fully grasp the concept of this revolutionary new method of seduction.
The fact is that if you're not using hypnosis, deep persuasion, and mind control techniques to seduce women, you're losing out big time.
These alternative types of hypnosis, which don't seem to take into account, consent, became popular in the 80s. They're part of a pseudoscience called neurolinguistic programming. It relies on subtle touches, cues, and language choices to bend someone's will. It repurposes parts of hypnotherapy for more self-serving purposes, like sex.
The media repeating the same thing over and over for 20 years until they've turned an entire group of viewers against immigration is proof that they did figure out how to control people's minds. Well, I don't know if that's like mind control so much as just like a really effective propaganda. I don't know. Like, what's the line, right? I guess. Yeah. I had to reveal it just in case. Better safe than sorry.
Sales, or convincing people no, it's totally normal how much time I spend online trying to learn hypnosis. Many hypnotists argue that hypnosis isn't mind control at all, since they claim it can't make someone do something they truly don't want to do. Because no officer, you see, they wouldn't have given me the cash unless deep down they really wanted me to have it. Even if you're able to fend off aspiring hypnotists, there are plenty of other forces trying to gain control of your brain by possessing your body. Forces like, I don't know, the devil? Ever heard of him? The Catholic Church has. According to them, the number of exorcisms they've performed has gone up over the last few decades.
Speak, I command you.
A troubling trend, whether the church is just doing exorcisms all willy-nilly, or the devil got himself organized and upped his productivity. If you don't believe the devil is trying to take over your brain and body because, honestly, what makes you so special, the natural world is full of other threats to your autonomy, like...
Yeah, I mean, aren't there supposed to be, like, really stringent, like, rules around who needs, to be exercised? It's, like, supposed to be, like, a really serious thing, and they're supposed to... now, like, actually make sure that you don't have, like, a mental condition that you're suffering from because of the horrible shit that's happened in the past. So, I don't know why it's, like, happening more. I'll have to look into that. That's interesting. Made it worse as this lab was a recent graduate who studies politics and was very lib. No, come shit, and I'd be dying because I was waiting for the reactionary to respond to something. Thankfully, she didn't. God damn. Yeah. That's tough. I can't avoid politics at works. I simply can't stop myself, and it has gotten me in trouble. Just walk out of the room for a bit. Yeah. Smart.
Behavior-altering parasites, a phrase that can be used to refer to your exes. Got 'em. Toxoplasma gondii is a parasite found in around a third of all people. It's usually passed through animal feces, most notably via cat litter boxes. Researchers tentatively linked Toxoplasma gondii infection in humans with impulsive behavior and mental illness. And they found that those who were infected were over 2.5 times more likely to have traffic accidents, which left some people wondering whether cats can control their owners' minds. And while a 2016 study concluded that there was little to no real evidence...
Yes, I'm being mind controlled by my cat, and I like it. And I like it. Are you getting in political arguments with your coworkers? Just lie. Oh, I didn't think of that. As a socialist, I don't want to be stuck between a reactionary and a lib arguing. Yeah, that's a tough place to be.
For these claims, I still recommend not eating your cat's poop. Governments have also tried to control people through chemical concoctions, also known as drugs. During the Cold War, the US's drug of choice was LSD. Headed up by the CIA, Project MK-Ultra was a series of dangerous, often unethical, and sometimes illegal experiments on controlling human behavior. They included methods like torture, sensory deprivation, electroshock treatments, and dosing
Gee, I wonder why there's low trust for American PsyOp. Curious.
thousands of subjects with LSD and other drugs, sometimes against their will. The program shattered the lives of many of its subjects, some reporting long-term trauma and permanent debilitation. And if you're one of those weird, the ends justify the means people, you'll be disappointed to hear that long after the program ended, the guy in charge concluded that the work there had been useless. MKUltra was driven by the US's fear that the Soviet Union was also working on mind control tech, which they were. The Soviets had $1 billion program for mind control research they called psychotronics, which was built on the pseudoscientific theory that brains could send and receive a kind of high-frequency electromagnetic radiation.
Oh yeah, Flush Simulator had a video on MKUltra, and it's like 70% LSD experiments. Yeah, that's a good video. We might watch that after.
While I would happily accept $1 billion of government money to essentially come up with the idea of being on the same wavelength, the Soviets' ideas feel pretty similar to some modern takes on mind control.
It's not that the microwaves have somehow interfaced with the brain. We already interface with the space winds and all these other magnetic fields.
Some aspiring mind controllers try to manipulate one person at a time, which, if we're being honest, is inefficient. Mental manipulators who actually believe in themselves try to mesmerize large groups at once. Marketing researchers in the 1950s fell in love with the idea of using subliminal messaging, provocative images and messages flashing on a screen so quickly that the conscious brain wouldn't register them, but would be influenced to buy something. It's unclear how effective subliminal messaging is, as some say it works, others say it doesn't, and the rest of us are pretty sure it's just a lazy stand-in for a good ad campaign. But more subtle cues can also inform our consumer habits. In one study, playing French music in a supermarket increased sales of French wine, while piping in German music increased sales of German wine. And I can only assume that playing Taylor Swift would increase sales of very bland wines that every few years my friends insist I try, saying, no, it's good now. These days, many mind control anxieties center around the media and how it molds our thoughts and actions. In 2018, the largest owner of local TV news stations in the US, Sinclair Broadcast Group, made hundreds of news anchors read the same script on air. Deadspin compiled those messages into an eerie mashup.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think.
The irony of making broadcasters criticize bias and agenda pushing with the same word-for-word script is, well, it's so rich it doesn't have to pay taxes. While Sinclair claimed the segment was a promotional campaign to warn against fake news, the segment led people to accuse Sinclair of being a cult and brainwashing its audiences. But it is true that the internet, and social media in particular, have a massive influence over what we think.
Some programmers call it brain hacking, and the tech world would probably prefer you didn't hear about it.
Once social media was designed and keeps on creating itself, then the social media, in fact, is going to be shaping the brain.
Social media can radicalize unsuspecting users into extreme beliefs and change our behavior through habit building and conditioning, reinforced with tiny rewards like notifications or getting likes, or punishments like no notifications, or people who comment on a post without liking it. Where do you get off? While big tech isn't dosing you with LSD, although some of them definitely would if you let them, that doesn't mean there isn't a chemical element. Social media has been compared to other addictive habits, like gambling, because it gives your brain a hit of dopamine, which, if you ask the people who built Facebook, wasn't by accident.
It's exactly the kind of thing that a hacker like myself would come up with, because you're exploiting a vulnerability in human psychology.
In a 2014 paper with the terrifying title, Experimental Evidence of Massive Scale Emotional Contagion Through Social Networks, researchers working at Facebook seemed to show they could alter users' moods and posting behavior by tinkering with their feeds. The study was condemned for failing to get consent from the hundreds of thousands of people it turned into subjects. Facebook spokespeople later apologized, but CEO Mark Zuckerberg was probably busy applying a completely appropriate amount of sunscreen. You probably have at least a few years before social media, street hypnotists, or pet parasites turn you into a complete zombie. After all, at best, most methods of mind control have never worked exactly as advertised, and at worst, they range from dressed-up cruelty to outright myths. But given the great amount of effort individuals, companies, and governments have put into attempts at mind control and manipulation over the years, staying vigilant is kind of understandable. So for now, maybe you can relax and focus on something else, like these fine pocket watches I have for sale.
March 16th, 2018. The U.S. government's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, commonly known as DARPA, announces a bold initiative to develop what they call next-generation
Lexit? Like left? Brexit? Interesting. I'd like to hear more about that.
surgical neurotechnology. It is designed to allow...
Oh yeah, this is the History Channel, by the way, so, you know. Hogwatch.
the human brain to directly interface with machines.
We know that DARPA is exploring human-machine interfaces that include direct connections between the brain and outside systems. That's been from the beginning of DARPA's information technology mission, and it continues to this day. DARPA has created some of the most influential technologies of all time, things that we use and take for granted every day, including the project that became the internet. They've created self-driving cars, stealth technology, GPS that fits in your pocket. That's DARPA's specialty, to imagine the future and create it.
A new technology that is actually very much on the verge of being a reality that is being fielded is we could have a sensor maybe on the surface of our head or maybe implanted.
No, that's real. I don't care about what Neuralink has. I want to know what DARPA has. Yeah. No. For real, like, I don't know. The scariest reality is that Neuralink might have, like, DARPA grants. Like, I don't know. That's a very real possibility. The EU is a liberal project and has some policies in place which stop you from creating a socialist society. That's the Lexis point of view. Oh, yeah, that's much more interesting.
Somewhere in our body, in our brain, or something that allows us to interact directly with our communications gear, our processing gear, our weapon systems, and so on. But now imagine we take that technology and we can control robots at a distance with it. Even fly drones. You put this sensor on and you think the right way and you can increase the speed of the fan by thinking and controlling that thought with direct-to-mind or mind-machine interfacing. With that type of capability, you could control all sorts of buttons and mechanisms in equipment.
Mind-machine interfaces will have many applications in both civilian and military life.
Mostly it's small inventors. DARPA just puts more money on it. Yeah, right? Soft Euro skeptics on the left didn't believe leaving the EU the earliest opportunity possible with no plan. That's just a disaster. Got you. Yeah, also good morning.
But there are those who believe that this same technology could also be used by DARPA as a new form of mind control. Like their counterparts at the CIA, DARPA-funded researchers have spent decades investigating how the human mind can be altered. In 1965, DARPA launched Project Pandora, which studied the possibility of using microwave radiation to control human behavior. The project reportedly ended in 1969, but DARPA's investigation of how machines can affect and possibly control the brain continues to this day.
There are explicit programs of DARPA to read and write to human brains, whether it's through direct implants within the brain or wearing some kind of cap. So these things are being worked on, and we know that.
So what's the next step? Maybe the next step is we can send instructions and information to an actual person from a distance with this kind of technology to let another person control their actions. But
What's next? What's next? They're gonna point the radio machine at your head. What next? Havana syndrome? That's right.
That could be something that could be malicious.
If there's some way to do it from a distance, a much greater distance than something that you can wear on your scalp, that would be the ultimate technological achievement that would fall into this realm of mind control and direct human-machine interface that DARPA may well want to keep secret.
In the near future, DARPA...
Wait, Joseph Rogan has one of the first Neuralink humans on? Wait, like this just happened? Isn't there only one Neuralink human? How many more are there? Wait, I only knew about the one. Made it 40 mins and the dude was paralyzed. And it seems to improve his quality of life. So hopefully it isn't all a scam. Yeah, I mean, ideally, it's not a scam. But at the end of the day, even if it's not a scam, they're still doing eugenics-style testing on disabled people. You know? Eric Cartman had one real... Liberals are obsessed about Brexit and leaving the EU. Was the beginning of our problems? Yeah, definitely did not start then. Liberal Democrat coalition with the conservatives between 2010 to 2015 to do austerity. Yeah, that'll fucking do damage. God.
may possess the technology to remotely control the human mind. But as concerning as that may be, according to some scientists, a more permanent kind of mind control technology is looming. And it involves modifying the human brain by altering the human body's DNA.
The future of mind control, and the future being right now because these experiments are being done, is using gene editing tools. And one of them would be CRISPR. The way it works is take the CRISPR, which are these short alternating repeats.
There's opportunities to provide solutions for disabled people using things like prosthetics and potentially restoring senses. Fine, but you test the technology on able-bodied people. That's... Otherwise, you're doing eugenics. Hello? Jesus fucking Christ.
Of DNA. You put that together with an enzyme called Cas. And so you take the CRISPR that you want to use, and you put these pieces together that can be injected and insert this DNA to certain areas of the brain so that we can change brain cells and turn you into something you wouldn't otherwise be. So in this way, gene editing technologies like CRISPR really form a definite basis for future mind control.
These are things that DARPA has investigated. Every technology has the potential for good or evil. And who defines what's good and what's evil and who uses it?
It's the first time I've heard that fucking conspiracy, dog. What the fuck? Oh, CRISPR for mind control. It's all coming together. So right-wing coded. Yeah, it is the History Channel. The makers of ancient aliens and stuff. I don't know how you test controlling a prosthesis on a person with an arm. Right. You would have to first learn which parts of the brain control the arm that they already have. You could map the brain without having an arm missing. What are you not understanding? You could like make sure it's safe first before like just killing a bunch of disabled people so that you can connect your brain to the internet so that you can outsmart AI, which is Elon's explicit purpose. Got cyborgs we got GTA 6. Oh, yeah. There's people that actually want to have members taken out. Want to have members taken out.
it for what purpose? These are all questions that have been asked about everything from rockets to self-driving vehicles. We still don't have a good handle on...
Oh, arms and legs. Yeah, no, people that like want to be cybernetic, like transhumanism, we're so far from that. Yeah.
The ethics of various technologies that we use. The technologists tend not to be so concerned with the ethics. That seems to be the domain of other people, policymakers, for example, academics, people like this. There needs to be a hand-in-hand interaction with people creating technology and those who are considering the ethics of that technology.
The weaponization is the obvious problem. No technology is going to be ethical when people driving it are psychopaths and the money is all funneled through the military. Yeah, so you're saying it's not ethical. We agree. Yeah, capitalism is the problem here, and Elon is a capitalist. So I don't trust him with a medical technology like this, especially when he murdered dozens of monkeys. No, it's Saturday morning here, but if you wanted something to add to your Friday night playlist, yeah. Yes. I don't see the problem with a person who is disabled volunteering, because the problem is that they already don't have access to healthcare, which is why they want that. They don't have access to accessibility in any fucking way. They don't have access to physical therapy. So it seems like an easy, quick fix. It's like a silver bullet. It is a magic pill, which may or may not work. And it's like manipulating people who want to restore their abilities in the service of making Elon like his cyborg fucking wet dream. Military loves to say most advancements are due to war, when mostly stolen tech enhances for military use. Yeah, that's true. Protect people from themselves sometimes. Yep. Let's use disabled people with no health care to weaponize the results. Yeah. Protecting them means not allowing them to participate in eugenics projects. Right. Specifically, Elon shouldn't be allowed anywhere near anything important. Yeah, I agree. There are a lot of people working on actual real solutions in good faith for people with disabilities using similar technologies. I didn't say anything about those other technologies. I literally have only been talking about Neuralink this entire time. I'm not against medical advancement. Friday night yakuza, 0 to 10 hours. Let's go, 24-hour stream.
Funny online.
right. I want to get into the flesh simulator on all of the 149 MK Ultra projects, just real quick.
Hello. When I say the name MK Ultra, what springs to mind? Is it, visions of wacky hijinks that the CIA were up to in the 50s and 60s and 70s?
Exactly.
Mind reading, ghosts, magic, Looney Tunes traps. All of that was basically what it was, but a lot of people, I think, don't really grasp the scope of all of it. So today, what I think I'm going to do for a video is just do a brief run-through of all 149 of the sub-projects of MK Ultra. So I'm going to be working off of the MK Ultra sub-project guidebook released under FOIA, as well as a couple other sources, which I'll link in the description. But one thing that is kind of characteristic of these declassified CIA documents is that they're written in a very circumspect manner. They are vague about what they're actually covering. So what I'm going to do, I think, here is try to translate to the best of my ability, to the best of my knowledge, to the actual human English from this sort of alien euphemism speak to what they were actually doing. So yeah, let's get started. All right, sub-project number 1. To isolate and characterize the alkaloids of Rivia corymbosa. This is a plant better known by its name Morning Glory, and is known for, amongst other things, having seeds that contain trace amounts of ergine, which is a chemical known for its similarity to the structure of LSD. This will, perhaps unsurprisingly, be a recurring theme. Subproject 2. Miscellaneous research and testing services in behavioral modification. More specifically, this was inventing sedatives and then thinking up creative ways to administer them to people. Subproject 3. This is the first of the more famous subprojects. The description for this is as follows. Realistic field testing of R&D items of interest to technical services staff. Well, that sounds pretty innocuous. In reality, though, this was something known as the infamous Operation Midnight Climax, in which brothels had special rooms constructed with one-way mirrors, and then the clients would be unwittingly administered LSD, and then their reactions would be observed. And they can't tell anyone because they were at a brothel. All right, subproject 4 was to hire a magician to write a book on the magical arts. And at first I was more excited about this one, but then I checked out the book, and it turns out by magician, they meant more of like a Chris Angel mind freak type magician. So, all right, subproject number 5, research into the potential of hypnosis. What could it...
CIA is so fucking weird, honestly, these are mostly related to acid, and I think that there was just a handful of guys that were just really into dropping acid and needed a steady supply in the office. Honestly,
it'd be useful for? How reliably could it be done? How, who are the people likely to be able to be hypnotized, etc. There will be a lot of these. Subproject number 6, developing a domestic source of LSD in order to replace their previous supplier.
Remember when they tried to teach dolphins to talk? No. And the woman involved in it gave the dolphin a hand job to encourage it to talk. I go, what the fuck? You did not have to do that. Under no circumstances did that have to happen.
Which was based out of Switzerland. Wonder how they felt about jam bands. Right. Subproject 7.
The dolphin was very sexually aggressive? Oh my god.
Testing LSD on witting subjects paid for their time in therapeutic dosage ranges. So basically testing a little bit of LSD on people. Subproject 8. Study of neurophysiological and sociological aspects of LSD on human volunteers. Notice they did not also include the word witting in this one. So basically this one was giving a bunch of LSD to people who had volunteered for something but who did not necessarily know they were going to be given a giant dose of LSD. Subproject 9, creating an antidote to LSD. I feel like these 3 were chronological. They actually were. 1952, 1953, 1954. All right, subproject 10, testing LSD and alcohol in people considered to fall under certain personality categories. LSD, alcohol, and personality disorders. I guess they're sending people to an Animal Collective concert. All right, now on to Subproject 11, Making Poisons. They sure did like to do that. This one in particular is Abrin. So remember that stuff from Breaking Bad that they kept using for various plot devices? Well, that was ricin. Abrin is for...
That also involved LSD? Probably. No. BBC did a documentary on it when they interviewed the woman. You'll have to check that out. My God.
When you look at ricin and think, oh, that's not nearly poisonous enough. Subproject 12, studying the chemical and biological origin of the effects of the Pisidia tree, also known as the Florida fish poison tree. Something tells me they were up to no good with this. Subproject 13, a petty cash fund to use whenever doing things properly and by the books would require an undesirable amount of written or oral justification. So, who knows what that one was for? Okay, Subproject 14, is this one a bribe? I think this one might just be a bribe. Operation Black payment to the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. I think that's a bribe. Subproject 15, The Magician again. More sleight of hand stuff. Subproject 16 is a continuation of Subproject 3, Operation Midnight Climax. I guess the methods for this one are even more realistic. Subproject 17, learning how to synthesize LSD, and also learning how exactly LSD works in the brain to make it go all lava lamp-y. Number 18, buying $400,000 more dollars of LSD. Also, this was $400,000 in 1953 dollars.
That's so much acid. Holy shit. They learned how to synthesize it and then decided to just buy $400,000 worth? What do you mean? You didn't just hire someone to make it? I don't know. It seems like you could have gotten it for cheaper, man. Like, that's a bulk deal. He really liked it, yeah.
Right add, which is almost $5 million today, so I think you're getting ripped off.
The woman and the dolphin took it together. They tripped together. You know what?
Subproject 19, more street magician stuff. Subproject 20, production of yohimbine hydrochloride for use in other projects.
LSD is notoriously hard to synthesize? If you're the CIA, I think you could probably figure it out, or at least kidnap a guy who can.
What's yohimbine? Well, it's an aphrodisiac. Supposedly. Which of the projects? Well, take a guess. The operation name is a joke about coming. Subproject 21, testing the activity of materials of interest to the agency.
You need, like, rooms with controlled colors of light and 2 months? Oh, yeah, you're right. The CIA definitely couldn't do that. They had $400,000 to buy acid, but they couldn't make a lab.
See. Well, this one is terrifyingly vague. Subproject 22, isolating psychoactive compounds from various mushrooms and other natural sources for testing. Subproject 23, synthesis and modification of compounds for the purposes of modifying behavior. Subproject 24, this one is basically just a slush fund for holding brainstorming meetings with various external contractors. So, entertainment budget, I guess. Subproject 25 is... basically, this one is... They've figured out that hypnosis is possible, so now it's just time to dial it in, I guess. Subproject 26. This one is a follow-up to Subproject 9, aka creating a sedative that will bring people down from states of mania or psychosis, or having been given a ton of LSD and had guys in lab coats going like, ooh, spiders all over you, they're on you, they're crawling on you. Subproject 27. This one is a follow-up to Subproject 7, aka the one where, small doses of LSD are given to people who are being paid and know what they're taking. Subproject 28. Sleeping pills for man and animal. Subproject 29. More...
Yes. Sickle, yes. Thank you.
The other day I was reading these stories about fucked up experiments that have been done in the past. The government funded this experiment. They want to teach dolphins to speak. So they built a house that was partially flooded so that a woman and a dolphin could live together. So they gave her the dolphin when it was tiny, and the dolphin grew up with her. Problem was, when the dolphin reached sexual maturity, it just wanted to bone her. The dolphin would get really aggressive and was bruising her and attacking her because she wouldn't have sex with it. So they started giving the dolphin conjugal visits. They would take the dolphin out of the house and let it have sex with other dolphins. But then they were like, this is fucking up our experiment. We don't know if we can teach it to speak if it gets to interact with other dolphins. It became a little more gentle. Like, it was trying to court the woman. It would nibble at her feet and and it would roll over and show its junk to her. So she started giving the dolphin hand jobs.
No! Get out of here.
Did they tell her to do that? Did she just start doing it?
And the dolphin became more receptive to their lessons after she started jacking it off.
Bullshit!
But it still wasn't talking. So their solution was, of course, you need to do LSD with the dolphin. So they started dropping acid together.
What the fuck, dude?
And then after they started doing acid, the government cut their funding.
What's the hope? What do they think a dolphin's gonna say?
More hand jobs.
Yeah.
The CIA is so fucked up. I feel like that experiment was designed by someone on acid as well. You know, like, we're gonna have a partially flooded house. We're gonna teach it to speak. More hand jobs.
Or hypnosis stuff. Basically, this project in particular is going all Mindhunter mode to create psychological profiles of people to figure out which ones are easiest to hypnotize. It turns out the easiest one was guy who's bad at not getting hypnotized. Subproject 30 is another petty cash fund for activity near Frank Zappa's hometown, like from the infrared camera video. Subproject 31, this one is to buy the Technical Services Division 2 kilos of a chemical that is not commercially available. Now, I assumed that it was, the one commercially available thing that you typically hear about being sold in kilos, but no, this one actually links back to Subproject 20, which is the aphrodisiac. And weirdly, Subproject 4, which is the initial appearance of the wizard, or the magician, the Chris Angel guy. So maybe that's more interesting than I thought. Subproject 32, more medicinal plant stuff. This is a continuation of Subproject 12. Kind of boring. Subproject 33, giving a dude $400, which is relating to the subprojects 7 and 27, like the paid LSD trials. Subproject 33, this one is to give a dude $400, which relates to the subprojects 7 and 27, which are the paid LSD trials. Honestly, that's pretty ballsy to try and get another $400 out of the deal, so props, I guess. Subproject 34, the application of the magician's art to covert activities. They really got a kick out of this guy, huh? Subproject 35, giving $375,000 to a hospital to add a new research wing, to provide a place for the CIA to do stuff unofficially while pretending to be construction workers. Subproject 36 is a slush fund for a symposium on behavioral modification. So,
What? They would just pretend to be construction workers? Why? What stuff? I don't know. I feel like you could have gone into that more. Like the full BBC documentary above. Thank you. It's like they confused a dolphin with a monkey. I swear to God. Yeah.
Sick-ass mind control party. Woo! Subproject 37 is to grow and test botanicals of interest to the CIA. Yeah, they were of interest. Subproject 38, testing the effects of the drugs chlorpromazine, Meritron, serpentine, and bulbocapnine on people. So, chlorpromazine is Thorazine, I know that one, but are these real drugs? These don't sound real. Okay, update. Yeah, they are actually real.
The American Virgin
ADHD medication that was tested for the use of treating schizophrenia. Serpentine is an alkaloid of something, and bulbocapnine is a paralytic. So more you know, I guess. Subproject 39, interrogation practice. on a group of 142 criminal psychopaths institutionalized at Ionic State Hospital for the criminally insane. Bet that sucked.
Yikes. Yeah. I'm sure that was fucking dark as hell.
Subproject 40, more paid LSD research. Cool. Subproject 41, more boner pill R&D. Subproject 42, more stuff related to Operation Midnight Climax, but this time moved from New York to San Francisco. So I guess it was that one, not the other one. Subproject 43, hypnotism research 2, Manchurian Boogaloo. Subproject 44, literal crazy pills. Subproject number 45, pill.
You just say literal crazy pills. Sorry. What? The fuck? Like a pill to induce psychosis? Jesus. It's crazy to grow up in the Bay Area, California, because all this shit is around you in your backyard. The Haight-Ashbury, Palo Alto, Berkeley, Stanford, COINTELPRO, hippies, deadheads. Yeah. Psycho 8? Psycho Night. What's that? Tech bros and social media, etc., etc. Yeah. Truly. Like in the heart of the beast.
Pills that make your blood explode. Subproject 46. They really, really want an LSD antidote and also
Psychonaut.
An ability to screen for LSD in the urine and blood. So looks like the cat's out of the bag now, guys, huh? All right. Subproject number 47. Research on drugs with the possibility to be used for anti-interrogation purposes. Tested on prisoners. Ouchie. Subproject number 48. Researching communist brainwashing.
Abolish prisons. Not in least because the CIA does shit like this. Oh my god. So many fucking prison experiments. Yikes, dog. Dark deep dive. The more you learn about this stuff, the more disturbing it gets. Indeed. Hi, Zapacha.
And indoctrination techniques. Gotta learn from the best, I suppose. Subproject 49. More hypnosis. There's only so many ways I can read this. So, sorry. Subproject 50, though. More petty cash supplementation at Fort Shadowban. But this one was canceled because of risk of external accounting oversight. So, I guess accountants do something good every so often. Subproject 51. More fun with mushrooms. Turns out it's really only like that one general kind and then maybe like one more that do fun stuff. And the rest just taste good or taste kind of gross or taste kind of gross and kill you. All right, subproject number 52, procurement and preparation.
Which, like, we kind of already knew, right? Like, I don't know if you needed to experiment about that. Like, we kind of already knew, you know, like, through trial and error.
Of chemicals from botanical specimens, primarily mushrooms, on field trips. Cool, field trips, that sounds nice. Subproject number 53, figure out what kind of cool drugs Russia is inventing. All right, subproject 54, to study the mechanism of brain concussion.
We asked a magician and he said it gave him the shit.
Subproject 55, researching effectiveness of certain groups of compounds. Animal tests were concluded. Compounds were prepared by the Department of... Ew. Gross. Subproject 56, pill that makes you not get drunk. Subproject 57, research on sleep and insomnia, with emphasis on narcosis-induced sleep. Subproject 58, mushroom hunting expedition. All right, Subproject 59, another incredibly vague set of tests of compounds of interest to the Technical Service Division. Subproject 60, funding a bunch of boring, unrelated crap at Cornell through a front organization in order to establish legitimacy. Number 61, how good do lobotomies work? Subproject number 62, studies on the effect of compounds on the central nervous system of humans and monkeys. Also, this talks about an LSD project. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that's the compound. Subproject 63, partying with Mr. Hyde. Specifically, fieldwork consisting of observation of a guy named Robert Hyde at taverns and private parties relating to psychopharmaceuticals and alcohol. So, subproject 64, paying a guy off.
Wait. Wait, they just followed a guy around parties? I feel like there's a little more to that. Subtle physical comedy, I love this guy.
Subproject number 65, studying Hungarian defectors to figure out what made them defect. I'm going to guess a mixture of secret police and Hungary. Subproject 66, attempting to figure out ways to predict an individual's response to LSD and alcohol. Ask if they like Animal Collective. Subproject 67, this one seems to be all about hiring archivists and librarians to sort through all of the info recorded in the process of other subprojects. Subproject 68. Okay, so this one you might be familiar with. This is the one that I did a full video on a couple months ago, where it's literally just the Eric Andre, nightmare joke. So in case you're unfamiliar, here's a very quick summary. Step 1, find someone who's depressed or some shit. Step 2, give them a ton of Thorazine and knock them out. Step 3, strap them to an electroshock machine, turn the power up to max, shock the shit out of them like 500 times. Step 4, after they regain consciousness, inject them with a paralytic and LSD, and strap them to a table with a blindfold and headphones on. And the headphones just play a loop of something like, stop being depressed. Stop being depressed. Then you just keep them there for like 100 days straight. And then step 5, you see if that makes them feel better or if it makes them feel worse. This one was insane enough that I had a full video just on that subproject alone, so I'll link that at the end of the video. Oh, also, for the record, just to give you an idea of how unbelievably
I'm just gonna venture and say that doesn't fucking work. Wow, it sounds like a very legitimate medical treatment. Yeah, right. I don't even know what the goal was. Like, what was your hypothesis? That works? Like,
understated a lot of
it almost seems like a torture technique. I don't know.
These descriptions are. The description of this one was studying the effect of the repetition of verbal signals on human behavior. Subproject 69, interviewing Hungarians about communism. Subproject 70, designing a knockout drug. Subproject 71, more stuff on anti-interrogation drugs, as well as what seems to be,
yes, interviews about communism. I'm sure that's it. They were just asking questions.
Like a design for a miniature polygraph unit. Subproject 72. Got 4 words for you. Central nervous system antagonist. 4 more words. What does that mean? Subproject 73. Hypnosis stuff again, this time.
Isn't that a nerve agent? Isn't that what a nerve agent is? Antagonist. Centrally acting muscarinic antagonist, all non-ionized. Okay. May produce delirium. Blocks or impedes the normal activity of neurotransmitter at the receptor. So it could be anything. Shuts down your system, yeah, right? Yeah, I think this is like nerve agent shit. The fuck?
Which drugs make you get hypnotized better? Woo. Alcohol, mescaline, scopolamine, LSD, you name it, they tested it. Most of them make you get hypnotized better. Subproject 74, same as Subproject 60, aka funding a bunch of unrelated studies in exchange for...
Yeah, the treatments and also like the fact that half of them were tested on prisoners, it's dark, man.
For academic clout. Subproject 75, another super vague entry on research into the applications of various psychoactive substances. Subproject 76, a study on anti-authoritarian behavior in the context of communist jail. Subproject 77, exploration and application of personality theories, whatever that means. Subproject 78, this one seems to be a mix of research funding and also being its own sort of like mini MK Ultra in like a meta way, just judging by the fact that like the Mori ID entry for this subproject in particular is 999 pages long. So that's its own whole rabbit hole that I don't have time to get into here. Subproject 79, finding an external organization to turn around and fund the CIA whenever it was engaged in very sensitive research. So like the money goes out to an external group and then they give it back. Subproject 80, figuring out a way to get the drugs back out of someone when you don't...
CIA contractor, just like the military, classic. When you don't want to do the murder yourself, so you just hire a mercenary. It's like that.
Need the person, but you do need the drugs back. Subproject 81, study of how the Hungarian refugees from before are liking America so far. Subproject 82, same thing, but seeing how they like the Netherlands. All right, Subproject 83, nice, a fun one. Research into graphology, extrasensory perception, subliminal perception, hypnosis, and magic. Mind powers. We don't know if they are real. Subproject 84, induction of high motivation in individuals via interpersonal relationships. So if I'm not mistaken, this is what happened to...
We don't know if they're real? Are you implying that there's just some X-Men out there? Hang on.
Old Ted K. Oh, actually, yeah, this was at Harvard in the timeline match.
When you need a cure for communism, anything's fair game, really.
So
yeah.
I think it was, in fact, this one. Subproject 85, I think this one has to do with recording blood types to guard against body doubles or doppelgangers or clones or whatever. And I guess this was like back before fingerprint or eyeball or whatever scanners, so it makes a little bit more sense, but it seems kind of dumb. Subproject number 86 is designing and building little miniature baby polygraph machines and seeing if there's a way to give someone a polygraph without them knowing. Subproject 87, making people mega itchy as a harassment technique. Subproject 88, developing a learning course for...
That's evil. That's so fucking evil. I'm sorry, what the fuck? That's like my actual worst nightmare. Cause like I get itchy just like regularly, and that's like torture in itself. But if you're like making people itchy as a punishment or like targeting them, like, you know, what the fuck?
Case officers to better understand foreign cultures in order to improve agent handling abilities. Sounds weirdly normal, so probably it's messed up. Subproject 89, figuring out what caused certain Hungarian refugees to the US to leave the US and return to Hungary. Probably all the insanely overbearing stuff and just trying to get them to like you. Dude, like, relax a bit, jeez. Subproject 90, trying to figure out what the deal is with foreign scientists, I think. Subproject 91, inventing new types of
Now that I diagnosis the itch bitch.
psychochemicals and testing them on animals. Subproject 92, trying to invent Duolingo. Subproject 93, research into some nasty-ass fungus to try to...
Yeah, tell him that's a joke.
rub on Fidel Castro. Subproject 94, trying to invent remote-controlled dogs. Also, potentially remote-controlled rats and remote-controlled donkeys. These are to be used for assassinations. Subproject 95, basically anime local...
You know, right? I'm like already itchy just thinking about that shit.
But about spy stuff. Subproject 96, trying to figure out why Europeans are weird. Subproject 97, this one is almost definitely inventing new tortures. Subproject 98, brainstorming potential methods of mass brainwashing. Thankfully, Twitter says that we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Screen owl that intimidates people? Too much success. Honestly, that was the most devious one yet.
Because they weren't successful. Subproject 99, trying to invent invisibility pills and or invisibility powder. Subproject 100, finding a way to interrogate dirt about what sort of plants grew in it. Subproject 101, consultative services about some sort of
Interrogate dirt?
nervous system drug thing. Can we please group all of these under the same number? Good lord. Subproject 102, doing Lord of the Flies for real, to see if the book was accurate. Results inconclusive. Subproject 103, looking for young adults with mind powers, X-Men style.
Yeah, it was just a place to get high and do weird shit. Yeah, it seems like it.
Subproject 104, trying to invent gasoline aids for when you want to give gasoline aids. Subproject 105, playing with nasty bacteria.
What is gasoline AIDS? He just leaves that as it is, like, oh, gasoline AIDS, oh, of course. Some motherfucker just lived their adult life getting paid to do the shit and afforded a home. I know. Honestly, what the fuck? I hate it here.
Subproject 106, zapping people to see what it does. Subproject 107 was a bribe to the American Psychiatric Association. Subproject 108 was recruitment of blank.
Like, how do they even find people with such fucking sadomasochistic tendencies on it? Like, did they manufacture these people? They cloned in a lab? Oh, God. Prisoners, psychiatric patients, and the homeless were the most vulnerable people in society. Yeah, and soldiers too, just another reason to avoid enlistment. Yeah. Yeah. So fucked up. Had all those Nazis they brought over. That's true. Wait. You know, that's a fair point. Gasoline immunodeficiency syndrome? Pretty self-explanatory ago. Oh yeah, right.
As source on blank by using his study of behavioral characteristics of blank. Subproject 109, pill that makes your molecules dissolve. Subproject 110, the sneeze gun. Subproject 111, basically a boring
Sneeze gun! That's almost as devious as the itching thing. Oh my god. Actual demons.
sociological study undertaken to gain prestige for a fake research organization. This will recur. All right, subproject 112, same as above, but in the form of a career fair. Like, boring kind.
Yeah, now every time I have, like, a sneeze attack, whenever I get allergies, I'm gonna be like, it's the CIA. No. Oh, no.
Kind of banal thing just done to make stuff seem more real. Subproject 113, Mega Sneeze Gun. Subproject 114 is, I think this one is, do people have sex easier and, rate others as more attractive when drunk? In which case, oh yeah, you really needed a study to figure that one out, huh? Subproject 115.
Yeah, it's so tiring, and your skin gets fucked up, you can't, there's no soft enough tissue in the world after so many sneezes. Your skin is just raw.
Mentally unstable people prone to violence. Do they improve communities? Let's find out. Subproject 116, buying secret drugs and or secret stuff to make secret drugs. Subproject 117, how much does each race love their kids? A study. Project 118 is a contract to hire a scientist to build a sneeze.
The fucking racism of it all. I shouldn't be surprised, but what? What was the purpose of that? For what?
Gun detector. 119 is attempting to teach people how to go Bluetooth mode, so to speak. Subproject 120, figuring out how to test drugs on animals. I really feel like this is one of the ones you should have started with. But, in for a penny, in for a pound. Oh, here's an interesting one. Subproject 121, the African witch doctor study. Subproject
Always links back to eugenics in the end, yeah.
122, this is what appears to be some sort of Metal Gear Solid drug. I don't even know what this does. Presumed to be a major medicator in the
Yeah, honestly, I want to see the methodology for all of them.
stress reaction. Further to study the physiological and pathological significance of... All right, subproject 123, investigation of emerging blank images. I don't know what is emerging. And then subproject 124, I think this is a euphemism for suffocating people. Investigate the possibility of inducing a drug-like state through the simple expedient of carbon dioxide inhalation. Subproject 125, this one is literally just clinical trials of Adderall. Works. All right, subproject 128. I think this is learning how to fall asleep fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Adderall, it was used by the military, right? To keep, flight pilots alive. First it was meth, and then they switched to Adderall.
Subproject 129, computer analysis of bioelectric response pattern significance for polygraph. That's a computerized, the computer can tell if you're lying. Subproject 130, investigation of personality theory. Investigation of personality theory on patients with different symptoms, indirect assessment. That really could be anything. It's top secret, though. Subproject 131, pay salaries, travel, and other expenses for deep cover staff agent in blank. I guess it wouldn't be deep cover if it was not blanked out. All right, what else? Subproject 132, realistic tests of certain R&D items of interest to TSD/CB, including a facility and personnel for the operational testing with complete non-attributability of sponsors. I think this is another Midnight Climax thing. This is Subproject 133. I think this is turning people into batteries. Subproject 134. Fat people, are they nicer or meaner than normal people? 135 is trying to invent a new poison. This project unfortunately got canceled before it began and was merged with Subproject 90. Now on to Subproject 136, which is more mind-reading ESP stuff. 137 is figuring out how to analyze handwriting so that we can catch the Zodiac Killer. Right? Right, guys? Right? Subproject 138, more tiny polygraph stuff. Subproject 139, where do diseases go after we're done giving them to people? Subproject 140.
It's just like a blanket program for unethical human studies. Yeah, baby. That's the CIA for you. That's kind of what they do.
Thyroid research. Subproject 141, not specified. 142 is lizard bombs, I think. Or frog bombs. Subproject 143, gasoline super AIDS. Subproject 144, it's another unknown.
I'm so confused about the gasoline AIDS. Do you mean giving people AIDS with gasoline? Is that what that means? Turning people into batteries, something like one Musk and Tesla would like. Yeah, don't tell him.
145, also unknown. Subproject 146 is Agent Orange 2, Agent Oranger. We're in the final stretch here, guys. Subproject 147, development of psychoactive drug cross-tolerance. Hell, I'll do this one for free. Subproject 148 is figuring out a way to get in touch with a man by the name of John Poisons. The name was redacted, so I kind of had to guess here. And then Subproject 149, last but not least, please let us use the sneeze gun. Please, please, please. You know, we promise we'll be careful. Please let us use it. So yeah, that's all of MK Ultra for you. Like and subscribe. Hopefully, I'll be back next week with another video.
Oh my god, it's so wild. I've seen this before, but it's like, it's shocking every time. God damn. Well, back to Yakuza. No one online. I can send you to Zach app or Little Bear. thinking. It's a chill vibes. You're a homo-psycho, butt of the community. Alright, let's do that. Alright, thank y'all for hanging out with me. I had fun chatting and all that. Drink some water, take care of yourself, and have a good one. I'll be back Friday.